Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We are back with a new zeal and energy. My name is Lucifer, and along with me back on the desk is going to be Raider. We are back on the day three of national playoffs, not finals. We will be getting to finals because that's what teams are looking out for. But before we get over there, Raider, how are you feeling for the day?
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens today, right now, because
Hmm.
yesterday's day, it was a hectic one. It
Oh
was an amazing
yes.
one, to be precise. I believe, the last one, last BO5 was actually wrapped up in four matches. Otherwise, it was
Hmm.
one long match going on. So, definitely, it was quite amazing to see. Would have to see how the day is going to start off because we are going to witness some amazing teams today as well. And the Pokemons are going to get chosen. Bans are going to be there. But then again, the Rayquaza, Registeel, Regieleki, who is going to pin them out, and eventually in 10 minutes, which are the teams who is going to dominate completely. I don't think so that the complete domination will come in. I think
Yeah.
today also, I guess we are going to watch the five rounds of BO5s, but let's see.
The first day of the stream, that was the zonal finals, a couple of teams did show us the caliber that they have.
Right.
When we came into day two, which is the day one of national playoffs, there also
Hmm.
we saw all these top teams of India who were invited to the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. They also showed us their initial stomp, but because it was also their first game that we saw on stream, first day went well, but from day to yesterday, we saw all the teams going head against each other. Even the last match yesterday, it was not an
Yeah,
easy one. But now let's talk
definitely.
about what is also not going to be easy, grabbing the first spot raider and walking away
Yeah.
with the champions title as well as the 11 lakh 25,000 prize.
I mean, the goal is going to be definitely becoming the champion and opening a road to the international scenario of Pokemon Unite. But
Hmm.
apart from that, if I talk about the prize pool, that's very decent. At the runner position, 5.25 lakhs are going to be rewarded. At the third position, 3 lakhs are there. Fourth position, 1,50,000. Fifth and sixth position is going to get rewarded 50,000 each. And if I talk about the seventh and eighth position, that's going to reward you 25,000 each. So definitely, guys, the top eight teams are going to get rewarded, going to get cherished of becoming the finalists. Apart from that, they are going to get the reward of this particular tournament as well, which is the
Hmm.
prize pool as we said about it. But particularly, guys, if I talk about the champions, that is the thing that every team is trying to aim for right now. But we only know, and
Yes.
everybody know, that the cream, or should I say, the best of the best, is going to go to that championship.
Yeah, the creme de la that we keep talking about. It'll go to the best of the best teams here and
Yeah,
also representing on a bigger stage later down the line. But right
exactly.
now, we'll talk about the teams we have. We did tell you
Hmm.
14 teams, but they're divided into groups. So if anybody's joining new, you're going to be having a sight on how these teams are divided and what are the teams in
All
which
right.
groups. Group A consists of SATL, True Rippers, ORGLESS 5, Enigma, FSE Sports, Pride Official, and 6 Upper Moon. Group B,
Hmm.
it consists of Revenant Esports, CHEMIN Esports, God's Reign, Marcos Gaming, Ryzen Esports, Zehe Team, and Hyderabad Hydras. If you ask me two pick'ems coming out from Group A and Group B, one for
Hmm.
me is going to be after seeing Enigma, how well they adapted. I think it should be
Yeah.
Enigma. And on
All
Group
right.
B, hands down, I think it should be God's Reign. What are your picks, Raider?
Well, definitely from Group B, I'm going to choose God's Reign because their domination is absolutely on point. But apart from
Mm-hmm.
that, if I talk about the Group A, I guess SATL is some of those teams which have got the experience. But then again, if I talk about True Rippers, that's going to be my pick because they were able to completely dominate on Enigma Gaming. And I guess there is going to be a possibility like that. But before that, National Playoff Stage 1, the Group A standings are in front of us, guys. And you can see that the top team is going to be FSC Sports, which have played two matches. They've won the two matches. And this is how brilliant this team is particularly. Remember, guys, they have come from the zonal finals. They
Yes.
have qualified quite a bit, and eventually look at that, they are still dominating on top of quite a few United teams.
Yeah, FS Esports to take the top chart. That's brilliant. But we were also after the match between SATUL and Enigma. We did talk about it. Both SATUL and Enigma might clash in the first or
Yeah.
the second spot, but it's going to be the second and the third spot that will be taking.
Hmm.
But Enigma a little less in the average goals that they've scored. But talking
Right.
about the top three from Group B, it's going to be God's Reign hands
Oh,
down.
look
And
at
look at
them.
the average goal,
Amazing.
830. I mean, that is a score that we see in one round or two round of a best of five, but this is the average goal, meaning that Godson until now most of them have had just clean sweeps,
Hmm.
and all of them may be averaging around 1,000 goals. So Marcos and Hyderabad Hydras, they have a lot to do. They're a little bit right
Precisely.
next to it, but look at the average
Hmm.
goals. Double is what God's Reign have.
Well, definitely it's going to be a tough battle for them. Today, we are not going to witness Godrean's battle. It's going to be offline against Ryzen Esports. And okay, it's already done. As you all can see, right, Godreans once again won that particular matchup. And if we talk about Marcos versus Zahir team, it is also in the favor of Marcos. What we are going to witness is the first of Team SATL versus ORGLESS 5. Well,
Mm-hmm.
see, SATL have already played two matches, so we have seen SATL playing and performing. If we talk about
Yes.
ORGLESS 5, this is going to be their first Pokemon Unite battle, the official battle to be precise. So definitely is going to be quite crucial to see that how ORGLESS 5 as a team, what they can put on the table. Apart from that, if we talk about Revenant and Kamini Sports, that's going to be the second BO5 for the day, and the last BO5, which will wrap the day, is going to be between TRUERIPPERS versus ORGLESS 5 once again. So ORGLESS 5, a big day for them because they are going to
Yes.
play two good matches, and it's going to be very difficult. Yes, they are going to get the breather, but apart from that, their first, let's say, examination is going to be here anytime
Mm-hmm.
soon.
I agree. I mean, to see the overall picture, right? SATL have
Yeah,
got 1 point for themselves, but also have faced losses, so they know how to
yeah,
get back into the game. Same goes for True Rippers. They played really well, got a loss on the first day, came back on the second day, took a victory for themselves. Enigma Gaming as well took a loss, then came back on the same day to get a victory for themselves. But today,
right.
as you mentioned about Orgles 5, I'll be looking out for CHEMIN as well, because CHEMIN until now have not even gotten a single point. They've just faced losses. Yesterday was a great day where they fought, but it was not
Mhm.
enough, Raider.
Well, definitely. Right now, if we talk about Enigma, well, they have to punch up and eventually boost a lot.
Hmm.
Even if they have got the wins in their favor, they're not at these standings in the favorable spot in the standing particularly because they're
Yes.
at #3 right now. If we talk about STL, they've got goals more than 400, and that's absolutely amazing. They're able to
Hmm.
goal, they're able to maintain their dominance, but the thing is that they're not able to completely dominate on the enemy. They have got the goals, they have scoring a little bit more, but when it comes to, I guess, winning the PO5, that is the situation where I guess STL is fluctuating for
Hmm.
now. But if we talk about teams like Goldstein, look at that. From state, like say, domination is coming up from #1 to #1. I believe there is no kind of, let's say, dip coming up from the particular corner. So definitely, I believe Goldstein is one of those teams everybody has to watch out for. And being on the top always sets a target on your back. But
Yeah.
apart from that, let's talk about the first battle. From the blue corner, it's going to be August 5. From the orange corner, it's going to be SATL. And we have got the draft pick.
And quickly talking about the Pokemons, I want to talk about the bans. It's going to be a Mime ban coming in from Orgles 5 and Tyranitar from SATL, which has been a constant ban that we saw yesterday. So,
All right.
interesting choices here coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Tyranitar is like an instant ban, which throughout the tournament we discussed about, causing a lot of chaos. But jumping into the pick
Yeah.
phase itself, it's going to be Darbari. Today, I want to see what he wants to pick. Yesterday, he was fluctuating between a defender as well as the supporter, and today he's thinking about. Okay, I thought Cliffable, but with the last few seconds, he is switching back to Eldegoss along with Ghoul
Mm-hmm.
picking the Lucario. But Vanquisher is what we are going to be seeing picking on the Snorlax. But Dodrio is still open for those steals, and Genius wants that Dodrio locked.
Well, I'm excited to see what August 5 is going to do because definitely this is the first match for them.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from having Dodrio, they've got the Sizer, if I'm not wrong. Apart from that, if we talk about Prod and Itachi, their turn is going to come. But before that, Might and Tensai. Well, yesterday, Tensai, okay, I guess once again, Tensai could be choosing the Squirtle, but is it going to be a possibility? We'll have to look into it. For now, Blissey is going to be there, and Azumaral coming from Might's corner. Well, again, the shifts are coming up. So until unless that tick mark comes in, we don't know what will happen.
It is Squirtle, later Water Turtle, and finally Blastoise coming in from Tensai. Brilliant he played, but might. After making a decision of picking a Sizer yesterday, he's like, I'm not going to be making that wrong choice today. I am going to be a mighty square. I'm sorry, Azumarill, and going to be doing a lot in terms of damage. And I was just playing Azumarill to get another better feel of it. Damn, that
Yeah.
Pokemon can tank. They need to be worried
Hmm.
about it. And to tank that, they bring Mamoswine on Prod. And as Prod is doing damage, there's Itachi with Mew with a Solar Beam, which will come from far away. And Might would have to face these forces to survive.
Oh, on the other corner, look at that. We have got another beautiful Pokemon coming from Curse corner. But now the preparation phase comes in. That means very soon the battle will start. Very soon we are going to witness the carnage between these two teams. And
Hmm.
definitely I'm excited for this because this is the first BO5 for the day. And we'll
Yeah.
have to see that how the day gets started.
And August 5, it's their debut match, right, Raider? So for
Yeah.
them,
Oh, indeed.
it's very crucial. They've seen SATUL twice now
Hmm.
and in numerous rounds. They
Yeah.
might get a feel of how SATUL likes to play, but is it going to be enough? Because SATUL are like looking forward to what these wild cards or new debuts can do something, because Oculus 5 might be new. But if somebody
Hmm.
has had a hold on the game, I feel like they might do better damage compared to Oculus 5 who might be newer. So I just
Hmm.
hope the first game jitters does not affect Oculus 5 today.
Well, definitely we have to look into that. But apart from that, if I talk about ORGLESS 5, well, definitely their consistency is going to matter.
Hmm.
And if I talk about the teams which have qualified from the bottom, like FS Esports, despite of not being an invited team, despite of not having that advantage, our team is
Yes.
still on the top of that Group A standing, and
Yeah.
that is something which shows us that the competition doesn't is not actually limited by the invitations and stuff like that. If you
Hmm.
are capable, you are going to rise till the peak.
Oh yes, and now SATL were stopped from getting to the first spot by Enigma. So SATL will not be happy. SATL do want
Precisely.
to get the points as soon as possible. As we jump right into the game here, day three of national playoffs, and it's going to be starting off with ORGLESS 5 and SATL. Quick to jump into the mid lane or the jungle from SATL is going to be the Cinderace, who needs to still evolve, but it's going to be cursed. But just like yesterday, we spoke about it, right? It's going to be
Hmm.
cursed and Ghoul, who need to play together. Let's see if it happens.
Definitely. Yeah. That synergy, if it comes in, it will be an advantage point for Team SHL right now. And there we go. Look at that. Team SHL is starting it off by punching in and getting some good goals. But if I talk about that new, he tried his level best to actually put down the damage, but it was not that amazing. Squirtle on the other corner tries to fall back, but meanwhile, farming the Pokemons is going to be the main objective for that guy as well. On the other corner, let's see how far he can actually go with the goals. Gets pushed back, tries his level best to put the goal down, and yes, the goal is done, but he could be KO'd very soon. But he gets the berry. Oh, that's interesting.
Tensai is running for his life to survive, and oh, he's actually pushing towards the jungle, and now he's thinking about going in back to his base, and he'll get a chance
Right.
as well because Ghoul takes all the attention. Ezekiel will
Yeah.
not lose any member, no early chaos happening. But look at Curse, he's already leveled up to 5. He's looking for getting to 6 as soon as possible because he's right now at Raboot. He should get back to Cinderace very soon, evolve it, and look at the
Mhm.
damage coming on that Sunab. It's not even a pillow swine, so it's easier coming in terms of the damage, and also because it's all fireballs coming through, it's going to be burning their opponent now. And that's the reason Vanquisher says, okay, there's a lot of damage going on bottom lane. Let me find something with the bullet punch coming in from my end. But Vanquisher, he's facing the Azumarill, and we just talked about it. That man is
Hmm.
a tank. He might be a small one, but a deadly one.
Exactly. It looks small, but the punch that it packs is absolutely amazing. On the other
Hmm.
corner, if we talk about this Eldegoss, let's see how far it can go. That party is trying his level best to find a way and eventually farm the Pokemons as well. Dodrio on the other corner is as well farming the Pokemons as you all can see and getting the Earth Energy, trying to evolve, trying to be at the best at his possibility. On the other corner, Squirtle fights off with the Dodrio. The damage is coming up. Snorlax also is actually coming up in that particular fight, but Insai was able to fall back from the scenario, but not going to fall back that much. On the mid lane, another fight comes in, and they are still farming for the Eos energy.
SHL will not be happy. They wanted to corner that Dodrio, it did not work out. So they're like, we'll quickly run into the top lane, get a couple of goals in, and immediately try to do any kind of damage. Vanquisher, along with his teammate Snorlax, wanted to push them back. But look at this. Finally, we were talking about Swinub level up, gets to Pillow Swine, and then gets the first KO here. And this is going to be SATL facing a little bit of the harm, but they're not stopping in terms of going in goal heavy.
At this point, they have to get the goals because yesterday also we saw that their initial kind of let's say persistency is what matters at this moment. But on the other corner, the KO comes in. Lucario gets taken down by the Pillar Swine, and that's amazing. Now the goals are once again coming up. August 5 is starting off the Carnage. On the other corner, if we talk about Cinderace, tries to go ahead and eventually goal, but gets struck down.
Oh no, Vanquisher is super low. They're dishing all kinds of damage, especially that Aqua Tile is beating
Mhm.
him up.
Oh,
But
101.
Prod is back alive. He's jumping into the top lane, but the amount of goals that they wanted, they already scored. But All 5 are also not back down. But right now, it
Mhm.
is the Reggie's fights that is happening. Bottom Reggie Rock, but on the top it's Reggie Eliki. So it's a 3v2 fight on the top, but bottom it's a 3v2 as well. And it's going to be bottom taken from SATL. They will have the defensive advantage, but still,
Mhm.
it is a Dodrio who can do a lot in terms of
Oh.
damage. But ORGLESS 5, they take away the Reggie Eliki, and now Might is trying to fight with it. But in the meantime, you saw what Cinderace did. Curse with brilliant 2 KO streak takes control of the top lane and destroys first goal zone
Oh, look
for
at him.
SATL's end.
Well, definitely. Meanwhile, if we talk about the mid lane, Pillow Swan is just constantly trying his level best to farm out as many ES Pokemons as possible so that he gets the ES energy and will be able to actually put down some goals. But the Solar Beam comes in from Itachi's corner. That Mew is actually strong enough, but at this moment, he has to evolve. He has to actually level up quite a bit.
Yeah.
But moving up ahead, let's see how far they can actually go on the other corner. If we talk about Sizer on the top lane, is trying to hold it off. Coming to the mid lane, it's going to be Snorlax and Dodrio as well, a little bit more close. And Pillow Swan is also as well trying to be there stranded on the corner. On the top corner, as you can see, three Pokemons from Team SHL are waiting for the right moment to strike on the goal.
waiting for the right opportunity, as you said, hiding in the tall grasses to find any
Yep.
easy praise. But right now, Ghoul might find one along with the War Turtle as they're taking control of bottom lane because three players are deciding to push up one after another. I mean, Dodrio
Mhm.
still might have a chance to find a couple of goals in, but let's see what happens. Ghoul is going to be the first one who's going to be jumping back into the goal zone for the fight, but still Dodrio gets 9 inside. But look at what is happening to Goku. He, as a defender, wanted to stop his teammates from getting KO'd and had to sacrifice his life.
Uh, Synergy is what matters at this point. Eventually, Genius tries to fall back, gets the berry so that he can be back in the game. Tensai, he's back with the Carnage. Let's
Oh
see how far he
no!
can go. Gets KO'd at the ultimate movement with the Solar Beam. That's absolutely amazing. Cinderace on the other corner, going with the Fireball, tries to move forward on the bottom corner. If I'm not wrong, bottom lane is going to be the area where they're trying to actually go with. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. That means already the halftime is over.
This Cinder right now farmed up really well compared to ORGLESS 5. 11
Mm-hmm.
is the level, but Ghoul is walking right into a trap himself this time. He comes up with the punches along with the Blastoise trying to help out, but there's immediately the Eldegoss as well coming in to make sure they get healed, but a big power nap being used right in between to make sure he survives. In the meantime, Cinderace, I was just talking about it, level 11, but because it's a ranged attacker and an all-rounder was the one that was none other than Vanquisher on that Sizer, takes him down now. Prod is just dragging attention onto himself as ORGLESS 5, their members in the bottom lane are just farming. Prod not too sure how long he'll survive, but he's trying to survive as long as possible, which is enough for them to take the
Right.
Rock again from the bottom.
Well, definitely is going to be crucial for them to survive, and we are getting those KOs is also going to be the ultimate goal for them. But look at that, that Mamoswine is just trying to rampage around and eventually get a lot of blows. But is it going to be a possibility? Yes, of course, Eldegoss gets connected quite a bit. Dodrio on the other corner managed to take down the Wartoise. Turquoise on the other corner to talk about Cinderace. Another KO comes in, and that was, I believe, Reggie Seal.
Reggie Aliki was taken. Reggie Rock is still right now alive. They're fighting for it. Reggie Rock is going to be taken this time from ORGLESS 5, so they get the defensive advantage. But the goaling advantage is what SATL wanted, and they've taken it. But still, ORGLESS 5 are leading the charge in the number of goals by 20, but it is still advantage. And look at this, Reggie Aliki as well did not even find a way to get in. And now Vanquisher, just like he took down the Cinderace Curse, he's trying to take down the Reggie Aliki, coming with his bullet punches. In the meantime, sneakily SATL wanted to get a goal in. They get it. A brilliant 40 coming in, especially from Might, and now they've pushed up to 186. But look at what Prod is doing, trying to push them back to their place where they can kind of corner one of the players, get them KO'd, and turn that fight from a 4v4 situation to a 3v4, a little bit of a disadvantage. But Tensai TP's out of there.
Well, definitely, he's going to go and fall back for a bit. On the other corner, Patago Cinderace tries to actually farm a little bit more Pokemon. He has got the 44 AS energy, which is quite important. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. That means we are coming very close to the Rayquaza. And then if Rayquaza is in the favor of Team SFL, they can turn the tides. And we have seen them yesterday doing this kind of favor. But apart from that, if we talk about ORGLESS 5, that's a complete new game coming from ORGLESS 5, and we have not checked out that how ORGLESS 5 is able to play around the Rayquaza. Are they going to straight up dominate and maybe put the Unite moves on the work and eventually get the Rayquaza in the favor, or is it going to be something else? So definitely, quite a few speculations are going to be there. Vanquisher on the other corner is just trying to be a little bit more sneaky, a little bit more sneaky in the tall grasses. But meanwhile, if the survival gets counted, the mid lane is getting covered up, as you all can see.
It is all about the Unite Glore fight coming through at the legendary pit as soon as Rayquaza is spawned. Right now, ORGLESS 5 understand that, and that's the reason ORGLESS 5 want to initiate a battle a little bit earlier before Rayquaza,
Right.
throw down a couple of Unites, find a couple of KOs, and then they can know that they can immediately jump to the Rayquaza. But with 1 second left, that fight is going to happen only after Rayquaza is spawned.
Well, the Rayquaza is here. Let's see who's going to punch up. Is it going to be a difficulty for Team ORGLESS 5? At this moment, if we talk about Goku, the Piloswine, the Mamoswine tries to fall back a bit. Prod is also trying his level best to actually defend the area. And look at that. Nobody from Team SATL is pretty much close to this particular area. I believe SATL is more than focused on how they are going to place the goals. But look at that. If we talk about Dodrio coming from Team ORGLESS 5, he's way too close to the goal. He's hiding in the tall grasses. He can be the one who can easily punch up the goal at the right moment.
And what is ORGLESS 5 players looking forward to? When the fight gets initiated here from SATL, and then it is when the Dodrio will look forward to getting a bottom lane goal. But Tensai, I thought he was there to guard, but it is going to be Cinderace, none other than Curse, who's acting as a guardian to block their goal zones. And finally, looking at the fight, Rayquaza fight has been initiated, and Dodrio at any point will look forward to getting a goal in. And in the meantime, there's a jump coming through, putting a stop, but not enough because there is a potion goal which is happening. But we'll quickly talk about the fight at Rayquaza's end happening here. Comes up with a brilliant ultimate. That's going to be the Eldegoss. Can Derbury find anything? He's done the damage, but a brilliant solar beam connects. Tensai is out. Another solar beam. finishes off Ghoul, and now one after another, everybody is falling. That's Darbury, and now it's up to Might to survive here. Along with Cinderace coming in, finds one KO of his own, make it a 2 KO coming through, as well as Might is surviving, fighting with Goku one after another. Only these two players are fighting for survival, but not for long, as a block to block off the player that is none other than Spurs gets KO'd. Now Might is the only survivor, and look at what they're doing. They're trying to push back Might, but in the meantime, ORGLESS 5, they had also lost health. All of them go retreat back to the spawn, and from there and heal and get back, because a couple of their players were also KO'd. Now again, 16 seconds left. It's all about whoever gets a couple of goals in.
But the small X comes in, the goals are actually coming up, no doubt on that. There are actually some goals coming from the particular corner of SHL, but it's not going to be possible for them to win this one, I believe so at this moment. Oh, another goal comes in. That's interesting. This could change the tide. This could change the tide. We don't know what is going to happen, but eventually the victors are going to come in front of us very soon. Yes, definitely it's going to be a close one.
I'm waiting for it. 200, most probably both of them should have reached. And it is ORGLESS 5 by just 12 goals that they'd already scored way before Rayquaza. No, wait.
Amazing.
Actually, it was Dodrio who got 32 goals in after the Rayquaza was spawned, while he was waiting in the tall grasses. Even though Curse jumped, as Dodrio has that advantage of goaling in potions, his first potion of 30 went in. Brilliant play coming in from ORGLESS 5 and putting Dodrio on the goaling scenario. And you can see, even though it's not him being the MVP, Goku, we spoke about it. Somebody needs to tank what Might can do in terms of damage, and Goku did it on the Mamoswine.
A beautiful job done and dusted coming from ORGLESS 5, but this competition was very close. So right now, I won't be able to predict that is it going to be Team ORGLESS 5 straight up dominating in the next two matches as well and getting the PO5 in their favor, because SCTL was very close to the victory as they were trying to bounce back, and eventually at this moment nobody focused on the Rayquaza as well. So definitely Rayquaza can turn the dice in the upcoming matches. But right now, if we talk about the graph, as you can see from the start till the 6-minute marker, SCTL was the one which was on the lead. But after that 6-minute marker, in the last 4 minutes, Team ORGLESS 5 turned the tide in the favor, and they got the Regieliki, if I'm not wrong, and it was Team SCTL which got the which got the Regieliki. But despite of that, despite of having that advantage, they were unable to bring back the glory for the team, and finally it's ORGLESS 5 once again having the first match of the BFI.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that. And I think major share and credits go to Might not finding KOs. You can see he's sitting at 0 KO. He has 5 assists over there. On the same way, that's because he could not deal a lot in terms of damage. They were hitting him with numerous Pokemons and he couldn't do much. And Itachi played so goddamn well. 75,000 damage coming in from his end. I know he's not the MVP for the team, but as I mentioned, somebody needed to also tank the damage while somebody was doing the damage. And it was Goku and Itachi playing together with 23 goals coming through. Again, this is not big, but for him, the damage that he has done, and here we cannot see in the MVP the damage that has been taken. Nonetheless, he played really well because of that and gets MVP 76 points for himself, along with 5 assists to help out in those crucial KOs.
A definite enough job done and dusted coming from Goku and the other members from ORGLESS 5, and I would love to see their consistency coming up in the next matches as well, because if they are consistent, the results is going to be very amazing for this particular team. They will start off with a victory in a BO5, and it will be a very amazing victory coming up. But for SATL, this could be the match where they're going to easily dunk down to hashtag 3 or 4, because Enigma, they are just up the notch. They have also secured one match in their favor, and one BO5 was lost by Team Enigma, and same is actually happening to Team SATL. But right now, if I'm not wrong, we do have Enigma's one match.
We don't have Enigma's match today, but right now we'll jump into the highlights itself. You saw, as we spoke about, Itachi so super crucial with those solar beams, putting an immediate light screen where his team got the advantage. And this is what we talked about. Goku, yes, we saw him being KO'd, but he was there to push back the players, take a lot in terms of attention, and that's the reason their players who could do a lot of damage survived, where he was sacrificing his life here and there. And Itachi, look at that. Brilliant solar beam, this time here in the bottom lane where he got a chance to take down Tensai, and also in the legendary pit fight where he got to take down Tensai again. And along with that, we saw a couple of streaks coming in from both SATL and ORGLESS 5, but ORGLESS 5 fared better, where there's, I would say, balance, both getting players gold as well as fighting and finding KOs.
Definitely, look at that. If we talk about the Mamoswine, definitely there was quite a few damaging situations coming from their particular corner, but the solar beam was able to get down on the KO, and the Mamoswine also gets a KO of, I believe that was Eldegoss on the corner. If we talk about the corner where Team SATL wanted to put down the goals, yes, definitely they were trying their best, but eventually it all went from their hands. 12 more goals, it would have been a tie. Yeah, just 12 more.
Look at how close games are happening in the day three. Day one, as we spoke about it, it looked like one of the teams had control of it, had the reins of how they wanted to play. Day two, we ended up seeing all the teams giving it their all, fighting close and making sure the BO5 gets all 5 rounds to be seen. And now today we are seeing that it's getting so close in terms of the goals itself. Only 12 goals is the difference in this first round to decide. Our victor for this was ORGLESS 5, not SATUL. And we have seen SATUL and known SATUL at least in the first 2 days that they do not like being defeated in the first round itself. So
Yeah,
there will be
exactly.
aggression. This will follow it up.
Well, definitely, and I'm actually looking forward to see that aggression coming up from Team SATL because that
Hmm.
is the comeback type of match which might actually come in, and maybe SATL is going to get the match in their favor. But let's see how far it can go, how amazing that particular match is going to be there because SATL, they've lost a match. This is the match where they wanted to come back, but eventually
Yes.
Oculus 5 is not helping them a bit.
Always fire. Why would they even try to help them out? And that's the reason
Yeah,
they're doing as much as damage and also some brain wreckage, if you I want to put it in that way, like unable to figure out what kind of strategy would work out. Yesterday we spoke about Ghoul and Cursed if they play together with that Cinderace and Lucario that they bought out. Today Cinderace was on form. It was finding chaos, but what had happened at the point when Vanquisher understood on that Sizer that his level was a little bit lower compared to what Cinderace was on. He said, wait a minute, give me a second. I'll farm, get to a better level, and that's what happened. He got to 13, whereas Cinderace, which was cursed, he was left a little bit one level down. And again, it's not a big one, but I spoke about it. A ranged attacker and an all rounder. It is most probably the all rounder who will always win the duel. So 1v1 situation coming in there for front, and it was Vanquisher who won it out. So very crucial in these decision makings of who picks the fight. And just imagine in that fight, if Vanquisher would have gone down, he wouldn't have actually leveled up, right, Raider? It would have been
yeah.
on the other side, Cursed. And when Cursed would have leveled up, he would have had a chance to get his team an advantage. And also, his blazing kick hit a brilliant shot on Rayquaza. And maybe they could have gotten the Rayquaza very early on. But you saw ORGLESS 5 were ready. They wanted SATUL to initiate the Rayquaza battle, not
Yeah,
themselves.
definitely.
All they wanted to
Mhm.
was just keep a guard. And I think also ORGLESS 5 are keeping a count on who's putting how many goals in, because they were so cautious, right? Whenever they were pushing for the goal zone, when SATUL were putting goals, it was ORGLESS 5 also pushing. So therefore, the goal difference was never further away from these two teams.
Yeah, definitely from the start, I believe SATUL was starting it off quite chaotically, and eventually
Mm-hmm.
they were trying to put a lot of goals. But at same instance, I believe Oculus Wise were able to read that strategy, and
Yeah.
eventually they were able to counter it after the 6 minute marker. On the other corner, if I talk about Rayquaza, yes, definitely you said it right. That Oculus Wise wanted Team SATUL to put the initial step because if
Mm-hmm.
they were trying to attack them from the Rio, at the certain moment, eventually a Sweeper attack would come in, and eventually, just like that, the Rayquaza would have been in their favor. So these are the few amazing things which could have been happening at that point, but eventually, SATL lost the first one. We're looking forward to see what happens in the second.
We will be seeing, but I'm hoping that they don't again go for a Tyranitar ban. I want to see some change coming in from SATUL Raider. Why? Because just imagine, again, I'll give two sides of the story. One is, as I said, SATL know what Tyranitar can do, especially with either an Eldegoss or a Blissey coming through. But other cards, maybe one reason that they're afraid of it, whenever another team gets a chance, they immediately pick Tyranitar and go bashing on top of SATL. That might be one scenario. But the second
Mhm.
scenario, there might be SATL who might be cooking something new and brilliant, which other teams are not prepared for. So they're throwing this curveball of banning the Tyranitar and looking forward to what happens when they are in a do or die situation. Because this playoffs is not an elimination stage, right? It is about whoever gets more points. And SATL are comfortably sitting in the top three. So for them,
Right.
it's nothing to be feared of in this early stages of national playoffs. It's for other teams to think about what we can do better. Now, coming into side of ORGLESS 5, they've gotten the first match. We spoke about it yesterday as well. If Enigma want to close the match, they should not give SATL any rounds. If SATL get one round here as well, they will feel that
Yeah.
aggression and the momentum might just build Raider.
Well, that is the thing. That is the thing that if you get the momentum in your favor, then definitely I guess that increase of aggression will help you a lot. And that's what I
Mhm.
guess SATL is just waiting for, getting that one match in their favor. And then I believe that team can actually bounce back. So
Yeah.
definitely there is a lot of scope. At this point, if I talk about the bans, definitely is going to be quite important to see which are the Pokemons who are getting banned. And apart from that, which are the Pokemons which are getting chosen. Because in the
Hmm.
last match, we saw that I don't think so that the prediction, or should I say the picking of the Pokemons was an issue for Team SATL.
Yeah.
It was all the synergy. It was all about the
Yes.
synergy. It was all about the predictions that what might happen, what might
Hmm.
actually Team Oculus 5 is cooking in their mind. So That is the one thing which might actually create once again the ruckus. But before that, we have again got the ban phase, and this is going to be the second match of the VO5. Oculus 5 won the first one. Now it's SATL maybe giving the comeback, or is it going to be Oculus 5 once again straight up trying to trick and get the match once again in the favor of them?
Side switched. Let's see what SHL can do on the purple corner right now of this fighting ring. Man phase about to come to an end of the countdown, and we will see which are the two Pokemons. But following that up, it's going to be ORGLESS 5 and SATL deciding what picks they want to make. Very crucial on those picks. And SATL finally moving away from the Tyranitar ban. They are going to be getting themselves a Mew ban. Itachi went bonkers. As I said, it might be Goku who took away the MVP, but if without Itachi, Goku could have not done a lot or capitalized on top of that value. On ORGLESS 5, it's a Dodrio ban. Again, we spoke about Dodrios looking forward to stealing. That's what they've looked forward to stopping. But right now, jumping into the pick phase, you see Mime coming out as well as the Snorlax from ORGLESS 5.
Well, indeed, I guess the anticipation at this point is going to be quite amazing to see what happens. On the other corner, if we talk about Acetyl Tensai, the mime comes in. Let's see what the party is going to use. Eventually, quite a few times he is actually going to use the Eldegoss, but let's see what happens in this particular matchup. Apart from that,
Okay.
Eldegoss is there for Vanquisher, but the
Oh,
party might actually go for the Tyranitar. Oh, yes, of course.
Durbury, and we were just speaking about this pre-desk segment where maybe
Mm-hmm.
SATUL's ban of Tyranitar was for something that they were cooking, and now that they've
Mm-hmm.
changed their ban, Tyranitar is out. Goal sticking on to the Lucario. He's done value. It's not like he's not finding value, but let's see if he'll find value against Goku, who's picking up that Azumarill, the all-rounder who's going to be able to do a lot more, along with Genius by his side on the Gardevoir.
Well, definitely it's going to be quite crucial to see that how this whole impact goes on, how the fights are actually going to get pulled at this moment. Definitely, I guess the aggression is something I'm actually looking forward to see how Acetyl might be coming up with. On the other corner, the Gardevoir is here. Definitely, Isomeral is coming up. Oh, the Speedster comes in now.
Ooh, interesting. Zorak coming out. And on the other end, Prod, who was playing the Snorlax, he switches up to the
Right.
Espeon. And it's going to be a double attacker setup compared to a double all rounder setup with a double supporter for SATUL. So, very interesting choices. Tensai on Mime can boost their attacks, and Darbury with that healing can help them out in those final fights where they want to deal the last blow that is going to be a KO. Let's wait and watch for it. But Cursed on the Cinderace found early values, but how much value can he find on the Zorak is going to be a crucial one, Raider.
Well, definitely, we have to look into it that how the impact is going to be there, how the fights are going to get built at this moment. Momentarily, I guess the aggression from Oculus 5 is for sure going to be there. But the thing
Mm-hmm.
is, STL will be able to capsize. We have seen them doing to Enigma, we have seen them doing this to
Yes.
TRUERIPPERS as well. And it's a big name. Honestly speaking, STL got that kind of consistency in their favor. But looking up to the battle, I believe Oculus 5 is more than ready to
Mm-hmm.
revert it up.
Let's see who's going to be doing what and how much damage they can make and what new we are going to be seeing in terms of the synergy as you
Yeah.
talked about it. SATUL fell a little bit short of it, of like
Mm.
synergizing, playing together, and playing a deadly duo combo, a wombo
Yeah,
dom
exactly.
combo, right? That is something that we missed out. So
Yeah.
let's hope they make that combo work out here and make sure that whenever there's a hectic fight happening, they have the help of their supporter. There was Eldegoss, but Eldegoss, it did not seem like it was hitting at the right moment or helping in the right moment. So there was a little bit of that mismatch in that call out or communication. This time, with a double supporter setup, I think whatever went wrong, SATUL are about to patch everything. A clean sweep might be the case as well, where ORGLESS 5 might not be ready for it.
I mean, definitely, Oculus 5 don't know what is coming in front of them
Hmm.
at this point because the shifts are there. Tanatar is going to be there. Speedsters is as well actually coming up. So, definitely in the last one, how Dodrio was actually getting the advantage. Now it's going to be Team SATUL using the Zorak in their favor and
Let's
maybe
see.
getting that advantage, particularly in their favor. So, definitely, we have to check it out and how the game goes on. Waiting for the match to get started.
Hmm.
Well, whenever the match gets started, we'll get to know who starts us off. I believe my prediction is going to be that SATUL will start it off with appointing some good goals. But right now, if we talk about Douglas 5, they already know that how SATL starts it off. So definitely they will be able to counter that back.
Let's see. Let's jump right into the game. The only thing I'm worried
Right.
right now is going to be whether SATUL play really well with the all-rounders that they have. Don't have great range with his all-rounders compared to ORGLESS 5, who have ranged attackers in their favor, and also the fights that they want to deal with, especially the Gardevoir coming through. And Ghoul right now wanted to run and farmed on the opponent's end, and Goku puts a stop to it as he's playing around the mid lane towards the legendary pit.
Well, an important starts coming up, but the first goal goes in. This ORGLESS 5 is coming up with some good goals on the other corner for Toko result inside. The Mime goes in, gets the 2 goals in his favor. Apart from that, another clash is coming up as well. You can see still trying the level best to tussle around and get the goals done. On the other corner, the Lucario also comes in, and there we go. Dumps 5 around. With this, 7 is the score for Residual and 6 is the one that ORGLESS 5 is having. ORGLESS 5 already having the advantage of one round of BO5 in their favor. If we talk about the guys like Tensai, he's getting damaged quite a bit. He's getting attacked quite a bit. On the other corner, Goku has to fall back. And meanwhile, farming the Pokemon is also going to be quite important. And that's Acetul Tensai who is going to get the Eos Energy.
Itachi on the eve, he still needs to level up to the Espeon. He needs to get to level 4. That's what I'm looking forward to. He's low, and if they try to jump on him, he might be actually KO'd. Look at how super low he goes. But quickly talking about the top lane fight as well. Gardevoir is formed, leveled up a little bit. But look at what SAT will do. They take down the Snorlax, and now they're just goaling. Eve is just trying to survive. On the other end, ORGLESS 5 on top as well. They are kind of trying to push as much as possible, but it is because of the Gardevoir, they find one, and Tyranitar not being there, still in the Pupitar stage, they punish it. And now they're not stopping, they're looking forward to taking down Darbury as well. He's super low, they might just look forward to pushing him. The Aqua Tail is doing so much damage, but they finally understand that the initial timer for respawn is very low, so let's just let Darbury survive, and we'll just back off. After getting 49-49 each, even though there was so much barrage of a fight coming through, nobody has taken initial advantage. But look at what Itachi happens to him. A barrier comes through, even though he uses his psychic abilities, it was not enough. One barrier psychic ability was enough to block him and not let him go anywhere, and constantly hit and destroyed.
Zorak is having 9 years energy. He can easily go ahead and dump the goal, but before that, they want to take down the Azumarill. But as we all know, Azumarill is not an easy Pokemon to take down. Apart from that, well, look at that. The ability is getting used up on the other one, a Vanquisher. Okay, well, he's trying his level best to farm the Pokemons, but meanwhile, also trying to be a chaotic one for the team ORGLESS 5. Right now, if we talk about Residual, they've got 57 amazing points. They've got the start that they actually have in every particular match, but eventually, it's all about how they're going to wrap up the match.
Let's see how they'll be able to wrap up the match, because right now, looking at the fights, it's looking like anybody's game. Close fight, bottom lane, quick contention coming through, but they have targeted Gardevoir, and Cursed helps along with Ghoul to take out the Gardevoir. They lose one of the range attackers, but again, early stages, quick respawn is going to happen. But one thing that they have to be worried about is Gardevoir is already at level 8, whereas SATL players are not far away. But this is the advantage that you have with Zorak. Finally, that I'm seeing that illusion. Regirock, I was like, wait, Regirock, how is it he's working out for SATL? But now it does not matter if he has a illusion which he can play with. His clone will not work out, and he'll be immediately KO'd. And ORGLESS 5 putting a beating towards Regirock, making sure Regirock is theirs, but constantly being annoyed from SATL, they're not able to quickly grab this Regirock and run away. And Regirock in the meantime as well, helping out somehow for ORGLESS 5 to take down the players of SATL.
Well, definitely. There are quite a few KOs coming up on the other corner. If we talk about the Snorlax, look at that. He's just trying his level best to put up the shield. Apart from that, yes, the goals are coming up. 149. The first goal gets destroyed, and it's SATL which is at loss at this moment. All the Pokemons are trying to just go ahead and eventually gather around. Gardevoir, Azumarill, Snorlax, they are working their charm, and eventually they're getting the goals done and dusted. But on the other top corner, I believe that's Pupitar once again trying to form the synergy.
Tyranitar finally up. Might. I want to see how he develops a duo with one of their supporters. Vanquisher is here to do damage, and immediately what does he decide? He's like, where is my supporter? Ancient is being used, but what do ORGLESS 5 decide? They just wanted to send back the players of Visitial, nothing else, and quickly wanted to attack the Regieleki. And
the shields.
They are providing the difference, but in the meantime, with the Ancient, he's running right to the players of ORGLESS 5, trying to do some damage, but it is Reggie who has been taken from ORGLESS 5. That is more than enough because of the Psyshock coming through, but SATL were not happy with it. They start destroying, get streaks, and now are ready to destroy the top goal zone of ORGLESS 5.
Well, they are already done. They have already done that. On the other corner, the bottom zone, the bottom goals are actually a little bit more vulnerable for Team Soul. But at this point, if we talk about Team Residual, look at that. Tensai is constantly trying his level best to defend with the Regieleki in front of them. They're trying their level best to delegate the particular fight. On the other corner, if we talk about Tensai, goes a little bit on the backside. The Tyranitar is ready to take up the fight. Let's see how far they can actually go. On the other corner, Darbadi gets the Wild Berry. And moving forward, they are trying to hide a little bit more, trying to be a sneaky one. And after that, whenever the attack comes in, they will be able to bounce back and give the retaliation. But on the bottom corner, look at that. Team ORGLESS 5 is pretty much ready to attack on Lucario.
Soul needs to be aware of it. He's alone trying to deal damage, but also ORGLESS 5 not overextending, right? Here,
Mm-hmm.
understanding that anytime Ghoul can find support, but that is not the case because all the players
Look
they're
at the top
fighting
corner.
with Vanquisher. 4 players are pushing this one Pokemon. So right now it's a 1v4 situation. Vanquisher needs to relay this information, but what do they
Oh,
do? ORGLESS 5 jump back, then they use their Unites to take these players down. Tyranitar is down, they find Mimals also, and now it's Zorark who's trying to run away, but he'll also be eliminated.
amazing.
Cursed, done for, and ORGLESS 5 a brilliant decision to come to take 4 players out, and now it's all up to Lucario. He's surviving. Eldegoss is the one who's annoying him in the meantime. Goku was quick, he wanted to take top lane control, but he quickly sees that they respawn and they're not going to be giving him the advantage. But Prod, he has done enough in terms of distraction that was needed, comes with a cotton crash and takes down Lucario. As long as he survived, he's done his job. But Unite coming in from Mime, trying to take away this Reggie, does not matter. Espeon with the psychic abilities of her own, not the Unite, is able to take up that Reggie Ice, and they will be more than happy. They're like, you're not going to be running away with every fight that you're able to take, but
Yeah.
right now, a chase happening here to eliminate Might. They are trying as much as possible. Oh wait, my bad. To eliminate Goku,
Goku. Yeah.
names got kind of on top of each other, but Goku survives still. He's like, don't worry, I'm close to my goal zone, I'll bring back my teammates to help me out, and that's what happened now. Might, even after having a help coming in from his Blissey, it did not work out.
Amazing performance coming from ORGLESS 5. The way they are able to defend and eventually protect their goal zones are absolutely on point. On the other hand, mine was pretty close to Itachi. Takedown could have been possible. On the other hand, Regieleki gets countered by Tyranitar and Zorak as well. Is trying their level best to actually take down the Regieleki. But if I talk about Snorlax coming up at the close quarters, that's going to be Goku. Well, there we go. The thumping damage comes, but the KO is in the favor of Zorak. And finally, it's Team SATL once again moving up with the Regieleki in the favor.
I mean, ORGLESS 5 took the first Regieleki. This is going to be ACTL finding there first. On
Mm-hmm.
the other end, ORGLESS 5, you see what they're doing. They're just destroying the Regieleki, not even
Yeah.
letting it get to the zone. But with 20 seconds, we are getting to Rayquaza very, very soon. And what is SATL trying to do? Find goals. As we always see, Regieleki is just a distraction these days. Cursed finally managed to run away. Otherwise, the Psyshock, if it was hit, Cursed would have taken down, and it would have been a very crucial KO for ORGLESS 5,
Yeah.
where they could have had an advantage to take out the Rayquaza.
Definitely. For now, ORGLESS 5 is looking more than confident. They are in the mid lanes, and if we talk about Team SATL, they're just getting pushed back to their own respective goal zones. They're trying to be the defenders, not the aggressors at this point. If we talk about the Bari TTV, let's see how far he can actually go. It's a close battle. Definitely, it is a close one. Look at that. There is a lead of only 7 points, and we are left with 1 minute and 50 seconds. Rayquaza chilling it out in the center. Let's see how far this battle goes on. Nobody's focusing on the Rayquaza for now as well. Apart from that, the goals are coming up. Look at that. 186 points coming from Team SATL. Now the lead is already 3 points, and still the attack is getting formed. Oh, look at that. The solar beams and the other attacks are coming up. The knights are coming up. Amazing, man.
Rampage as well as the Unite coming in, Mime with the dance, and they are finding the chaos. Now ORGLESS 5, one after another, is just falling like blocks, but it is all up to one player who's surviving, Goku, along with Vanquisher on this Azumarill. He's trying to do damage as much as possible, but with the Unite and Curse jumps on top of him, and you can see Vanquisher is super low. He's being chased, and that gives a call
Man.
to Tensai. A brilliant confusion ray coming in, and SATL will get this. As we said, is it going to be the ranged attackers coming through, or the
Yes.
all-rounders? All-rounders do all the damage that was needed for SATL to win this Rayquaza, and also most probably closing this match in their favor.
Amazing performance coming from Team SATL. 286 gets another goal zone in the favor. Right now, it's all about the center goal zone. Let's see how far they can actually go. And yes, the goals are getting done. This is not the match where Team ORGLESS 5 is going to shine bright and maybe bounce back. We already knew that SATL can come back with a strong aggression. And look at that. The aggression coming from this particular team is absolutely on point. On the other corner, Prod is just trying to bring back the glory for the team, maybe getting 1 or 2 goals in their favor so that they can actually say that, yes, of course, we performed quite a bit. But getting that was the thing which actually actually changed the tide of this particular tournament.
But also SATL's decision to take the fight immediately rather than waiting for ORGLESS 5 to jump in, and because of that, a 600 goal and a 400 difference in between themselves and ORGLESS 5 is what they've created. And in just 4 seconds to go, there is nothing more that we can expect coming in from ORGLESS 5. They know that they've lost this. It is SATL who are going to be getting back into the game, and made sure what is that the ranged attackers are nullified. If SATL fell, I would say, to that as a target.
Mhm.
They just kept distance and kept fighting. SATL would have lost this. What did they do? They jumped right on the faces of ORGLESS 5. Whether it's a range attack or whether it's a defender, does not matter. We are going to be taking the fight head on to their faces and won it out. And Might, super crucial, as we said. He came up with that rampage when it was much needed, and Tensai with his dance as well on the mime, making sure that both these unites together do effective damage.
Definitely, the damage is done and dusted. You can see that there is a lead of, I guess, close to 397 points in their favor. Team S12 managed it out quite well. See, winning the tournament, winning the BO5s, winning the rounds is not going to matter a bit, because at the end of the day, you have to be in the top eight. And for being in the top eight, goals are also something which is going to matter quite a bit. You have to score an average amount of goals so that you can actually be on top. And that's what Team S12 is trying to go for. In the last one, they were losing it out with only 12 points out of their hands. And in this one, they have maintained a huge comeback. And look at that, how beautifully this was a very close competition until unless the Rayquaza comes in, and Rayquaza was taken down at the 9-minute marker. After that 9-minute marker, the game just completely changed. And with that, SATL manages to bag out more than, like, say, 396 points in their favor and getting the game in their favor.
We mentioned, right, it is all about SATL, who always come back, who always have aggression if they lose
Yeah.
their first game, and that's what they did here. They're like, you took us down on the game, we're not going to be making sure that you win the next one, and the next immediate round is what ORGLESS 5 took. But a brilliant try coming in. You can see Genius as well with assist. Goku again with coming up with assist on the Snorlax. His shield that he used block coming through was good, but it was not enough. And one thing I think it did not work out well in terms of synergy, not that Vanquisher did not do, that Azumarin. You can see he's done damage and also taken damage, but it was not enough to find a lot in terms of value, as well as Itachi, who was pushed off from his Mew because of the ban.
Well, quite an important game coming up from Team S12. They are able to come back, but how far they can actually go is the bigger question for now. Apart from that, if we talk about ORGLESS 5, they did try their level best to actually gain the points, but eventually in this match as well, ORGLESS 5 was waiting for the moment where S12 might actually initiate the attack on Rayquaza and they will be able to chase it out. But it was not possible because what S12 did, they before actually attacking on Rayquaza, they were attacking on this particular team ORGLESS 5, and eventually they were able to give the chaos to every single member. They send them back, and then again manages to attack on the Rayquaza, and just like that, Might and his teammates were able to be on point. But on the other corner, player of the game is going to be Might for sure, with the MVP merit is going to be 79, 135 goals coming from his corner, one knockout, six assists, and the total damage of 56,201.
Brilliant play coming in from Might, as we said, very crucial on the Tyranitar, something that SATL were cooking, and it comes into fruition. Helps them out, both in goals, both in damage. And again, he did not find a lot in terms of knockouts, but he was there to do effective damage. Now, with effective damage, might not give you a correct idea because assist just shows 6 assists, but in a wholesome picture, he was able to push back players, inflict fear to their hearts or to their minds, which was enough for them to run away. But when he was in the Pupitar stage, you saw they were jumping on him. They were like immediately
Yeah,
trying to stomp and make sure that Tyranitar does not come up and evolve very early in those stages, which was crucial for ORGLESS 5
yeah,
as well to keep
definitely.
the game in control. Let's jump back to the highlights, quickly getting an idea for whoever might have missed, or also for a quick glimpse of the best actions.
Well, look at that. The action was absolutely on point. ORGLESS 5 from the start till the end. They were trying their little best to dominate on Team S12. And there was quite a few moments where S12 was getting taken down. Be it Kurz, the Zorak, who tried his level best to survive. But look at that. This exact same moment he was taken down quite an amazing way. That Azumaral worked it quite in a better way. Apart from that, if we talk about like Pokemons like Azumaral, definitely a huge contribution of this particular Pokemon as well for the team ORGLESS 5. And look at that, Snorlax was trying his level best to stop him with the shield, but the ability comes in, Tyranitar moves forward and attacks quite a bit on the Regieleki, but despite of that, they were not able to have this. But this was the moment where the game actually was absolutely on. But look at that, S12 was trying their level best to actually have the goal in their favor, but look at that, how everybody bounced back on this particular goal zone from ORGLESS 5 and was constantly giving the chaos back and forth.
Right now, as we see this match being so close, right, Raider, in especially the starting of entire 7-8 minutes, it was back and forth. It was not looking like one-sided. SATL took Regieleki once, it was ORGLESS 5 took Regieleki once, but it was that one decision which SATL made. Without giving ORGLESS 5 a chance, to walk into Rayquaza's legendary pit and cornering them right close to the bottom lane. And you saw Vanquisher is just running, and in the meantime, you can see another Azumarill. That is another illusion, and that's why I love Zoark to see in these matches. So brilliant action that we did see from SA2L in terms of synergy, communication, of how they relayed to their teammates of where they wanted to fight from. Right, there was a push as we see in the connector region of the bottom lane where players from both SA2L as well as ORGLESS 5 clashed, and in the meantime, what did Zorak do? He pushed from the bottom lane and towards them where they got cornered when players were trying to find a way to run out a safety gate. It was not at all there for ORGLESS 5. But again, it's just one loss. They have 1 point
Yeah.
in their favor. SATUL took 1 point in their favor. They can exchange it back, get back to the game. But ORGLESS 5, now they've understood what their wild card or something that their debut was only good for one round raider.
Well, definitely. Right now, they have to give the comeback, and the PO5 is coming to a BO3 for now, because now even if Oculus 5 wants to win or S12 wants to win, they have to bag out two good matches in their favor. It could be a back to back, or it could be a odd even type of situation coming up from from the corner as well. So looking forward to it, that how the situation may actually come in, and looking forward to the ban phase as well. That which are the two Pokemons which are going to get banned, and which are those five amazing Pokemons which are going to chosen, which are going to get chosen from each side. So definitely these are the two
Yes.
most important thing for now. And after that, using those Pokemons and utilizing them at their peak is going to be very important for their controllers.
Yeah, it's going to be super crucial of how they decide on how the next fights are going to be in terms of the rounds, picks, bans coming through. Because here as well, in terms of not at all having any ranged attackers, we did question how would they play. What did they do?
Mhm.
Decided to not even give them a chance in range. Let's just jump right to their faces. And most of the times, that deadly Psyshock coming in from Gardevoir never found any proper hits. Even when it was used, you saw Zerork was able to immediately run away because of his moves. It does not matter whether his moves hit the opponent, but he also made sure those choices that he took to run away was for the team. And most of the time we saw from SA12, they never were like haphazard in making a fight for a decision, right? Like
Yeah.
no decisions were like immediately intended to a fight, or as soon as they saw a player from maybe Oculus 5, they never decided, oh wait, we'll jump right into the fight. Waited for the opportunity, and when the entire team was ready, set up traps. There were very sneaky traps also set up near the
Yeah,
goal zones,
definitely.
but it actually did not work out. But the fights which went face against each other, cutthroat competition, those ones were very well planned out from SATUL.
Well, honestly, from the start, I believe till the half marker, till the 5 minutes, Oculus 5 was having the kind of aggression in their favor. But after that, SATL caught up to the game, caught up to the game particularly. But we will talk about all of those stuffs. But before that, let's talk about the situation which we are facing for now is going to be the match number three, or should I say round number three of this BO1, BO5 to be precise. And Oculus 5 is ready for with the ban phase. SATL is ready with the ban phase. Sides have again been switched. Oculus 5 sitting in the purple corner, and in the orange corner is going to be SATL. We are waiting for the bans. Let's see which other two Pokemon is going to get banned.
Ban phase done. We see the bans. Orgles 5 coming out with Snorlax, which they themselves were using, and it did not work out. So they feel like maybe SAT will have a better one. Ban that choice that they can take up.
Mhm.
On the other end, SATUL, we saw Mew ban coming through, but this time maybe Itachi is going to be coming up with a ban. With no ban being there, he should be able to select that because Mime is the ban that they have gone for. But looks like
Right.
there is going to be a couple of ranged attackers that SATL want to bring in. And Ghoul, until now we saw him on Lucario, but this time he's decided to play on the Mew, understanding that Itachi might come on the same. But Vanquisher, he's the one who's jumped to the Tyrant Tower.
A crucial game coming up from the corner. Let's see what Genius is going to choose. Goal is ready with the Mew. And if we talk about Might, well, there Lucas comes in. Blissey comes in for Prod, which is important. And apart from that, if we talk about Genius, I believe we are still waiting. And that finally is going to get confirmed that we have got the Dotrio coming up. But what is this? Okay, Darbari is playing with our minds.
That's what they want to do, right? We've also seen that they will pick and play around with Pokemons, the newest additions, but we know they're not
Right.
going to be bringing it. And especially, I got baited once with Pikachu, but we have not seen Pikachu after that. It's going to be
Yeah.
Darbari who's going to be jumping with the Azumarill and Tensai this time, not the Blastoise, but he's going to be coming in Mamoswine. Genius and Prod, they also switch up. Genius is going to be coming in on Dodrio, and Prod, he's going in for a Blissey. So changes, choices, decisions, they're all different. Itachi, I thought because Mew is enabled right now, he should be picking. He goes for the Lucario. So Ghoul and Itachi, just like we spoke about exchange of hands yesterday, the shake hand, it comes down, and Goku, he goes in for the slow bro.
Well, let's see what happens for Curse at this moment. Curse, what Pokemon is he going to choose is going to be very important to watch because that can decide a lot of things. Okay, that's going to be Cinderace, I believe.
He's in the race again, this time not having a Lucario. Okay, but this time at least I feel it's good balance that SAT will have ranged attackers, all rounder, a supporter, and a defender as well. Not speedster, it's okay. But on the other end, it's a double all rounder coming through, heavy hitters especially, and on top of it, they have a Dodrio. So, in terms of the attack, you can expect ORGLESS 5 coming in all direction, and then they'll use their supporters whenever they need it. So, very, I would say, nice picks from both the sides. SAT will
Right.
change their comp in what they want to do in this third round, and on the same case, Orgles 5 want to change something that they want to do. They don't want any range attackers this time. They're keeping it simple, just like how SAT will decided. Only heavy hits. So this heavy hits, let's see how SAT will counter, or SAT will now create range in between themselves or not.
Well, they are trying to keep it simple but effective at this point. So definitely we have to
Yes.
check out that how Acetul is going to turn up and perform the way we wanted
Mhm.
to see. Apart from that, Oculus 5. Well, we have to emphasize on this fact that this is a very important match for Oculus 5 because if they are able to
Yes.
give that counter, they will be having a straight up victory in their favor and
Mhm.
maybe bounce back in the last match as well for the day. But apart from that, Isotul is already leading the charge. They are maintaining their synergy. They are maintaining their average goals as well, which is very important. But apart from that, the game gets started. It's August 5 versus Team SHL. And look at that. They are trying to farm. Same goes for SHL. The Mew comes in, trying to farm. Eldegoss comes in, trying to farm the Pokemons, trying to farm the Ace energy as much as it is possible. On the other corner, let's see how far they can go. First goal zone is going to be 80. And on the other corner, look at that. The Blissey also is trying to attack Slowbro from the other team is also trying to be quite chaotic.
First goal coming in for Orgles 5. Itachi this time, he's not on the move, so he's like on the forefront aggression, dealing damage. But might surprising, he switches up the lane. Generally on the Azumarill, I've seen him on the top lane, but this time wants to help out Darbury. Let's see how. Oh, sorry, not Darbury. It's going to be one of his other teammates. But Chansey right now, who still needs to evolve. He's going in for slaps, all that she could, but finally gets pushed back on the amount of damage that both the players were doing, Gul as well as Darbury. Right now, with the solar beam coming through, it should be an easy experience as well as Aeos Energy Snatch, and yes, they do. There is still not a lot that we'll be talking about the goals, but I feel like SATL are the ones who are having good control and synergy. Dodrio in the meantime, who's leveled up to level 5, they get an understanding. He's trying to jump right into their faces, but with a brilliant light screen and the immediate solar beam coming through, they push back Dodrio, making sure none of their players receive a KO.
Well, definitely they have to be sneaky, and apart from that, be apart from being sneaky, they have to be aware that the damage might actually come from any side. So definitely they have to work on that. On the other corner, Oculus 5 having only 4 points, Team SHL with 6 points. They're not at a lead of very high points. There is not a lot of buffer, but definitely there is a buffer. On the other corner, if we talk about the spin up, let's see how far he can go. Oh, the Pillars Wine comes in for now.
Early stages goal is something that we kind of can let go of. It is all about the
Mhm.
experience. It's all about the initial fight. Who gives away a lot in terms of the XP and levels up better. And looks like
Right.
Dodrio is on that case. But same goes for Curse. He's also on 6. Let's see if Curse will be able to take down one. Yes, he does. And levels up from Raboot to that Cinderace. And now he wants to take on a lot more players. He wants to deal damage, find a lot more chaos. But he needs to understand it's an all-rounder on the other end. Yes, it's still a Pupitar. But this top lane fight, it has become a 3v2 situation. One is going to be a Tyranitar, which is yes, Pupitar stage. So we'll be able to take up damage. And along with Fraud, right? They understand it's not going to be their chance to take this complete control of it. They immediately start jumping into the legendary pit, where they end up seeing, oh no, the Dodrio. They want to take him down again. Itachi is also super low. They do find another KO on Dodrio. Unfortunately, Itachi somehow is able to run away. Prod, unfortunately, will be feeling bad because he was not able to help him out. But this Pupitar, maybe he is the next KO and target. Yes, it is. He also gets this top lane aggression. This Cinderace is now going bonkers and eliminating one after every player from Orgles 5.
Well, it's already started. The carnage is already coming up. Look at the aggression they're getting developed from the teams, particularly Team SHL, with I believe 134 points. They are looking quite amazing at this moment. Eventually, if they will be able to manage like with this kind of performance in their favor, that can be quite an amazing one. Regieliki now gets countered. Look at that. Regieliki is getting damaged. The race is there. Mio finally gets his done, and Regieliki tries to move forward. And if we talk about SHL Cuz and the other guy, they are just trying to be a little bit more sneaky on the other corner. Pillow Swine is also waiting for the moment, but the closeness closeness of Regielli might actually be a little bit more worrisome for the Lucario. And of course, the attacks are coming up. Look at that. Lucario's HP is not looking that great. On the other corner, yes, of course, if I talk about Tensai, he can be KO'd. And yes, I believe the KO is coming up soon enough.
Yeah, it is. Tensai is down. But along with that, Lucario is also down. But Dodrio comes in, switches up, and it's a fight with the speedster and the ranged attacker. And with that such close fight coming through, it is most probably Dodrio. Yes, he gets it, a 2 KO streak. And now Goku, he's fighting with Regieliki alone. And sitting in the goal zone is where he is fighting. But look at what is going to be happening. Oh, he had to use his Unite, the triple stamp coming through to run away, not to do any kind of damage. That tells you how worried he is for his team. He needs to be sure that he does not give away his experience, but he's again looking forward to pushing up, finding somehow to get that goal in.
Quite an important matchup coming up from the team, particularly. Look at that. If we talk about Genius, he's trying to be on the back foot along with Itachi. That's the Lucario, trying to find a way where they can really go ahead and goal. Apart from that, yes, of course, the push from Eldragoz and the other Mew is actually coming up for sure. The attack is going to be quite amazing. Look at that. If we talk about the core Pokemons of team ORGLESS 5, they're pretty much consistent and pretty much trying their level best to survive at this point. Apart from that, if we talk about the top corner, look at that. The Azumarill, if I'm not wrong, is pretty much ready on the top corner, but he finds his way. He's trying to come in the mid lane and maybe give a fight and maybe help the team to survive a bit.
Let's see whose fight it is going to be. Right now, SATL look brilliantly in control. Vanquisher finally on the Tyrant R stage with around 10 seconds to go on both top and bottom lane. It's about the Regis to be spawned. But look at this, Darbari is just acting as a bait. And now there's a Rampage coming through. And there is going to be the Mammoth Smash. But it's finding some value. But because most of them are the tankers, he does not find any in terms of his KO. As well as his teammates could not help him out. Regia is again being spawned at the bottom. It is going to be a Regieliki on top. Where it is a fight between Dodrio. That is going to be none other than we saw Genius. And it is going to be Might. Let's see if somebody will go down. But in the bottom lane, it is going to be a brilliant fight where the Ghoul's Solar Beam connects, finds one KO on Lucario. Unfortunate, Lucario is also going down one after another, but Vanquisher, he gets blocked. He's right now being stomped and he will be KO'd. A brilliant play coming in from Tensai, and now an easy take on this Regice as everybody will be full healed. A brilliant play coming through, and now they want to get the goals in. They will be able to do it, and Lucario might just go down again. Itachi needs to fight for his life, fight for survival, but it is getting a little bit difficult. Thankful they get the Blissey with the egg bombs coming through, and as well the Tyrant are being respawned.
Amazing performance coming up, no doubt on that. Team SATL is having the lead in their favor for now.
Oh, yes.
But if the Rayquaza comes in, that can be quite critical if Team ORGLESS 5 will be able to catch up on it. But after watching two good matches, two good rounds of ORGLESS 5, I don't think so ORGLESS 5 is the one who is going to initiate the attack for now. But maybe they will be, they are thinking for that particular persistency from the corner. Regieliki is also there. If they are actually going to attack on it, that could be a probable cause of chaos coming up. But Prod gets connected with the Solar Beam. Prod is not looking that great at this moment. Yes, of course, he could be taken down. The HP is not looking that great, but Tensai finds his way for the goals. But, the slow bro Sanitar, everybody comes in, tries to deflect, and yes, of course, they were able to successfully defend their goal zones.
Look at what happens because of this. The top is completely opened up. Regieliki is free to grab, and that's what SATL are jumping. A brilliant play from them, even though they could not get and push to the goal zone in the bottom and get that goal done, but they were able to get closer to Regieliki. Unfortunately, they were unable to score the goal, and right now Dodrio is back. He's going to be vastly looking forward to eliminating this Regieliki and making it an ally, as well as the egg bombs coming through, but Might with the Aqua Tail trying to push them back as much as possible, and a brilliant Pyro Ball coming through to kick right Regieliki to become an ally. And right now ORGLESS 5 still being pushed back, and look at this Tyranitar. No, he might be just KO'd, but before that Itachi finds one on Mew, very crucial one, but Might is not letting them run away along with the help of the Cinderace coming through. Curse does get that Tyranitar out.
Indeed, a beautiful level of anticipation is coming up. 125 points coming from ORGLESS 5. They are starting it off quite well. Aggression is coming up from their corner. They're trying to defend their goal zones. Meanwhile, Sobro is on the bottom lane along with Lucario. On the top lane, we are looking up to Dodrio and the other Pokemons as well. Well, it calls, okay, I believe Regirock, whatever comes in on the bottom corner is also here. Apart from that, if we talk about Vanquisher, he's trying to just farm and gets the 43 years energy in his favor. Let's see, is it possible for Vanquisher to go ahead and goal down? because Cinderace, he's waiting.
Are SATL going to do the same thing this time as well? Not let ORGLESS 5 get even closer,
Rayquaza.
initiate the fight. Rayquaza is here. This is the final stretch. Who gets the upper hand? They're just buying time, making sure that ORGLESS 5 do not get closer to Rayquaza, but the Lucario is trying to push. But in the meantime, look at what Genius does. He goes in for a goal, gets one, destroys the zone, but right now he needs to push for a lot more. He has closed the gap a little bit, that's
Mew.
all. But Mew is on the chase, but still another 22 gets scored. They have to find a way to eliminate this. Another couple
What?
of goals being scored, and now ORGLESS 5 in the driver's seat, at least in terms of the difference. SATL somehow need to finish this fight off, otherwise it's going to be difficult, and they find that first KO. Genius is out, and this is their time to immediately start chiming in, jumping up with their unites. They've not even used one of their. Same goes on the other end. ORGLESS 5 also not used their one, but in the meantime, finally, the unites are about to come out. Curse, he's being chased. He needs to use his unite, but unfortunately, the unite from the other end gets used. Tyranitar comes up with a rampage, looking forward to KO. Eldegoss with a cotton cloud crash, uses that, gets one for himself, but right now Might, he'll be thrown egg bombs on his face and he will be eliminated. Unfortunate, but the Mew is still alive with that solar beam coming through, doing damage as much as possible, but it is being chased. Vanquisher on the other end, he's still playing around the Rayquaza pet. He'll be finally taking a respawn, back, healing, and getting back into the position of the legendary pit. But in the meantime, look at the play where Dodrio is. Genius is back on attack.
Well, for now, ORGLESS 5 is at a lead, and they are actually having a very beautiful lead for now. But moving forward, let's see how
30
far they can go.
seconds.
Is it possible for Team SHL to bounce back in these 20 seconds? They can easily go for the top lane, but let's see what happens. Now they are trying to focus on the Rayquaza. If Rayquaza gets in their favor, that could be the game changer for the team, but eventually the time is something which is also
Oh
running out.
no! A brilliant unite was about to be used, but they KO'd that Cinderace
Tyranitar
immediately.
from
Curse
top
did
lane.
not get anything, and now there is no score that they could do. Whereas
That's it.
ORGLESS 5 get a big 50 on Vanquisher. A brilliant play coming in from his end. ORGLESS 5 understanding that SATL are not giving them chance to fight or take down the Rayquaza. Let's just find a way where we are KOing them and also immediately jump to their goal zone, and especially their top goal zone still being there gives Tyranitar, that is going to be Vanquisher, an advantage, and that was his only goal. 325, and ORGLESS 5 get back into the game.
Wow, amazing performance coming from Team ORGLESS 5 despite of not having the Rayquaza in the favor. They were not even focusing on that. They were just trying to actually deviate Team SHL on attacking the Rayquaza and maybe getting it in their favor.
Yeah.
So they did it quite beautifully. They got the KOs and there were a hell lot of KOs coming up from that particular corner. And finally, it's ORGLESS 5 once again with the 2-1 in the favor. And it's all about the next match. There is a possibility in the next match ORGLESS 5 is going to counter that and maybe get this particular BO5 in their favor. But if SHL comes back, it will be an amazing head start once again.
Back and forth, best of fives today as well. Looking forward to going both the ways. Brilliant fight right as of now, and let's see how it kind of progresses from here on, Raider. Because as we said, right, it's not going to be an easy one coming through. Both the sides did do justice in terms of pulling their fights in their own corners, but unfortunate for SATL, even after getting Regieleki twice, which was the same case in the first one as well, where it was still ORGLESS 5 getting the victory. Again, here, no Rayquaza from any of the sides, but what did ORGLESS 5 do better is getting the goals in. And this is the same way they won the previous time as well, Raider. That Dodrio, annoying, especially with that advantage of getting
Hmm.
goals in.
Yeah.
ORGLESS 5 make beautiful advantage of it. Even if Vanquisher could not get 100 in, it was still ORGLESS 5 winning this match out.
Well, when the Dotrio went in on the bottom lane, eventually scored the goal. That was the moment where I guess SATL's goal, that's the Mew, got fluctuated. And after that, the energy that they were trying to put forth to just go ahead and get the KOs done, it was getting separated. And the team SATL went on in a defensive mode. And that defensive mode didn't work out for them because Tarantar went out and eventually scored 100 from his corner as well. And that's how this particular whole round is in the favor of Team Ogles 5 with a beautiful
I
consistency,
think
with a beautiful aggression. Yeah.
one thing I need to say is for Prod here, look at the
Mm-hmm.
damage and recovery. That
Mm-hmm.
180,000 damage that he took, and on top
Mm-hmm.
of that 90,000 recovery. Again,
Amazing.
Goku was very crucial. Goku played really, really well, but
Yeah.
was it enough? Yes, because on the slow bro, he was able to delay things from happening, especially with his telekinesis coming through. He stopped Might right between the Rayquaza battle, and that is where they got the advantage. And yes, MVP points might not be a lot, but it is enough for them to win that out. Goals and assists might not say a lot, but why MVP? Because the overall picture is the reason right now ORGLESS 5 get the advantage. They were able to delay because of Goku or for anything that SATUL wanted to do.
A beautiful competition indeed coming from Team STL's corner. In the start, they were actually leading quite a bit after the 6-7 minute marker when we were coming very close to the Rayquaza getting spawned.
Mhm.
After that, I believe Honest 5 deciphered a new strategy where they were just trying to go ahead and go all guns blazing, and meanwhile, leaving Dodrio on the edges, on the bottom lane or the northern lane, on the, let's say, should I say, top lane, so that he can score the goals. And that's what Dodrio did. On the bottom lane, he was able to score the goal, and after that, Mew got distracted from Team STL. That was goal. He was trying his level best to defend the goal, and these are the feelings which was quite good.
Yes, they are. But right now, we'll be
Mhm.
jumping to a small break. So don't go anywhere. You saw it already before. So we'll take a small break because this match is not yet done. See you after this break.
After a short break, we are back again with the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, and this is national playoffs. And we are looking up to a very strong competition between
Mhm.
two giants, and that's SATL versus August 5. Well, for now, a quick recap for you: August 5 is winning the 2 rounds in their favor, and
Yeah.
SATL has only got only one. And next 2 rounds may actually decipher who is going to be the winner.
I mean, how the tides have turned. Just like
Mhm.
when ranged attackers were picked from ORGLESS 5, it did not work out. SATUL were able to get right to their faces and fight out. But here,
Yep.
I want to say the ranged attackers, a well balanced pick coming through with all rounders as well. Look like SATUL have a good control of it. And they did have as well. They did
Precisely.
have the lead as well on the goals. But it was the last fight which ORGLESS 5 pushed right to the faces of SATUL when the Rayquaza pit around the legendary pit. It worked out in their favor. A double unite move working together, one from the Tyranitar, other from his teammate. That just did the damage. I mean, Rayquaza would have also been stolen with
Hmm.
Cinderace that was cursed, who used his unite move, the kick coming through, but unfortunate they stopped it before he completed that kick. But right now, let's jump right into the next round with the bans
All
as well
right.
coming through.
Well, indeed, the ban phase is coming up. SHL is sitting in the purple corner. Ogles 5 is sitting in the orange corner, waiting for the ban phase to get over. And we'll see who are the two Pokemons which will not see this particular round in the favor. So, moving up ahead, if I talk about the pick phase, it will come. But before that, the ban phase, waiting for it. But remember, guys, the battle arena is going to be Thea Sky Ruins. And 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 seconds to go. We'll see very soon. Okay, Dodrio coming for Team SHL. And I believe that's Tyranitar for Team Ogles 5.
Yes, ban ORGLESS 5 this time. They don't want SATL bringing back the Tyranitar
Yeah, exactly.
and making sure that they did not get another loss. They want to close it out. SATL on the other end finally want to put a stop to Genius running everywhere on Dodrio. Good bans from both the ends, good decisions. Vanquisher.
Mhm.
But again, switching to that Eldegoss, he's doing really well in terms of the damager, but right now
Mhm.
wants to play a little bit passive, being the supporter and a healer. Goku goes on that block machine, if you want to call him, the Snorlax coming out, but Might, he actually switches. I thought maybe he went for an attacker or still would stick on to the Azumarill. He changes to a Mime.
The mime is coming up on the other corner Tensei. I guess he's teasing the Gardevoir, and Goal goes in for the Mew, just like he did in the previous one. So definitely a huge, I guess let's say anticipation is there for Team STL that how they're going to perform. And apart from that, if I talk about Genius and Prod, let's see what are the Pokemons of their favor. For now, let's see what they're going to choose. On the other corner, if I talk about Prod, he's also waiting the timers to come in.
Now, with Prod picking up Lucario, things get
And
even
Decidueye.
more interesting. And Genius on the Decidueye. Genius has been genius in the entire Orgles 5 fights
Yeah.
on Pokemons he's played. Found value at all times, and now with the Decidueye is such a big range attacker. I understand Tensai is there with Gardevoir as well, but I feel these arrows coming out from Decidueye is even more effective. It finds the right target, and especially the critical damage
What?
is a lot more. But Curse switching to a Dragonite, and I have not seen Dragonite throughout this entire tournament for some time, and I'm also kind of was about to just forget it, but he brings it out here with Darbari going to the Slowbro, just like how we saw a Slowbro coming in from Orgles 5, found the telekinesis when the fight was going on, and denied Might from taking on the fight on Rayquaza, and that switch up can actually pay dividends for them. Let's see if it'll work for SATL. On the other end, Orgles 5 with the last pick on Itachi coming on Sizer.
Amazing performance is awaiting, but at this moment, the shifts coming up of Decidueye coming from Genesis Corner and Dragonite being chosen by Acetyl Curse might actually change the things quite a bit. So this is definitely a moment where I guess Acetyl will be able to bounce back. The way they are actually choosing their Pokemons, the way they are trying to pick up the fight and eventually maintain their consistency as well. That's absolutely amazing. But apart from that, the thing that actually I'm loving is the favoring, or should I say, the synergy of Ogles 5. It is
Mhm.
working out quite well for them.
Let's see how it works out. Both the teams have come in with balance in terms of the
Yeah.
Pokemons that they want. So I really like how the pick phase is. Looking forward to them. But what would they do next is that's in my mind. Whereas there is supporters, defenders coming in, as well as in terms of all rounders and attackers. There's a double
Mhm.
range attacker coming through from on SATL's end. On the other
Yeah.
end, it's only Decidueye that they're relying on, so heavy hitters such as Lucario and Sizer both are there. The bullet punches coming through, and I'm looking forward to how much more Ogles 5 can do to close it right here, because they're the ones right at the cliff to jump and get the victory. On the other end, it is SATL fighting to survive, fighting to not fall off from the sword. So it's a very intense and a tough battle here in this fourth round. Will it be pushed to the fifth round? What do you think, Raider?
I guess there is a probability because right
Okay.
now the Pokemons that these guys are trying to choose and eventually trying to switch up the strategies, there is a possibility where SATL is going to win this for sure,
Hmm.
and maybe we are going to witness a fifth one. So my I guess prediction is going to be there that yes, of course, we might actually go for the fifth round.
I feel so too. But we have a quick notification or an update for
All
all the
right.
viewers. There has been a little bit of a glitch, so we'll be quickly getting all the players back in to start the game. So you will face a minute of a delay. So don't worry about it in that terms. But we'll in this time we'll use of what can be done from either of these teams, Raider, in terms of the
Yeah.
Pokemons that we saw. I just spoke about how effective Decidueye can be, but with both Gardevoir and Mew, one Psyshock, and in the same lane where the Psyshock is getting its hits on the opponent, Solar Beam also hits. I feel like an instant KO can be seen coming in from SATUL. And on top of it, they do also have Dragonite. Now, Dragonite
Well,
comes
yeah.
in, there is a little more space to play with, and a lot in terms of damage, the heavy hit that we were talking about. Now, Dragonite might just be the curveball that SATUL needed to get back into the game. Because throughout today, as well as the previous matches, we have not seen Dragonite at all until now in Pokemon Unite India Open. Previously, yes, I have seen it. People have used it. Sometimes it was actually a standstill in the meta where many of the players would use it with Hoopa coming into the picture as well. We have seen
All
Hoopa
right.
a couple of times. So, Dragonite
Yeah.
coming in right now, I want to see what special they have planned for this. Because just as we said, right, constant Tyranitar bans, and then they pick up the Tyranitar and immediately get that victory. But after that, they let go of the Tyranitar. It does not work for them. Let's see what they do with Dragonite this time.
Well, definitely Dragonite, Dragonair, whatever comes in, it will be absolutely amazing to see that how the
Hmm.
performance will go on. But one thing I would like to ask you, Sam, that what is the advantage of having Decidueye in the roster?
Now, as I said, right, there is going
Hmm.
to be the ranged hits that
Yeah.
Decidueye can do. The arrows
Hmm.
are super effective, especially the Spirit Shackle coming through. If you connect it properly, and it gives you an advantage in also striking them with critical damage, you're
Okay.
most probably going to be hitting, taking for example, you're fighting an attacker. Now, whether it's Gardevoir that you're facing or Mew, if it hits them and if they're on the same level as you, that one arrow can put those two of one of those two ranged attackers to one fourth of their HP, meaning that the next immediate hit from any of your teammates, even a couple of basic hits, can be an instant KO, send them back to their spawn. And that is what I'm going to be really loving with the Decidueye. But again, it needs to be effective. They need to find a way. And on top of it, you keep seeing, right, with Decidueye, what they do better is just like the other times when they don't have a Decidueye, they have to literally go to the tall grasses and
Yeah.
search where the nearest opponent Pokemon is. But with
Exactly.
Decidueye, they have a Shadow Sneak. With that Shadow
Oh.
Sneak, quickly it'll go towards the nearest Pokemon and get to know where they're hiding or where they're coming in from. So maybe if they want to go in for a bottom lane push, or if they want to go for like a Rayquaza attack in the final stretch, they will get a
Hmm.
quick intimation of where that opponent Pokemon is maybe hiding or coming in from, at least for one Pokemon.
Well, that's great. This attacker is absolutely on point on its, I guess, performance. But right now, we have to actually admit one more thing that if ORGLESS 5 is unable to use this amazing Pokemon at its peak potential, it will be a worthless, I guess, let's say, pick coming from the corner because you have to learn the meta at which you have to use it. Who is going to be the
Hmm.
supporter at the back end? And definitely, I guess, along with these things, because I don't think so that endurance is going to be that much for Decidueye.
Um, Endurance is going to be a problem because
Yeah,
again,
definitely.
ranged attacker a little bit squishy.
Hmm.
Especially being a bird, I will still say squishy, just as similar as Gardevoir. Maybe
Yeah.
in between Gardevoir, Mew, and Decidueye, I would give a little bit of an advantage for Decidueye. But again, being a ranged attacker, it still feels like even if Decidueye gets targeted, especially in terms of range, if the fight comes through, maybe it survives. But if it's like Lucario jumping right on the face on their faces, and then the immediate next attack coming from the opponent as well, it's going to be too tough with Sizer also being on the cards. Both of them will be looking forward to one punches, another one kicks coming through on Lucario. So I hope they are kind of ready to move away from it. I mean, yes, kicks mainly from Cinder Race, it's not there here, but the mashes coming in from Lucario is what I'm going to be looking forward to. So let's wait and watch if it's going to be happening. But quickly, again, jumping back into the draft phase, as we said, we're going to quickly
All right.
rehost back into the game very soon. Quickly get a glimpse if they have made changes or not this time. Starting off again with the ban phase.
Well, definitely the ban phase about to be here in 20 seconds. We'll get to know that which are the two Pokemons getting banned. This could be same pretty much. And apart from that, if we talk about the picks coming up from the pick phase, we have to look into that as well. But 10 more
Do
seconds
you
to go. We'll look into it.
do you think the
But
bans are going to be the same Raider?
I guess so.
Should be the case. I
Yeah.
don't think they will go for the change.
Yeah.
We're done. Yes, the
Yeah.
instant bans
Let's see.
coming through. Oglesford do not want SATL getting a Tyranitar. Don't you?
Yeah.
SATL do not want any of those shenanigans. So, in terms of
Exactly.
Pokemon picks as well, I feel like they should be the same. Wait,
Hmm.
might? Teasing us? Okay. It was not Might picking it, so that's the reason he was teasing us with the Machamp. But Vanquisher, he is on the Sizer.
Well, the Sizer is coming up. Goku once again may actually go for the Snorlax. Let's see what happens. Is it going to be a possibility where the Snorlax might actually come for us? And yes, of course, the Snorlax is going to be there. On the other corner, Tensai. Well, he is about to choose the Mime.
Mime.
And apart from that, Goal is going to go for the Mew. And Decidueye once again comes in. I guess Decidueye is the answer for a ban of Dodrio, because then again, it can attack from the ranged areas.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
with its Unite coming through,
Mm-hmm.
Decidueye, just
Knock,
like
knock.
we saw the triple tram coming through, right? Immediately
Mm-hmm.
running right to their faces,
Mm-hmm.
Decidueye pulls out numerous arrows at once,
Yeah.
starts dishing them right to their faces, and an instant knock knock
Yeah.
is what we are going
Exactly.
to be
That's what
seeing.
the yeah, that's what the move is called, and
Hmm.
I guess that's exactly what is going to happen. The players are going to get taken down. Apart from that, if we're talking about Itachi, Lucario comes in, Elder goes for Prod. That's definitely an amazing aspect of this particular matchup. Let's see how the whole situation goes on. 20 more seconds to go for the final preparations. And then we might see very soon that how the fights are going to get contemplated, how the players are actually going to tease around their Pokemons particularly, but Darbari having the slow bro. Well, definitely I hope so that there is actually going to be an advantage, but might he's going for the Machamp. What do you think, Sam? At this moment, Machamp can actually help out.
I think just as I spoke about Itachi, right, coming up with the
Yeah.
punches,
Mm-hmm.
Might is like, I think I should also deliver a couple of punches. And we have seen already Ghoul picking up Lucario.
Right.
There's like, let's try to play with another one. There are a lot of punches that we have, especially with Urshifu also being one of the newest ones. Not
Okay.
gonna be a Pokemon that they'll be playing in this tournament, but there is Machamp coming out with a Machamp who already has a victory belt on himself. Maybe SAT will want this victory in this fourth round.
Definitely, it's needed for STL right now. If STL is able to come back in this particular round, we as a fan or as a audience, as a caster, would love to see that there is a spirit coming from STL. They are still hoping for the fifth one to go on and maybe in their favor. But August 5, the way they are actually trying to overcome everything, well,
Hmm.
that's important, because in the second match, what we saw, Sam, that there was a Rayquaza in the favor of STL, and that's how they changed the game.
Yes.
But in the third round, what happened? As Oculus 5 already knew that yes, of course, SATL is going to wait out and maybe give us the KOs and then again go for the Rayquaza. So what they did, they already moved in the Dodrio and eventually move forward from that particular corner. So that's definitely going to be quite important to watch out. Machop goes in, but gets connected quite a bit by Sizer. But Sizer is basically like, you go ahead, I'll also go ahead and plant some goals.
Exchange of goals coming in the early stages, but I'm pretty sure both of them will also be looking for farming. Better farming coming here from the chop. Very soon we should be seeing the Macho coming through and then the Machamp as well. But in the meantime, a three-man push coming on the top lane where they switch things and now they want to punish that Macho, but immediately it is right now getting back.
Macho.
It is going to be able to take a lot more damage because then it's a all-rounder, not a ranged attacker. But in the meantime, they punish the Slowpoke at least. So it's all up to Might to take all this barrage of damages. So he's somehow trying to
Genius.
isolate the players. Genius trying to slowly go in for a goal, but a brilliant Machoke play coming through. Finds one knock. He's chasing for another knock on that LD Ghost, not letting Prod run away. But somehow Prod, oh wait, he's thinking of running away, but he's caught. Another KO coming through. Goku looking forward to also try and survive, but Might able to punch him out as well. But Might says, too much. I've already gotten a 3 KO streak. Let me not overextend it. And now SATUL, brilliant advantage they would have gotten because of this Machoke Might leveling up so early on, causing trouble for ORGLESS 5.
Well, definitely, the level of Pokemons can actually be quite a troublesome situation for a team. Oculus 5 at this point. If we talk about Itachi, the Lucario moves forward, tries to farm a bit. On the other one, the Snorlax tries to be quite chaotic, but there we go. Another KO comes in. I believe this particular KO is definitely going to move on quite a few journeys. But Goku tries to move forward. The shields are very important for this guy, particularly. He can easily go ahead and maintain the consistency for the team. Meanwhile, Machop on the other corner is trying his best to farm. 25 players on energy is already there, looking for the 30.
Might is
But
literally
goals!
looking like a karate master, and now he's going to be trying to eliminate Vanquisher. Vanquisher is also an all-rounder, so will be able to take damage and run away. But in the meantime, Decidueye, as soon as it gets to its Decidueye form, finds one KO, eliminates a player, and Gardevoir, super crucial. Still not Gardevoir. Very soon we will be seeing as soon as it is reached 8 and 9 level. But they have to be worried about that. As long as Gardevoir keeps getting knocked and eliminated, it cannot level up, and its effectiveness will eventually fall down because ORGLESS 5 would have leveled up better.
But on the other corner, the Reggie Seal Reggie Lake about to come in, so we'll have to look into it. and he was going to conquer it. But that was an amazing jump coming from Goku. He was able to escape from the attack of, I guess, that Decidueye, but Decidueye gets taken down once again with the Mew. That Solar Beam was working on point. On the other corner, Itachi and the other guys, Slowbro and the one, they had to fall back because the damage was absolutely on point. Look at that, 62 points SHL is coming up with those. Hourglass 5 with only 35, but at this moment I would not predict that SHL is going to win this one or they are dominating for now, because we have seen Hourglass 5 turning the tides in the last few seconds, last few minutes.
Let's see what happens. But for now, Reggie Ice is going to be going in the favor of SFPL. Now it's all up to the Reggie Eliki on top. But look at the streak coming in on Mew. Ghoul is like, you saw a couple of our players playing Mew. Let me show a lot more. And now they're looking into destroying the bottom zone. And SATL destroys ORGLESS 5, looking a little bit vulnerable here. Macho complete control of the top lane. But he's already evolved. He's now a champ looking forward to scoring a lot more, destroying a lot more of the players. Tensai slowly trying to sneak up. He saw that there was a crossover coming in and quickly going in and using the goal assist to go score with his teammate, get a lot more, and SATL already in a big lead. But Darbari right now, he's been blocked and Lucario is trying to take advantage of it. Block just goes away, but a brilliant slam comes through. But he still survives, using the surf to try and run away, and Ghoul is here. Itachi needs to run away from it. Itachi is getting hit from the range that is coming in. He finally comes in with the punches, but it is not going to be enough because a punch with that range attacker comes through and he does damage, and that's going to be Lucario out. And now SATL have complete charge, but in the meantime what happens is Reggie Eliki gets taken from ORGLESS 5. So at least to turn the tide around and buy some time for themselves, ORGLESS 5 create this pocket of breath, but it's not at all working. They think that Reggie Eliki will drag the attention of SATL, but not the case. But look at the Unite coming through, knock trying to hit them, but it's still not working. They're still trying to survive as much as possible. Mime was the first KO, but everybody else started retreating. They annoyed them. Oh wait, actually another one also goes down. Unfortunate for Darbari over there. But top lane control, it is not at all lost.
Yeah, definitely. Mew is there. Machamp is actually there trying his level best to counter the particular fight. See how far he can go is the bigger question at this moment. Look at that. But Machamp gets taken down. Decidueye was able to actually take him apart on the other corner. The lead Decidueye is having is quite amazing, but eventually the half-minute marker is already done. And now I believe once again ORGLESS 5 will be able to bounce back the way they were doing in the past two matches.
Barely runs away. Goku somehow managed to survive. Ghoul in the meantime gets hit by the Shadow Sneak, slows down for some time, but his teammates are there to help him out. And look at what Darbari does. He's like understanding the top lane is not working out. Let me just jump into the bottom lane and keep a lookout on that, because they do not want to lose their goal zones. In the meantime, everybody is targeting this Machamp because they understand how much damage Might can do, and he's coming in with all the punches, cross chops coming through, but they're still able to push him and try to do a lot more damage. Finally, Ghoul coming in with Solar Beam, but it is not enough. And look at Might, he's not even getting a chance to get his hit through. That Goku is doing so much in damage. Finally now they will be chasing Goku, looking for doing damage. Side Shock comes through along with a Solar Beam to complement, and they finally eliminate Goku. But Itachi is here looking forward to trying and stopping things, but they're already getting the goals in, along with Darbari also getting a goal, trying for it at least, but it does not work out. But in the meantime, what does Might do? He's like, I'm going to be helping you get a KO, and Lucario is out, exchanging the blow immediately. Ghoul is super low, so he immediately backs off. And what does happen? Tensai, he's like, it's okay Ghoul, you back off, I'm here as the supporter. Uses his moves and gets a 2 KO streak for himself and pushes all the players from ORGLESS 5 back to their bases.
Indeed, a beautiful performance coming up. Team SHL is looking quite strong at this point. ORGLESS 5, they have to win this one so that they can seal the deal for now. But is it possible? Not looking that great. And eventually the shifts of Pokemon are something which is absolutely working out for Team SHL. That the Machamp from the start was able to dominate quite a bit. On the other corner, the KO comes in. They've got the advantage. SHL once again is able to just, let's say, outperform the team. On the other corner, Decidueye was able to take down the Reggie Eliki, and now Reggie Eliki is going to outperform. Machamp on the other corner also gets taken down. The top corner, the top lane is pretty vulnerable.
I'm not too sure what's going to be happening right now. As you mentioned, yes, Reggie Eliki gives them an advantage, takes down the first goal zone of SHL. But Prod, he thought he should sneakily get a 37 scored in. It's not going to be happening. He's gained this damage. He will survive. Darbari also trying to go for a chase, but Darbari right now, he'll be chased if he doesn't run away, because there is Sizer. Bullet punches will come through. And ORGLESS 5 as well. They do not chase him. They're like, let's level up. there might be a trap, there might be a four-man stack ready, but in the meantime, it is Decidueye who's also leveling up, and they need to be worried about this Decidueye. You saw the knock coming, doing so much damage, because of which ORGLESS 5 are still in the game. 20 seconds on the clock, we're going to be seeing the Rayquaza come out anytime soon, and both the teams ready with their unites. It's only Darbari who needs to get his unite, and I'm pretty sure he'll get it. He should be somewhere around 80-90, but look at what ORGLESS 5's decision is. They want to jump into the battle very soon, looking forward to doing the damage. Vanquisher comes in his bullet punches but does not connect, and it is going to be Darbari running away. But look at what Vanquisher is doing.
Vanquisher.
Oh, he sees Machamp over there, tries to take an early head-on fight, but it does not work out at all, and Machamp pushes him back.
But for now, Team Acetyl is at the lead, but let's see what happens at the last minute marker. On the other corner, Sizer comes in, tries to attack, tries to devour the fight particularly. Mime is also doing his charm on the other corner. Goal is also coming to good, amazing moves.
Oh, Gardevoir, what a play coming through from SHUL. They get a big unite through where the power nap was taken. A huge fight from Sizer was also being dealt, and they get that KO'd. And in the meantime, it was Decidueye who was trying to run away. And what does Machamp do? He's an all-rounder against a ranged attacker, takes those punches right to his faces, gets an uppercut, and gets a knock. And SHUL, in the meantime, get that Rayquaza done dusted in their favor and have the advantage of putting the goal in. But Darbari, unfortunate at all times. They always do this. Crunch him to a wall and then immediately knock. But this time, it does not matter. SATL are able to get to the zones. They're getting the goals in, and they're looking unstoppable at this time. But look at the stop as well coming in from ORGLESS 5. They want to put a stop to it. They're able to destroy this Rayquaza advantage that was there for some time. But there's already a 515 which has been goal. And now all SAT will have to do is guard their remaining goal zones. They should not, in the next 40 seconds, let ORGLESS 5 get anything through.
A brilliant performance coming from this particular team. SATL has already done the job which was needed at this point. And yes, our predictions of having the 5th round is for sure coming up to a truth. And on the other corner, if I talk about Slowbro, Darbari once again trying his level best to actually maneuver the fights and eventually be at the favorable spot. Eventually, if I talk about Prod and the other guys, they're trying their level best to score the goals, and they are pretty much successful in it, but they won't be able to touch that 515 marker, I think so. And if there is a possibility, let's see what Prod and the other guys are going to go for. And Machamp comes in. Machamp is trying his level best to devour on the other corner. Yes, of course, if I talk about Mew, well, the damages are for sure coming up. The timer is running out, and Team SATL is once again going to bag a beautiful round. It is actually coming up like one for ORGLESS 5, one for SATL, and then again ORGLESS 5 bounces back, and after that, once again, it's SATL bouncing back.
Man, what a play coming in from both SATL and ORGLESS 5. Not at all stepping down. Going bang on against their opponents, and brilliant play coming through. That range attacker and all-rounder setup coming through. Well balanced is the play that they went for, and it worked out. Tensai, huge credits for him. We saw him at all times being available for his team, not only for taking KOs but also assisting. 7 is what he has. On top of it, he also has 141 goals, but big credits for both Ghoul and Might for getting multiple KOs done. And Darbari and Cursed. Look at the number of assists, 14, 11, and that helps out to get that knockouts done. So SATL played really well to make a comeback, but on the other end, ORGLESS 5 tried. You could see Vanquisher and Itachi trying their best, Prod helping them as a supporter, but it was not enough. The main thing that did not work out was Genius on that Decidueye. Did try his best, but eventually there was not effective arrows coming out from that Decidueye.
I mean, that's what I asked you, Sam, that eventually, even if you have a great Pokemon in your favor, if you don't know the meta and the time period and the support and the right support is not there for you, I don't think so that Pokemon is going to be that worthy for the particular fight. So that's what happened to the Decidueye as well. I guess the advantage was there pretty much, but they were unable to enact on it. On the other corner, after getting the Rayquaza, Decidueye had a sudden jump. But before that, they were also leading.
Yes.
Up to that, if we talk about Tensai, he's the one who is going to be the player of the match.
Brilliant play coming in from him, and you can see he's taken damage, dealt damage both equally. But Ghoul and Might, same 68,000 damage. But Cursed, this is why we say that all-rounders, attackers need to play together. Attackers, both Ghoul and Cursed did damage, and Might was able to immediately capitalize. Cursed as well took knockouts that he could, but here you could see there is no a lot of healing in terms of recovery that you can see, because there is no such recovery agent. On the other end, Prod being there gets 66,000 recovery for his team, but it was not enough because there was no value that we could kind of see coming out with Prod helping their teammates out. Nonetheless, SATUL are still pushing. They know how crucial this match is to get at least 1 point, because yesterday as well they were denied. MVP Tensai, huge credits to you, but it depends on this fifth round. This man needs to step up along with his entire team, and then only we might end up seeing SATUL getting the round.
Well, definitely, this is the match. This is the round which actually bring back the motivation and the glory and the aggression from this particular team. But we have to check out that how far they can actually go. Even though team, I believe Oculus Five is able to win the two rounds, but they are unable to secure as many goals, which is important to be in the top eight in the
Hmm.
leaderboard. So definitely, I guess in the standings, somewhere around Oculus Five, even if they win this with BO5, it's not going to be that favorable for them. Apart from that, if we talk about Team SHL, whenever they are losing, well, that's another thing. Whenever they are winning with a beautiful
Oh
margin, and they're
yes,
scoring more than 500 goals.
I think SATL should not be allowed to get chaos early on. That knockouts
Yeah.
coming through, they should not be allowed. You saw Machop earlier got that advantage, and I think that's where everything started falling south. Even in this fight, it was Genius trying to get a goal in, gets punished for it on that Machok, and when it became Macham, it was just too intense. And at the chase, literal karate master coming through with brilliant chops and knocks coming through.
Well, definitely, it was quite amazing to see that how SFL was able to reflect the fight, particularly look at that. Epitagon New was able to get the Reggie Ice on the corner. Epitagon Reggie Reiki. Damage was also done here at this exact moment, and eventually Machamp was able to bag it out. Okay, it was some other Pokemon. I guess
Yeah.
that's Cardiver or
Og-
someone else.
Ogles 5 took away that
Yeah,
Regieleki, but
yeah.
nonetheless, when needed, everybody did sit up. And I feel a little bit sad for Darbari. Every time he was there, they were pushing him with that block on Snorlax. They were trying to isolate. Once they did it to Might, and Might got knocked, and he was not happy with it. He immediately answered back, jumped on their faces, started eliminating the players, and hit Goku itself. You're going to be blocking me. The next time you think about putting up a shield like that, I'm going to make sure you regret it. And that's what happened. It ensued to fights where just Ogles 5 kept losing control one after another, and SUL kept control for everything in terms of also getting this Regirock, which means that they'll be better in the advantage. But this big unite move that you can see very soon, as soon as the power nap was used, it trapped everybody. It thought maybe it could help healing and also make sure that Orgles 5 players do not get damaged because of that big Pokemon sleeping in that position. It was not the case, because brilliant unite coming in from the Gardevoir helped them out.
Indeed, at the last few seconds, eventually the fights was absolutely on point. The knockouts were coming from Decidueye. Definitely at that moment, he was able to turn down quite a few performance. But apart from that, if we talk about Decidueye, Machamp actually worked quite amazingly. Machamp was able to turn down quite a few momentum. From the start, I believe Machamp was a beautiful Pokemon that was utilized at its peak.
Mm-hmm. Machamp coming in did turn on tides. He first had the Dragonite earlier, so making this decision here, Raider, to
Hmm.
switch back and get that Machamp in, the champ inside him awakened, and I think brilliant damage were dealt. So,
Yeah,
in terms of
exactly.
credits for Might, a brilliant show that we saw, but it's not done, Raider. The best of five is seeing all the 5 rounds being
One
utilized
more.
and one more to go. And still unsure whether it is going to be SATUL or is it going to be ORGLESS 5. SATUL, are they going to keep that Dodrio ban still on, or is it going to be the other side, that ORGLESS 5 ban Machamp? Let's jump in the ban phase and see what it is. What are your thoughts on this, reader?
Well, honestly, if you ask me, I believe SHL should ban the Totrio because that is the one
Yes.
Pokemon which is creating a lot of ruckus for this particular team. And that pressure, whenever it comes in on SHL, they are easily getting broken by that
Hmm.
pressure. So, definitely, in order to revert that pressure, I guess Dodrio should be the Pokemon which should be banned. Apart from that, from August 5, Tyranitar, that's a great choice. But after seeing Machamp, I guess that could be the one. Okay.
Ban's done. We see it is a Snorlax coming in from ORGLESS 5, but SATL stick to that Dodrio. Not too sure why ORGLESS 5 are doing this, understanding that maybe Darbari can come in with the Snorlax and block them. But Vanquisher, ooh, he's playing with all punching Pokemons. He thought of a Garchomp, he thought of a Lucario as well, but finally
All
looks like
right.
he's going to be sticking to a Tyranitar. But from SATL, I want to see which Pokemon they pick. Nobody has picked
We have
one
to look into
Pokemon,
it.
but Tensai looks like he wants to get back on the mime. But might wait, what? After playing such a good play on Machamp, he switches to an Eldegoss.
I mean, they have got the previous match in the favor. They should be working on that strategy as well. But apart from that, I believe the team knew that Douglas Hive might actually catch up to their strategies the way they were doing previously. But Mew, Rod is the one who is choosing the Mew Pokemon. Apart from that, if we talk about Goku, Gardevoir comes in. Let's see how far, I guess, Goal and Curse are going to go. Is there some kind of switches coming out from the corner? That's what you want to know for now. But Curse and Goal, these are the two guys we are waiting for. Let's see which Pokemon is going to get chosen. And Curse might actually go for the Sizer. Okay, that's Izumoral coming from his corner. Goal goes for another beautiful Pokemon.
Again, it looks to be a very iffy and a crazy fight coming through with a Sylveon coming in
Okay.
from SATL. I was not ready for it. Cursed. He actually switches to the Azumarill. What
Mm-hmm.
is happening? Itachi, he switches to a Blissey. Genius jumps to a Mamoswine. The versatility that both these teams are showcasing at this point of the game. I don't know what's going to be happening. And Darbari, he even showed us that he may be picking up a Buzzwall, a Zerora, a Hoopa, Decidueye. What and all?
What not?
Gradient, what not exactly? And finally, I
Yeah.
think he wants the Decidueye coming in. A double
All
attacker
right.
from both the ends. But there is. Oh, wait, a Trevenant? At the last second, he changes to a Trevenant coming through. He wants to have a defender for his team with a double setup, double supporter setup, one all rounder and one attacker. Whereas I feel like the setup coming in from ORGLESS 5 is better with heavy hitters, two ranged attackers, one heavy hitter on Vanquisher on the Tyranitar, and Prot to help him out, and Goku to push them all back in case things are going the south.
Amazing, amazing, amazing picks coming up. At the last seconds, things are changing. Trevenant
Yeah.
getting picked up. It was actually a surprise for us. Apart from that, if we talk about Sylveon being used by the particular team, definitely we have to look into it. But after seeing that how SATL is well balanced in terms of their picks, and even if they are actually picking up some other Pokemon, they are able to counter with it. That is actually proving that maybe there is a possibility where SATL is having the upper hand in this
Okay.
particular matchup. Because when it comes to August 5, choosing the right Pokemon is something which they are struggling with. Apart from that, if they are getting their right Pokemons like Dodrio and other Pokemons, they are doing the job quite well. But
I,
goals are one thing which is quite important, I believe, Sam.
Let's see for it. But again, I have a quick update to our viewers.
Okay.
Apologies. It feels like one of the
Uh,
players did have some issue. So there will be again the entire draft pick done. And that's the reason I was like worried. Not having a proper, I would say, heavy hit setup coming through from SATL, because I feel like if they have that, they get into winning streaks. On the other end, Orgles 5 had everything: ranged attackers, stompers, supporters, defenders, everything. If things went south, they had people to get it back into the game. So it looked a tough situation that maybe SATL were jumping into, especially with that last Revenant change coming through. I understand there were no defenders that they had previously because of the double supporter pick that they made on Eldegoss as well as the Mime. But that was a question I had, right? I mean, might picking up an Eldegoss after seeing such a brilliant performance that he put up on Machamp, I was worried. But we will take a small break and make sure that the issue is sorted, and we'll be back right after it. So don't go anywhere. The match is still not done. Last round left to decide whether it's SSTL or Orgles 5.
Well, guys, once again, we are back with a short break, and eventually, I guess, I hope all the things are actually fixed, and eventually, we are going to witness the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. The best of five is actually happening. This is national playoffs, and we all know first match is about to end because now we are going and moving towards the round number five, which
Mhm.
was unexpected, I believe, but it
Yeah.
was an amazing journey, I believe, from the start till here.
It went back and forth, but
Yeah.
I feel like whoever had better heavy hitters who could actually implicit damage, those
Hmm.
were that was the team which was able to get that victory on those rounds. So
Right.
again, here the choices are going to be very crucial. We saw heavy hitters
Definitely.
coming
Yeah.
in from ORGLESS 5, but SATUL, they thought about heavy hitters, but they had only one of each, one ranged attacker and one all rounder. So let's see what they will do, because we all talked about it, but we'll have a quick draft pick again and make sure that we are having the right Pokemons for all the players if they had any issues.
Definitely, I believe having the draft pick is going to be quite important to see that which are the Pokemons going to get. But I believe the Pokemons which are going to get banned are going to be a little bit more similar. Is
Yeah,
it possible? It is possible that Acetul is once again going to go for the Dodrio because
it
honestly speaking,
it
Dodrio is the
should
one
be.
Pokemon Acetul is unable to give a counter to.
It's not about giving counter to. They're able to
All right.
find knockouts, but they're
Mm-hmm.
unable to stop it from getting goals through in
Yeah,
that
that's the thing.
final stretches. And that is super crucial for them. And just like Dodrio, right? They are unable to go and get the goals in on the opponent's end, Orgles 5's goal zones. And it is just because of Speedster having that advantage of speed in both the moves and Rodrio itself in the advantage of getting goals in portions. That is a major credit and a factor that Dodrio they had to counter and kind of try to deny, but it is tough. And especially if there is a score shield, right, coming through, it makes life even tougher in on one of those handheld items. I'm not too sure if that is the build that we are seeing on the Dodrio, but as we said, as you also mentioned, it should be the ban of the same thing. And we see it is going to be just a rehost, no draft pick. We are jumping right
All
into
right.
the game, and it is going to be the same Pokemons that both the sides have chosen.
Well, definitely going to be quite interesting to see that how these Pokemons, the chosen ones, how
Wait,
they're going to enact, how they're going
might
to perform.
is going to be on Azumarill. That's what we were like worried that
Mm-hmm.
why did a Revenant be made of choice, but everything else it is going to be the same Pokemon, the
All
Sylveon
right. All right.
as well as the Decidueye is what we are going to see.
Mhm. Well, definitely. On the other corner, if we talk about Mime, he's trying his level best to work its way up. And if we talk about, yes, that's Eevee, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's Eve for now, but it'll
Okay.
be eventually evolving to the Sylveon. But Darbari right now,
Mm-hmm.
grasping all the attention in the top lane. But in the meantime, bottom lane, the fight is going back and forth. But SATL's
Right.
intention, just like what ORGLESS I wanted to do on the Decidueye, let that farm in their jungle, let it farm in the mid arena, and then later when it's necessary,
Mm-hmm.
Decidueye, who is right now a Dartrix, who is evolved to that Decidueye and is able to do a lot more damage, is finally out with its Spirit Shackle as well.
Well, definitely. I guess that doing the damage, dishing out the right kind of, let's say, pressure on the particular team is going to be quite important. But at this moment, if we talk about Vanquisher sitting in the high tall grasses, he's waiting for the right moment. But look at that. Decidueye attacks, gets the whole Eos energy, gets the whole consistency from the corner, particularly on the other corner. If we talk about Gardevoir, let's see how far it can go. Genius on the other corner is constantly trying to attack on Darbari. Darbari, the Elder God, is not looking that strong right now.
Prods thought he could survive hiding, but there were recovery strategies that both SATUL and their teammates had
Ooh,
also deployed. And now look at this
enough.
Might trying to do some damage. It's not working out.
But Coco on the other corner goes in, gets that 12 goal done and dusted. That's quite crucial. On the other
Oh
corner, goal gets
no.
connected quite a bit. Look at that. Goal is constantly getting attacked at this point, but he survives on the fight.
But still, Mime was KO'd in that fight.
Hmm.
Tensai, he needs to grasp and level up very soon. Darbari right now waiting for the legendary pit fight Pokemon as they're going to be fighting it out. It's still not the boss one, but in the meantime, if you want to talk about it, there are other Pokemons already in that legendary fight. The Piloswine as well as the Blissey with the right
Hmm.
now Gardevoir, who still needs to evolve. Fighting it out, taking those wild Pokemons, collecting the Eos energy, but right now Jewel is still not found the chance to get the goals in, whereas Tensai, he's going it for continuously. But Decidueye finally leveled up, and with the Spirit Shackle out, you saw immediate KO coming through, and Tensai,
Yeah.
Darbari is like, you don't
Oh,
have to
another
go back.
KO.
I'll help you out and make sure you get a lot more goals. And Blissey is here on crowd, but he is getting pushed out from the goal zone. If he's not back in time,
Another
he will be
KO.
KO'd. Another KO comes through. And while you're goaling, you become invincible if you get to your goal. And that's what is happening. That's the reason Tensai is surviving. He might be KO'd right now after that goal. Does not matter.
Uh-huh.
He gets the goal through. He's happy
Yeah,
about
he
it.
gets it. He gets KO'd by the Gardevoir, but finally he was able to put down and dish out a lot of damage. And apart from that, gets the cooldown. On the other corner, let's see how Sylveon is going to enact. Might on the other corner, the Isomal constantly trying his abilities to farm as many Pokemon as it is possible. If we talk about Vanquisher, which Pokemon is this?
Right now, we're going to be seeing the Pupita, who needs to still
Alright.
evolve to the Tyranitar. But in the meantime, Goku as well on the plus wine. Let's see what he'll be able to do. What he's doing right now is pushing them with the high horsepower that he has. Regirock, still the fight ongoing, and it has been taken charge from Genius on the Gardevoir. A brilliant barrier coming through. Goku was low, but they did not capitalize, and the eggs being used to heal. And Gardevoir comes in with a Shy Shock, a brilliant use of range, and will be able to get itself an advantage.
Oh.
Wait, it is using a future sight this time. Not going to be the Shy Shock. Let's see how it's going to be working out, and along with that, it's going to be Blue Moon Blast coming in as well. The setup, but the bottom lane, it has not kind of gone away, but looks like cool right now. Wait. Okay. I got a little bit confused, and now I remember that it is Eldegoss there, and that's the reason they had the protection coming through. Right now, Genius, he is still farming a lot more, and he has the Side Shock, so I got a little bit confused. My bad.
Well, moving ahead, if we talk about Team SATL, they've got the lead in the favor, 71 points coming from the corner. That's what they did in the last one as well. Piloswine,
no,
if we talk about this particular Pokemon. Oh, Piloswine gets taken, and now it's open. Area is open, I guess. Entry coming from Team SATL. Look at that, 131 points coming from the corner. Particularly, they are moving up, way up in the leaderboard at this point. Eventually, if we talk about ORGLESS 5, 32 points. That's all they've got. And getting the Rayquaza will be the final nail into the coffin from coming from Team SATL's corner for ORGLESS 5. But at this moment, Darbari and his teammates might are trying to focus more on like Regieleki, and apart from that, farming the Pokemon as well. But Darbari.
Hello. Regieleki is still up for contest. Nobody has taken it away, but what does Vanquisher do? He takes down Tensai. Tensai is super crucial. He was the MVP, so they need to make sure he survives. Psyshock coming right on the goal of SATL, and Might, he's like, I'll push, I'll try to take out this Genius, but Genius had a way to run away because of the hell item that he had. He'll be able to run away, but Sylveon comes up with a Unite, but he's just running away rather than finding any value out of it, because Decidueye is there to help out, finds one KO, looking forward to targeting, and a big Unite coming in to eliminate the Sylveon. Brilliant play coming in with the Singularity, but a 2 KO streak, immediate exchange and punishing that Gardevoir and making sure Genius pays a price. Not only Genius, immediately follows by Goku as well, but in the meantime Vanquisher is here, but before he could do something, there's just 7 more goals that SATL need to get in, and they'll be able to destroy this top goal zone as well, less like they did that in the bottom one.
Definitely a strong competition coming from Team SATL at this moment. If we talk about Team ORGLESS 5, they're just struggling to stand tall, but finally, when they have got the Tyranitar, I guess this could be the one they think might team.
Right, let's just wait and watch out. It is right now a 4v5 fight happening in the top lane with Regieleki. The Vanquisher looking for to take him down. Pops is an ancient, which gives him a little bit of a boost, but Tensai is back alive. Light Screen trying to block them, but Might quick with the Aqua Tail trying to swap and hit with all the shots possible. Comes in with the Moonlight as well on the Gardevoir, but it is Might who plays it better. Takes Regieleki as an ally for themselves, but in the meantime, Ghoul, look at what he's doing. He's like, you all have attention towards the top. I'm going to quickly try to take out this Regirock in my favor. And as Regieleki is taken, there is also a streak to be followed up on the top lane, but they have to decide to back off. But a big special defense boost coming through, which should help SATL to fight a lot longer. But I think it was a little bit later that happened, and that's the reason SATL decided to back off and let ORGLESS 5 do whatever they want, because they might be respawned, but they'll not be getting any chaos on us.
Indeed, a beautiful performance coming up at this point. The way this particular guy and the teammates of this particular ORGLESS 5 team, to be precise, are actually performing is quite good enough, but SATL, they are able to counter everything. Goku on the other corner with the Mamoswine is just trying to be chaotic a little bit more. On the other corner, if we talk about SATL, the way Team SATL is trying to use it is absolutely on point.
They're chasing Goku away. The mystical fire is enough. As soon as they see it around Sylveon, they're like, okay, we have to move away. Brilliant play coming and thought coming through, but SATL one after another slowly treading closer and closer. Around 45 seconds more here for Rayquaza, but in the meantime, look at what is happening. It should be a big 41 goal coming through, but gets blocked in the right time because of Mew being there, and the solar beam hits on Might, and Might is just running away. Another solar beam coming in towards his end, but as I said, he can tank a lot in terms of the damage. He will survive, and he would have been also been healed and backed off. Looking forward to farming and leveling up.
Well, definitely. Might on the other corner gets the 50 years energy, waiting for the right time period to just dunk him down. On the other corner, if I talk about the goal zones, well, ORGLESS 5 is not looking that great for now. In the mid lane, everybody is trying to just be a little bit more sneaky because now it is the time for Rayquaza, the boss Pokemon, to come in and eventually let's see who is going to get this one. If we talk about Vanquisher, he is getting attacked quite a bit by the Decidueye. The uh, energy that I believe Decidueye is having at this moment is constantly looking quite great, and I believe they're moving forward to get the Unites and
Ooh.
the Rayquaza as well in the favor.
Look at how SATL are using the Unite Knockdown coming through, telling direction where the players are. But what happens is an immediate vanquish and a KO streak following up, where ORGLESS 5 take quick control of the legendary pit, and it's all up to the one last surviving player with Decidueye. What can he do? Nothing, it looks to be, as they're trying to melt Rayquaza as soon as possible. They are fast in terms of getting it back. And look at the Unite!
Oh,
I
Eldegoss!
just saw Eldegoss on the right
Eldegoss!
edge of the corner, and it is SATL who get the advantage now. Curse is trying to block. He loses the advantage of the Rayquaza, but in the meantime, what do SATL do? They send the other players to get the goals in. Tensai also gets another KO streak for himself, takes 2 players down. Might rushing right to their bases. An instant sweep. ORGLESS 5 know it's done, and they surrender. They knew there is no way of coming back. Even though there is 1 minute on the clock, SATL will all be at their base and putting goals in, and whenever they would have to step out of their base, SATL would have found an instant knockout, and that's the reason we see immediate surrender coming in from ORGLESS 5. But what a fight, so close. But Darbury, man,
3-2,
oh
3-4.
man, that cotton cloud crash Unite at the last moment, he just got respawn and rushes right to Rayquaza.
It's a bit funny to see that how that 4 can easily change the scores quite a bit. Surrender
Exactly.
team have got 32 and the victorious team has got 3 to 4. That's amazing to see. Apart from that, if I talk about S12, Tensai did an amazing job of surviving, and
Hmm.
eventually apart from that, trying it his level best to put down quite a few goals. But Davari with 112 scores, he was able to run down quite a few tides. But one thing I'm actually trying to look for is what will happen in the overall standing, the group wise standing to be precise, because right now SE12 would have scored like let's say close to 100 or more than 100 goals more than this particularly, so they would have reached the marker of 500 or 600, but by surrendering, ORGLESS 5 denied that fact.
Yeah, I agree with you. They would have gotten a lot more goals in, so the
Yeah,
average goals
exactly.
will kind of be away. But look at what happened. Way before, I mean, as soon as you see Rayquaza was taken, the graph was not even completed calculating, and that tells you
Hmm.
it is a done deal. Cursed, kudos to him, man. I think ORGLESS 5 immediate counter to Cursed was that they all popped their unites, and when it was time to fight with Rayquaza, none of them had their unites. Unfortunate for them. If any one person had their unite and they used that on Rayquaza and immediately then started using their moves and basic attacks, it would have been a quicker KO on Rayquaza, whereas Darbury wouldn't have gotten a chance. But Darbury, what a play, man, to get that. And Tensai again coming in as the MVP. And this is why we said Tensai needs to be alive, it needs to be around his teammates, and he was. Yes, he did get eliminated, but he was quick to get back into the game. And same as the previous time, 4 knockouts we see, but this time one better on the assist.
A beautiful performance coming from Tensai. Back to back, he's becoming the player of the match. He's showcasing that, yes, of course, he's a part of this community, he's a part of this SHL, and eventually he's performing quite well for the team,
Hmm.
and that's how they are trying to move forward. Mime is working out quite good for
Yes.
Tensai, but the thing is, I'm looking forward to see that how SHL is going to reach out to the grand finals. But the thing is, the way Godstrain is performing, constantly having
Oh,
the victories in their favor, the lead that they have actually got in the Group B, is it going to be possible for teams like SA12 or some other teams like TRUERIPPERS or ORGLESS 5 or Enigma or any other team which is there, like FS Esports, which is leading for Group A? Is it possible for them to face off God's? Because even if God's have got that kind of, let's say, lead in the favor, they've got the target in the back, and every team is looking forward to chase them down.
I truly do look forward to how God's Reign will be taken down. But SATUL, they do not need to be worried about it because they're in Group A and God's Reign are on Group B. But right now, it is time for taking a short break as we will be jumping into a Group B match next, which is going to be Revenant and CHEMIN. So don't go anywhere. Meet you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We had a brilliant first match where it was SATL to close it all. Huge credits to the entire team, but especially for the last steal coming in from Darbari. But it is not done.
Yeah.
We are welcoming here Mridul, who's going to be joining in for the second best of five. We are also going to be getting two new teams from Group B, as we said and promised. It's Revenant Esports versus CHEMIN Esports. And how are you feeling for that, Mridul?
Well, definitely, I'm really excited, and thank you so much for the warm welcome, Lucifer. Again, as we start with the day number three, the
Hmm.
first match is already over. I was, kind of getting some of those um, starters and as some spicers for this game because again, to know those spiciest moments and the last game as you discussed, right,
Hmm.
Lucifer, the last game where Derbury stole it all from the
Yeah.
side of the other team, that is ORGLESS
August
5.
5.
Again, that was a great match. That was a great steal of Rayquaza, and they got the points. But now, talking about the match for the day, we saw how Kamini Esports performed yesterday, how good was their performance, and again, they looked brilliant with their conference, they looked brilliant with their games. And as now we're going for the match schedule, it's going to be Revenant Esports going against Kemen Esports. Revenant against Kemen Esports. But then after that, a 9 p.m. match will be there between True Rippers and Orgless 5. So actually, there are two matches for Orgless 5 today.
Yeah. They are going to be looking forward to getting 1 point. Just like we saw Enigma Gaming yesterday, who had two matches, the first one and the
Correct.
last one. In the last
Mm-hmm.
one, they were able to capitalize. Let's see if with the second chance, maybe August 5 gets something. But True Rippers, they're not going to be letting that to go away because they've also faced a loss. They've gotten a point. They need to get a lot more in terms of points because SATL are the ones they have to chase in the Group A. As we said,
Yeah.
Group A, it is the Group A standing right now, and you can see True Rippers right now, they're sitting at the fifth position. Not a great one to
Yeah.
be, and they will be looking forward to jumping mode. But look at SATL because of the two victories that they got, and not great in terms of the overall average goals that they have. But FS
Mm-hmm.
Esports are the ones that they have to be worried about here, Brazil, because you can see they have two clean victories.
Again, before today as we started, we saw that SATL had a good average goals, right? But
Mhm.
again, today it was not, they did not maintain a good average, and kudos to Team August 5 for that, they maintained
Exactly.
it. But again, now they're at the bottom of the table where they've already lost their first match. They have a second chance today, and let's see what happens in the second match for the day, because again, SATL is the only team having three matches in this group, while the other teams are done with two of their matches.
August 5 hoping for another chance as they try to climb up, get something, maybe take on top of Pride officials, but it's not going to be that easy. Enigma,
Mm-hmm.
on the other end, today they will have a little bit of a relaxer or a benching day. They don't have to be worried about it. Six Upper Moon as well. They've done with their matches for the day offline that
Mm-hmm.
they had to play, but also they have to look forward to grabbing points because you can see they have one victory, one loss, and that makes them in a position where later down the line they might be eliminated. So right now I will only
Correct.
count the top 3 who might be just making their way in, or top 4, because we need the top 8 down the line. And as we were talking about the top 4 from Group B, it's none other than God's Reign. Just like we saw FSE
Oh,
Sports on Group A, God's Reign are having a clean streak, but that clean streak impact shows us on the average goals, Mrudal. 830.
830.
That's average goals, not even goal.
Like actually, because the average goals we are seeing from other teams, those are just like 200 or 300.
Yeah.
But this team, God's Reign, having two matches played against two different teams and two victories converted. They haven't lost even a single match up until now. Again, I hope so their streak continues like this, and they're the table topper, Marcos Gaming just below them. A good clash between Marcos Gaming and the other team that is at the top, that is God's Reign. But now to talk about this game, Revenant Esports going against Kemen Esports. Yesterday we saw how Infi, Kyle, Kid, Strix, and Zebek performed. Today we have from Revenant Esports Blizzard, Crowley, Nova, Swifty, and Zesol.
Two brilliant titans ready to fight against each other. Kemen, they have no points. Revenant, on the other end, they have 1 point when they fought against Marcos Gaming. It was a 3-1 victory. Not a
Mm-hmm.
great domination, but at least it looked cleaner and they were very much ready for whatever was brought on top of them. Right now, what I'm worried is Kemen, who faced the loss yesterday. They are the ones looking hungry for the points. And after
Correct.
understanding that, okay, things are not working our way, losing two matches is not a good thing. I think we have to figure out some new strategies, and they might be ready with this because they've faced loss on day one, they faced loss on day two. Now it's day three. If you don't correct your mistakes now, you are giving
Mhm.
chances for other teams to run away with points, and you will eventually be eliminated. So I think Kemen
Uh,
are going to be answering with like a big impact, which maybe can surprise Revenant.
Well, definitely, if you talk about CHEMIN Esports, yesterday they did lose their match, and again, it's their chance to actually come up with some great performances.
Mhm.
But if you talk about Kid, how brilliant he performed for the team whenever Kid was required, he was present there for the team. And again, if you talk about Revenant, I haven't studied what their gameplay is like because I haven't watched their matches. But again, today is going to be that chance for me where I would be getting what around Pokemons they would wander around and what strategies they would have. And with that, we already have the game one coming live in front of our screens. Well, this time it's the draft pick before we start, and as we say, the ban phase where the Pokemons will be banned. One Pokemon each will be banned for sure, and the picks aren't still visible quite we are still waiting for those picks. And as we see, ooh, on the screen the picks are still going to be there because
1 second, and we are going to get the ban.
yes, the bans are going to be here in no time. The pick phase is here and the bans will be there.
Snorlax is going to be a ban from Revenant, and it's going to be a Blissey ban coming through from Kemen. A smart choice, I feel like, making sure
Hmm.
that they have to stick to Eldegoss. Let's see if that is the case that they want to force. And Kemin as well, they jump to an Eldegoss expect on their end, and Kyle as well, another double supporter coming through, is going to be on mime. But quick on picking Dodrio, seeing that it is not banned, which has been an annoying Pokemon next to Tyranitar. Noah picks it up with 50 coming on a defender, which is going to be a Mamoswine, and Blizzard. He's ready to pack some punches with this Lucario.
Definitely, and right now, moving forward, as we see on the other side, Mamoswine is there with Swifty, Nova going for Dodrio, Revenant Blizzard going for Lucario. Guess all, yes, if Blissey is not available from the side of Kamini Sports, they are going to go for the Cliffable. And Cramorant
Okay.
is going might be a choice for Crowley, but let's see if that happens or not. Yes, Cramorant is there.
It is the choice. I mean, I've seen him in Cruminant, I've seen him in Gradient, and not too sure what the choice is. Previously, I think when he went on the Cruminant, it was not a great pick or a fight. I'm not too sure if I remember, but Zishal coming in on the Cliffable, we have not seen Cliffable play at
Exactly.
all in the tournament until now. Today, I'm ready for it. Sarina being picked from Kid, looking forward to doing a lot in terms of damage. Tricks on the Gardevoir, and Kael playing on the Delphox. This is going to be
Yeah.
super interesting right now of how it will work out. Only one all rounder on both the ends, but it's going to be
Yeah.
two range attackers coming in for Kemen, and that's what I'll be looking out for how it works out. Whereas on one end, they have a speedster as well, Mrudul. That
Yeah.
makes things even more interesting. Seeing that Dodrio is there for picking, they pick it up.
Well, definitely, I'm quite amazed and actually, in a great choker, plus actually really excited
Hmm.
how they would be going with it because Revenant is here with a different set of lineup where we haven't witnessed Cliffable up until now. In the scenario, how Cliffable is going to work out, I for sure haven't witnessed how Cliffable will be coming into play because definitely Cliffable is that kind of strategy where a agent is always required for your attackers to just go aggressively and actually get those pointers where in the previous game, the last game that SATUL played, it was a great steal from Derbury. You require the supporters a lot. Here we begin the Nationals playoff day number 3, and Revenant Esports starts the match, the game number 1 of the match number 2.
Bottom lane being contested, a 2v2 situation. Dodrio and Gardevoir on either ends, Revenant as well as Kemin respectively, will be looking forward to farming and leveling up. But looks like Infi was about to just go get KO'd. But Clefairy right now, who will eventually
Very,
evolve
yeah.
to the Clefable, gets the first goal for Revenant Esports. In the meantime, Crowley is also backing off on the bottom lane. They try to push a little bit further to get a couple of goals. And Crowley sees that they're fighting with a wild Pokemon, wants to snatch that away. And I think they should be able to do it. But let's jump at the top lane again. It's still a 2v2 fight here.
Definitely a 2v2 fight still going on, some farming still being done, and the farming is important. And look at Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime has been a choice whenever you want, so a full mobility throughout the game. Whenever the mobility is still slow, but then Mr. Mime is always and always important in each and every fight. Even if you're in top lane or the bottom lane, the goals need to be saved. And already a Lucario. Lucario. Okay, so the choice was so clear that Lucario was picked up and the work is done well. Already started with the all-rounderness that Lucario has. 30 points added and 9 points done for Revenant Esports.
I feel a little bit Kamini are still on the back foot, especially Serena finally leveling up on Steenie. Until now it was Bone Sweet. So not too sure how Kamini are planning. Revenant in the meantime, they're farming, they're leveling up, everybody is looking better, but finally catching that Dodrio in the Side Shark. Brilliant play coming in right now, and I feel like Kamini may be getting back into the battle very soon.
Well, yes, exactly, and they might be back into the battle very soon, because you know how they are moving with the fight, how they are looking with their strategies. That looks promising, right, Lucifer? When 23 points have already been added, they are moving up with their evolutions. Well, Revenant Esports right now, to look over to them, Kemin, Enfi was around those Pokemons, but still not picking up those fights. And yes, for now, 16 points will be added, and at last. Still not Serena, but at least before Serena, a good pointer still added.
Early stages, these goals did not matter that much, but again, in terms of what matters is going to be chaos. Revenant are doing a lot of it. They've sent back again the Steenie before it gets to this arena, and they're causing a lot of trouble here for Kemin. They got a couple of goals and that's all, but again, as I said, these early stages, it's all about farming the experiences, leveling up, and making sure that your Pokemon also is doing the same rather than getting knocked out by the opponent. But Revenant, they're ready here to knock out and also knock out the Regieleki as soon as it spawns. But what has happened? Serena, it is finally evolved, but quick to melt it down, making use of this Dodrio can pack a lot in terms of the fight and also do damage way before Serena could make her move here. They saw her on the right bottom edge of the screen, but the Regieleki already becomes an ally for Revenant. But in the meantime, Regirock, to increase the defenses, Kemin takes it away.
Well, definitely Revenant actually doing everything right, and on the other side they have a Regirock for themselves, right? So it's a 1-1 where you see that 103 points have been put up to the scoreline, but still Kamini Esports looks promising, because they're not focusing on early points. Early points might actually give you a lead, but then again it's also about the game of Rayquaza. Before that, as we touch the 6-minute mark, Kemin and Fee still back at the base, whereas some good fights going on the mid lane. Dodrio is still trying to have a fight against Mr. Mime, and then on the bottom lane, yes, the goalposts, are still going to be secured, but a goal, I think I see it coming.
Serena right now brilliantly denies the Regieleki from getting anywhere close into the top goal zone, the second one, but Revenant had no decision of pushing that way. They are looking forward to fighting and getting wild Pokemons, leveling up better, but this time it is only Eldegoss who's sitting at level 6, everybody else is leveled up at 8 or 9, same goes for opponent end. It's Pillowswine who's right now sitting at 7, but everybody else is at 8, 9, so they need to make sure that Pillowswine becomes Mammothswine very soon, but Kemin decides for a very aggressive bottom lane push. It's a 5v5 fight very soon as the Dodrio is also making its way, but look at what they're doing. A brilliant isolation coming in from this Lucario, where is about to eliminate one of their players, that is none other than Kid, and immediate healing coming in on that Eldegoss to make sure that there is a survival. But Cliffable extends too much, and Revenant finally receive an unfortunate KO on their supporters, but still, because they're still all on the bottom lane, I don't think the fight is going away from their hands.
Well, now that the scoreline has touched 143 to 16, both the teams, Lucifer, I think I have noticed one thing, and that's for sure, that both the teams are mostly focusing on the Regis. The Regis are available, and both the teams are on that lane. They're up for that Regi to, get it for the team, and that's really important, because, in these stretches, in these phases where you haven't still touched the Rayquaza, you need to secure those Regis. The Regis are going to be really important for your goal post, and that's how you have an ally added. 5+1 is going to be there.
Oh,
but
yeah.
now it's 115 to 38. Some good kills coming up. And Serena, oh no, faces some damage here, but still look at Eldegoss. it's still back behind. Whereas a cliffable is required and a cliffable would come. Mamoswine has also reached its evolution. Regiliki might still come into the side of Revenant Esports.
Blizzard needed to be quicker there. Finally, way before the Serena could push the top lane, he will be getting the Regieliki for himself and breathing a sigh of relief, because if he didn't, they would have run away with it. But for now, we'll just see what happens next. Again, Serena having the responsibility to hold off on the top one, but with Pex and kicks coming through, Nova is making sure that Kid has trouble. Well, on top of it, Cremerant on Crowley is trying to make do damage. It looks like Kid is about to be KO'd. Yes, they do, and they're looking forward to destroying the top goal zone as well. 24 more to go, and I think it is a done deal. And Revenant finding this chaos is just too brilliant. And Zishol, look at how much space and how much pace keeping in the bottom lane is going on. Even though there was a 4-man push, just having Cliptable in that goal zone made sure that nobody get a chance to push up and get a goal in. And on the other top end side, Revenant do also find a KO because somebody overextended towards their flux zone.
Well, yes, exactly. And look at that, 270 to 38. 3 minutes left right now. And Revenant Esports basically focusing on all the Regis with the lost one Regirog, but they got another one. And that's how Allies being converted. CHEMIN Esports have been sent back to their base where they're made to hold, not actually they wanted to hold, but they're made to hold their spots because top lane spots are already empty. Revenant Esports not even waiting for that Rayquaza. They need to maintain what they have maintained up until now. And right now they're looking for a 500 plus.
Man, Cliffable is playing so well, especially
So
this
well.
follow me that he's using. He's making sure that every player from Kemen try to attack only him, whereas his teammates can hit shots on him. Nova, ooh, he barely survives. Infi being alive and then tagging along with Serena. That's a deadly combo coming through, and that's the reason that gets denied. But now with just 8 seconds to go, Revenant are ready. They want to take on the Rayquaza. So goes the game here for Kemen Esports. They're also ready. Regieliki comes on top, but nobody's going to pay attention with the Rayquaza spawning. The boss is being here. Let's see who takes it down.
Well, yes, exactly. Now the Rayquaza is important because, mostly important for the side of CHEMIN Esports. It's a great lead for Revenant Esports. But then Revenant should look up for a steal. They have a Dodrio. And Lucifer, when you have a Dodrio, a steal is going to be real important. When you have a Dodrio, you can... Yeah, and Dodrio is busy having those goals for the team. And whereas now adding some more points, it's 362 to 38. So even if there's a Rayquaza, they might not be able to touch the points Revenant Esports already have.
Serena finds one KO. Looks like it is going to be the only KO they'll find. Infi is right now about to be targeted. He's super low, but look at what happens. All the players for Kemen are being pushed back. A power swap and immediate confusion, but does not work. Crowley is there to help, and Crowley gets that KO. And quick to jump on Rayquaza are Revenant Esports. But because there was a little bit of time being wasted here and there as the attention is being dragged, they do not immediately attack Rayquaza. Still wait for it. Wait for Kemen to attack back again. But Kemen, they have one unite on Serena. They need to wait for the Serena here, and then everybody jump on top of it. The Queen needs to start taking a shot, but in the meantime Delphox helps with the spin coming through, and now Kid is chasing this Lucario. Blizzard is being hit with the storms. Finally the KO being received. Brilliant play coming in. The Queen uses her unite before itself. We didn't get to see that, but now an opening for CHEMIN Esports to take away the Rayquaza, and they're already jumping on top of it. Mamoswine swiftly trying to buy time, but Serena is just fighting with that. And is there going to be a chance to steal it away? Infi helping it out, Expect holding it out, and Swifty looking forward to a steal. I think he has a horsepower coming through. Yes, he has, and he hits it at the right time, steals away Rayquaza, and it is going to be Revenant Esports closing it out. Doesn't even matter if Kemen got it, because there is just now 5 seconds on the clock, and they're already guarding their goal zones.
The only goal zone actually left, even if they got the Rayquaza, the 4 goal zones present on the match already burnt out. So, Revenant Esports, a clean side victory, not actually a clean sweep, because we are still left with 2 games if they are looking for a 3-0 in this game. But then Lucifer, the way they have played, 492 to 118. This could have been like 700 or 800 if, the last goalpost left by the side of CHEMIN Esports could have been conquered. But, clean sweep, and look at Dodrio. We thought that it could have been a victory with, a steal by Dodrio, but no. Not a steal. The Dodrio can actually, gain points and, gain some goal points even without the steal.
huge credits to both Swifty and Zishal here on Cliffable and Mamoswine. I was kind of thinking what can work out here, but Swifty and
Hmm.
Zishal, they were able to drag so much attention towards to themselves and also do so much damage. Zishal at all
Correct.
points made sure that Kamini Sports fought against them. I mean, there was a turn where we thought after respawning, Kamini Sports were ready for the fight, but Swifty surviving. They didn't try to fight Swifty. Kemin, why they didn't? Because they knew they did not have time. Without any time to lose, they wanted Rayquaza very, very badly, but still Swifty just surviving steals that away from them. At
Look
last,
at that graph.
there was a 80 goal being done from Kamini Sports, but again, they
Mm-hmm.
were sitting
Mm-hmm.
at 30. That 80 only helped them to push to the first century, whereas down the opponent end, they're close to 5 centuries, 500 goals.
Yeah, exactly. And 500 goals. They conquered Rayquaza just before they had 492. And even if they conquered it at the last minute, it was like 9 minutes to 10 minutes timer where they got the Rayquaza. But then, Lucifer, how they actually began with their graph, the graph actually looked so away each and every time. You talk about 2 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes. Each and every time the graph looked away from Kamini Sports. How it's to you actually just face away the opponent. Well, again, to talk about the details of this match, uh Zebek actually tried a lot with the LD Gloss. It was so much, with the recovery and so much with the damage taken. Some good damage done by Kid. As I said, Sarina was added to the game, actually helped out for the team, actually made a lot of moves for the team. But then, if you talk about Zesol, that single move of picking up a Clefable, that was so wonderful.
MVP coming here for Revenant Nova, and now I'm pretty sure
Dodrish.
Kamini Sports knows they want to make sure that Dodrio is out. 311 goals, 8 knockouts, 3 assists as well. And damage again might be 42,000. His teammates might have had a lot more, but the goals tells you what Noah had a decision of. Dodrio, farm, level up, Eos Energy, goal. Level up, farm, Eos Energy, goal. Four
Goal.
objectives, and all four is what he was delivering in four fronts, making
So
sure
correct.
every goal zone was being destroyed at all points. And you saw before we reach the final stretch itself, all goal zones, all four goal zones which are destructible were destroyed, and the only goal zone left was the base goal zone. Such a brilliant play was coming in from Revenant, and this is why I said when we saw Revenant's end of the victory, the day one, it was clean, and that's how this match was, and it is looking towards the clean sweep. But I'm pretty sure right now an immediate ban on that Dodrio is what we are expecting from Kemin Esports.
Well, yes, again, and if I talk about yesterday, I still remember one to be thing. To be honest, it was a match between Marcos and Kemin, right? And
Mhm.
when Marcos and Kemin were actually having that match, the Dodrio bans were always there. So Lucifer, we know that Dodrio should be feared. Any team is there, they know that Dodrio should
Yeah.
be feared. And for four straight matches, Dodrio was banned. So they know how much of importance this Pokemon
Mhm.
has. Again, if you talk about the meta has been so viable for these teams, and they actually look over to the powerfulness that the Pokemon has. And that gets fixed and that gets regulated throughout the patch notes. But then
Yeah.
when you talk about this Dodrio right now, it's so overpowerful. It's always and always when present in the team, it actually makes the difference for the team. Again, let's talk about the game two, how it's going to come up in front of us. The game one is already done. It's a clean sweep, and not a clean sweep, but actually a clean victory where it's
Mhm.
492 points to just 38. Or actually, now they had 119 in the end, if
Yeah.
I'm not wrong. They scored 100 plus. 38 till the very 8th minute, and then actually going 100 plus. So they need to focus on early trades. Early trades and early pointers should be there. So if there are goals in the early side, they might not have to focus on getting goal points rather than focusing on the Rayquaza.
Right now, the main thing that they have to break down from Revenant's end is that they do not play very strategical,
Correct.
clean, and well planned. Like you knew whenever they wanted to push top lane or bottom lane and they wanted to execute something, they were always ready for it. Let's see as we
Correct.
jump right into the draft pick, and let's see what the first bans are going to be from on either ends, because this ban phase is super crucial in making decision. Now maybe they ban Dodrio, Kemen's end, but Revenant, maybe they're ready with another. Pokemon on Speedster maybe cannot goal that much, but can cause chaos all around the lanes. And you see, instant this was predicted. Dodrio ban coming in from Kamini Esports, but Revenant they are banning Mew, making sure that the long range attacker is not
Mm-hmm.
viable from their end.
Well, definitely, Mew is also a smart pick that comes from the side of Revenant. So Revenant is going pretty much strategical. They have studied whenever Kemen Esports actually need to make a comeback and actually need to initiate a fight, they always get the Mew. So great homework done for Revenant's side, and they know that the Dodo is going to get banned. So they actually need to, have an option for themselves. But in the pick phase, we see that most of the Pokemons are already going to be picked, and a Gardevoir plus a Serena combination. I'm really excited because I've seen it yesterday and it was fruitful to the choosing team.
We saw it now as well, but it was not on Infi. Infi was playing Mime. So
Yeah.
Infi and
Mhm.
Expect changed
A
their
psychic
roles.
actually, yeah. Same psychic
So
combination.
let's see how it works out for them. Revenant on the other end, Blizzard brings out Decidueye. Nova, I want to see what he picks. He's going to be picking up a Sizer.
Yeah.
Zishol, he comes on the Snorlax, and now you know what can happen with the Snorlax. But Kael from Kemin's end, he's thinking of an Espeon. And now this is going to
Mm-hmm.
be interesting. I want to see how Crowley changes things. Now with already a ranged attacker. Previously he played Cramorant. He comes
Oh.
out with a Greedent. That's what I was thinking. And a Delphox on Strix. Super interesting battle coming through. A double defender setup, whereas a triple ranged attacker roles coming through from Kamini Sports.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. This match is pretty much strategical, and when you have some double roles coming up in a game,
Mm-hmm.
you're dropping one of the roles for the match because it
Yes.
should be a combination of all the five roles. But then when you're dropping, you are showing your focus for that game. What exactly is your strategy? And now the final preparations being done, all the Pokemons are all set. Mr. Mime is there by Zebek. So came in once again focusing on Mr. Mime, but then for the attack, you have the Delphox. Well, let's
One
see if Delphox can make that difference.
one thing I'm worried here is they have a lot of squishy Pokemons who can be
Mm-hmm.
taken down if they're not allowed to fight in range. Now,
Mm-hmm.
with Delphox being there, Gardevoir and Espeon, one, two psychic Pokemons, then one, a flame Pokemon, a fire Pokemon, who's going to be trying to burn them up, and then with psychic, we know they'll be trying to drag them into those virtual pits, which will be created, trying to do some damage. But if before it is enabled, or if it is used and dodged and then immediately hit upon, it's going to be tough. And with one ranged attacker of their own, they're bringing Decidueye
Mm-hmm.
out, so those arrows
Yeah.
are going to be hitting them as they're using their psychic Pokemons. So it's going to be a very interesting tussle and a battle coming through. But one thing right now, Kid is going to be forced to is take head-on duels. Previously, also he was given the responsibility, but this time it's a bigger responsibility because he's the only all-rounder for the team.
Exactly, and right now, kid has a lot of responsibility on him, and Grident at this time. Well, now it's Scovet. It still needs to evolve, and a level 5 is still needed. But then again, farming being already done, just two more levels required, and a Grident will be there in the game.
Very soon. And
Yeah.
then we are going to see stuff cheeks coming through. He's going to be getting easy heals for himself. Doesn't need a
Correct.
healer, a supporter coming in for him because he's a
Yeah.
defender. But right now, Sarina is being chased. Looks like there's going to be a very soon KO followed on that Scyther as he's chasing down the player from Kamini Esports. Let's see if he'll be surviving. No, Bone Sweet goes down way before even it jumps into the next teeny stage. But in the meantime, right now we are seeing Desidia also looking forward to leveling up, but before that, it's still in its Dartrix stage as it gets a couple of goals, and then they'll be looking forward to evolution and leveling up.
Well, definitely a level up is required where you see Revenant Esports this time once again picking up the pace. They have 34 points on the board, but look at that. Espeon actually making a lot of moves.
Oh
You
no!
know, even before that, no, that's a KO. And Kevin Esports comes back into the game. They decided that they would be going for it no matter what. And that's a great move because they started with it. Eve already becoming Espeon at the level 4. A great choice by Kevin
It
Esports.
was an unprepared barrier and then immediate attack coming through, so eventually yielded a benefit for Kamini Esports, but this is what we talked about. Crowley on this greed and can drop berries for himself and immediately eat it, and stuff stick comes out again. He can heal himself, but again, if this gets picked from the opponent, they also kind of get the healing. But 50, look at what he's doing along with Zshol. They want to find a couple of chaos, and looks like Gardevoir is going to be KO'd, and now all their attention is going to be on Expect. Expect can fight with only one. If both of them tie hands together, it's going to be a tough one. This
Mr.
light
Man
screen
is
is preventing as long as possible, but Infi is here, and now both Zshol as well as the Eldegoss need to run away. They try as much as possible. Kid has leveled up from Steamy to right now Serena. So stomps and kicks are going to start popping off, so they need to be sure that they get that kicks and stomps used, and then they jump on the Pokemon and make sure that Serena is knocked out. But for now, that's not going to be the case.
For a Sizer to be there as that all-rounder, it's going to be a real difficult game for Revenant Esports, because for them, the defense for sure is going to be strong. But then, what about the attack? Are you really going to depend on the Snorlax when you know that Sizer is going to be the all-rounder, the attacker one for the team? Decidueye might miss on moves. Whenever it starts with the arrows and the unite move, it never stops.
Right now, oh, another steal here. It was started from Kevin's end on the fight to Regieleki, but it was stolen from the Eldegoss. Brilliant play coming in, and now they want to annoy and punish them with a Psy Shock which was used, but it was no benefit because Swifty is still surviving, and their CDI takes Regieleki, so back on healing, and look at what Zshol is doing. He's trying to make sure that the Regieleki does not get taken down, but unfortunately it will be, along with him also going down because they used the Psy Shock on him while he was taking a small nap. But in the meantime, they're also isolating Swifty. Eldegoss is down, and they're chasing the Sizer right now as long as possible. Decidueye is here to help out in the range. It's trying to fight out, but needs to be sure that they don't push that Decidueye. Finally, a quick respawn, but Nova is overextending his limits and finally gets a chance to take down the big troublemaker on Kevin's end. Not only that, they double down and take down another one and make it a triple. It's not a streak, but 3 players get knocked out. But still, as they wanted to take down the top goal zone with Regieleki, they were unable to do it. But with this top lane push coming through after the respawn, Revenant do get it.
Well, yes, exactly. With 189 points on the board, CHEMIN Esports are lacking behind, and actually, it's a great start for the side of Revenant Esports. Look at them. 5 minutes, already conquered Revenant Esports, Eldegoss, any Pokemon you talk about. The Unite move is already available with Sizer. But then, how is it going to be used? The Unite moves coming into play, and on that side, it's a KO from Delphox.
He's still not looking for the stopping, but in the meantime, after using Unite moves, CHEMIN get an advantage. They destroy finally the first goal zone in the second round of Revenants. Now Revenant, they need to figure out a strategy to get control of things, because as Unites are coming out, it's instantly being used. But in the meantime, look at what is happening. They've isolated X-Back and he will be immediately KO'd. That mime is put down, and now this top lane entire control will be theirs, as well as this Regieleki, which they're going to be immediately taking out without giving any chance for CHEMIN Esports. And CHEMIN Esports, only one thing they'll be allowed to do is go for the bottom Regi, and it might be a Regi steal, hopefully for them, to help in the attack, but it is going to be a Regirock. So only thing that they'll be getting out of is going to be a boost in defense.
Well, yes, exactly. And with that, moving forward, it's going to be a real difficult choice for Revenant Esports to, actually decide to get into those fights or actually look over to what they're famous for, those early points. 10 points being added, another goal post destroyed, and Revenant Esports, even if
Delphox!
Oh, Delphox still trying it alone, but then how much he can go for that, because it's 182 on the board for CHEMIN. They actually focus on getting those early points. Revenant is falling back. Not much, because they're going bottom lane, and with the bottom lane, they will be back in the battle.
Gradient is stuck. He uses his stuff stick and is trying to run away, make use of the pace, and Swifty is here on the Eldegoss to help him, and it's a done deal. He's not going to be giving up his KO. And immediate help also coming in from his teammates, both Blizzard as well as Zshol. Both of them are here making sure that CHEMIN do not find one KO. In the meantime, a quick ping coming in from Sizer telling them there might be a top lane push coming through, and Revenant are ready for it. They are playing around the legendary pit. It will not take them long time to run to the top lane, but in the meantime, what are CHEMIN trying to do? Farm up, because they've understood that Revenant have gotten to a pace where they're playing together and able to do a lot in terms of damage. Spirit Shackle being used. In the meantime, alright. also being future sight being used to do some damage. It doesn't
Yeah.
find any value, as well as the spirit shackle. It is also not finding value. It is being thrown down to just tell Kemin Esports we are not away from you guys.
Exactly, we are available on all the spots you might be coming up for a push. And yes, they have aggressed the top lane where you know that Kamini Sports might, Sizer already had that in mind. And the Unite moves available with 4 of the Pokemons out of the 5. It's only Snorlax that's not available with the Unite move. It's Decidueye, Eldegoss, and every other Pokemon available with the Unite move. 331 on the board, only 30 seconds left. Focusing once again on the Reggie. Well, Revenant is there, and they are not wanting Kevin to actually farm up that Reggie. They know that if they get that Reggie, it's going to be difficult for Revenant to actually gain that. But Sizer alone, and that's a KO streak because of the Unite move. He would be going for it. Snorlax once again, he is unstoppable. And even if the Unite move was not available, he can still make a lot of.
Kyle is being chased. Kyle uses his fireworks, and Sizer is like, I'm going to stand in it and show you that I'll take out your teammates. And that's what happened. They lose it all, and Regieleki right now going on top. Serena is trying to withstand that push, but Grident is making sure that the push happens and they're able to get the goal in. And Grident is relentless on that base goal zone. But in the meantime, they understand Revenant are facing an issue as Unites come out, Singularity, as well as the dance comes out from Mime. It makes life difficult, and Snorlax is down now. Sizer on the chase to take down the Gardevoir for taking down their teammate, and immediately Kyle comes here for the help, but Unite Nova comes out with his Unite, takes a player down, and Blizzard immediately pushes back more of the players. Delphox is out, brilliant play coming in on the Grident, and Grident is now making sure his teammates have chance to get more goals in. Revenant in the meantime also jumping back to Rayquaza, push their goal to 463, and it's not looking like Kemin will have anything to do here. They might have a couple of Unites, but can Revenant be stopped on the spree, on the attack, even before they take with Rayquaza?
Well, yes, exactly. And with that, now 463 points on the board. Rayquaza is there, and it's only 50 seconds. Not focusing on Rayquaza. Kemin knows that they're, allowed to make a run to be, away from the Rayquaza. If required, they would be sent away so back. And look at that, a KO from Revenant Esports, and that's the Decidueye you talk about. Now, it's Snorlax having the Unite move. It's already set with it. Sizer just pushing back, even if there's a Serena or the Gardevoir, he won't respect it. He just knows what he needs.
The 3 KO streak coming in, a side shock to stop them, but it is not working. A 4th one comes in for this brilliant Decidueye on Blizzard. A Unite Patronite dance coming through from Mime, but it is not still working. They're not stopping on getting these goals through. X-Spec is going to be feeling so bad that he's getting hit in their own base goal zone. His teammates are KO'd, and it's a done deal. Surgical strike as ever being seen from Revenant Esports, and a brilliant destruction to get another round for themselves. 2-0. Kemin finding nothing.
What has Revenant come up with this time, Lucifer? 2 games back to back and a sheer and domination.
And
the
you see,
first
no
game
Rayquaza.
Actually, no Rayquaza. Previously, it was Revenant getting that Rayquaza. Not utilized, that was another question. But this time, Rayquaza was still not utilized, and 670 not actually, taken down. So Rayquaza was not important. The 4 goal posts need to be conquered. They were conquered. Look at Crowley. This time getting 290 goal points for the team. 85 MVP points. 209 for Blizzard with the Decidueye. Revenant Esports is unstoppable. Crawley is a beast, and he actually punishes each and everyone he sees. Actually, they were cross. Kemin was actually, around Revenant and below Revenant at a point before 4 minutes, as we see on the graph. Then they actually jumped above Revenant when it was a timer touching 4 minutes. And after that, they were close to Revenant near about 5 minutes and 40 seconds. But then, from the very 6th minute, it was a straight graph, a straight end graph from 6th minute to the 10th minute, whereas Revenant just grew gradually.
Kemin Esports and Revenant Esports were head on in terms of the fight. Whether the Regieleki was going or not, the fight was good. But the fight turned upside down when Crowley started overextending, when he understood that he's
Correct.
ready to take a lot more fights with the
Yeah.
stuffed cheeks and bullet C that he was dishing in terms of damage, as well as he was taking, and then a
Mm-hmm.
5-man push that Revenant managed to decide and take on Blizzard, helping with his arrows coming through on the Decidueye. That's where everything worked out. Once they started getting this chaos converted, Kemin started losing their players, getting it respawn constantly. Revenant got that momentum and then just bursted through. You can see Blizzard 82,000 damage. That's insane coming in. And Swifty, you need to give credit to him. Numerous
You know,
instances that we saw here,
yeah,
Mridul, that there could
yeah.
have been a situation where players could have been KO'd, but what did he do? He made sure they survived, healed them, and they were back in the battle before they could have been sent back to their base to respawn.
Well, actually, to talk about Crowley in this game, for sure that Crowley was present. It was a great move. He was always and always present
Had to be the
with
MVP.
that gradient and had to be the MVP. But again, to talk about Blizzard actually being present in the team and actually helping out the team brilliantly, because how blissfully he was present for the team. He was always attacking. He was doing his work. Desi Dioy is important, but then the support and as a defender and just moving on for the team, Gradient was present, Crowley was present, he had those points. That was a push. If these two guys, as their Pokemons, wouldn't have decided to actually have that 5-man push, it wouldn't have been conquered.
In the first game, it
Yeah.
was Dodio running right to the opponent's faces, getting goals in, which was
Yeah.
311. This time, it was Greedent on Crowley running right on the opponents, getting that goals in. So, what should Kemin ban?
Yeah.
Dodrio?
Exactly what should Gremin ban?
Greedent? And what more?
What
Revenant
more?
so well versed in terms of the setup and the comfort meta that they have, the Pokemon choices, the variety of it that they have. Kemen, it is going to be a tough one to deal with, a tough one to bag a point as well. And now with a 2-0 clean, as of now, taking 2 rounds, they're looking forward to the third, putting a stop right to Kemen right here, right now. 10 minutes more and we might end up seeing calling it a clean sweep in Revenants. And as we were talking about it, right, like Group A is looking super tough. Every team is going head against each other, the fights are looking so close. And Group B, we talked about God's Reign, but Revenant also showing what they've gotten. I feel like Group B is going to be the group of death very soon, Mridul.
Well, definitely when you talk about Revenant Esports being a team where they've got two victories straight in a match, we have been seeing all the games converted into a best of five.
Mm-hmm.
We have seen a comeback yesterday when it was a
Yes.
2-0, and then it got converted into a 3-2. And that team winning three matches straight. So we have seen some best of fives like 1-1, 2-2, and
Mm-hmm.
then a 3-2, like how SC12 won today against ORGLESS 5. But then there are some best of five like a comeback. Can we actually expect it from Kamini Sports is going to be a bigger
Oh.
question. But as you said, the small question and a cheeky and a tricky question is going to be which Pokemon should be banned. Like, actually, that's the bigger question here, because the Pokemon choice is going to be so difficult for
Mm-hmm.
banning for Kamini Sports. They don't know what Revenant has, and you have to be unpredictable like Team Revenant.
Yes, numerous choices, numerous playstyles, varieties, irrespective of the ban, we are still able to adapt. That was what Revenant Esports are seeing as
Mm-hmm.
of now. Finally, the ban phase is about to come to an end. I think Kemen still stuck on the Dodrio and Revenant as
Yeah.
well, sticking on to the Snorlax, making sure that Kemen do not take a player and knock them right to a wall, cling them over there, and immediately get that elimination. So, denying that from happening, let's jump into the pick phase where Zishal back on the mime. And on the other end, Kyle, he'll be jumping on the Mew, making sure there is
Mew.
a ranged attacker still on
Previously,
Kemen's end.
yeah,
But
yeah.
Infi,
Mhm.
Infi is doing a lot in terms of changes. Had played the mime, but then from there on, he's just changing Pokemons that he likes to play. Now, playing on
Yeah.
Lucario.
Yeah, definitely, because previously, whenever Kemen esports were actually looking strong, that was because of the Snorlax. In the game number 2, as we saw, Mew was banned for Kemen esports, right? But this time, they were allowed to pick up the Mew. So, Kemen esports, they have been given a chance from Revenant. Are they actually going to utilize Mew to that very part to, to actually get what they want from you at par is going to be a bigger question here, because a
Ooh.
slow bro is a choice coming in. And I haven't
Absol
seen
on
this Pokemon
Kid.
from a long time. And Absol coming here from the side of Kid.
Damn. We were talking
Kevin
about
actually showing
today
it. Hmm.
being a new day where we are seeing variety of Pokemons. We saw Cliffable from Revenant on first round, and on the third round we are seeing Kid picking up an
Absol.
Absol. This is going to be interesting. Nova switches to an Azumarill, but Blizzard, who had a lifetime of a complete brilliant game, will stick on
Yeah.
to the Decidueye still. But Crowley, he leaves Grident. He also wants to play a ranged attacker, picks up Espeon, and now I think he wants to show what he can do with that Espeon to Kemin.
Pikachu.
Oh,
A Pikachu
Strix.
coming from the side of Strix. So this time, Kemin Esports coming up with variety of Pokemons. We praise Revenant for actually picking up a variety of Pokemons. Nova is the only one actually switching to an Azumarill. So some good choices being made from each and every side and how they're going for it, Lucifer. But this time, look at them. Each and every side is not focusing if they're going to win it or not, but they're focusing on actually, changing the set of Pokemons and making your opponents actually fall for it. It's a trap. And if the opponent falls for it, definitely it's a win-win situation for you.
I don't know what is gonna happen. Kemin have bought like all the big guns out. That's what I
Big
would
guns
like
out.
to say. Two big ranged attackers, Mew as well as the Pikachu coming through, and then the Absol as well. Heavy hitter coming through, but again they have to connect it. Just like we saw Dodrio doing it from Nova's end on Revenant's team. Can they do it? Let's jump right into the game, get our
Yeah.
questions answered, and let's see if Kemen, with the benefit of the doubt, can actually pull this game back in.
Well, nothing to lose, but actually everything to lose for the side of Kamini Sports, because if in this game they're not able to do it, it's a 3-0 clean sweep from the side of Revenant Esports. Yes, we begin with the national playoffs, day number 3, match 2. Game 3 live in front of us, where we have Revenant Esports already taking the start and Mr. Mime. Any team you talk about, the Mr. Mime is always so violent with that mobility that it has got as a Pokemon. Just runs to the base and gets the points, secures the first goal.
As we said, goals is something we'll be looking out forward to who gets the first one, but after that it all follows to who gets numerous KOs, knockouts coming through. That tells us who has control of the game. Now Zishal, he is making sure that this bottom lane control is not lost, but Absol, he sneaked his way here. They need to be wary about it. Comes with the Electro Ball, is going to be Mew. And there is still Crowley, who needs to level up on the Espeon. He's about to level up. Just one more. He reaches 4. He's going to be an Espeon. And yes, evolves. Right now, the fight is also heading on the top lane as Revenant are pushing on a 3v2 battle, making sure Kid and Strix have trouble. But because Strix is still in level 4, he has Thunder Web. And using the Thunder Web, they're trying to block them and stop them. And it is working.
Actually, and actually a work needed for the side of Revenant Esports. Every side for Kemen this time. If Pikachu is working out with that Electro Web, that's good for them. But look at that. Revenant Esports. In some kind of powerfulness that they've got, they're able to make each and every Pokemon vulnerable, and in a bad situation where they need to fall back. There is not always a want to fall back. There is a need to fall back situation coming up for the side of Kamini Sports. Look at Inpi. He has made to be go backing, and now a 30-pointer added by Azumarill, 36-0.
They want to somehow find an exchange of a knockout, but it is not happening. Expec is back. He's healed up. He got the berries for himself, and whatever Kael and Expec wanted to do, all in vain. Down the drain. And the first goal zone on the top has already been broken. And making sure has still complete control here on bottom lane is that Mime. Along with that, now tagging on, I think it's going to be Espeon and the entirety. Even the Decidueye Blizzard is here, and the light screen coming in makes life even more difficult, preventing them from doing anything. The Spirit Shackle thankfully misses. Otherwise, they would have all been pushed back. The Spirit Shackle gets used. Surf doesn't find any value. And now Kemin trying to hold a 3-man hold. But on the top, it is Azumarill. Revenant right now sneakily might take up that Regieleki and take complete control of it. Right now, this bottom Regirock also looks forward to being in the favor of Revenant Esports, but Kemin's strict. Maybe if he has a Thunderball, it can help out. But Lucario doing damage, takes on Decidueye. The range attacker is out, and the range attacker on Kemin's side is still alive.
Well, yes, exactly. CHEMIN's side is looking still alive in the battle, but they should actually focus on one thing, where they focused in game number 2 and it actually worked out till the very 6th minute. Situations changed. The Rayquaza once again was not conquered, but now we talk about the game number 3. The Revenant is looking once again powerful on Kamini Esports. They're once again bashing around the whole grounds arena, and now they know that the goals are going to be secured. Once again, only 6 points to be, there on this goal post. The goal posts on the bottom lane are still not available, whereas they're already aggressing the base. A big unite move, and Azumarill once again adding 30, 26 by Eldegoss, and now it's 170. CHEMIN has not even, made their account open.
I've not even seen Absol doing anything as of now. Still is in level 9, but in terms of the impact is what we are missing. And he TPs back to base. He gets a goal in, because of which Kamini Esports are finally at 20 to open their quota. But how far can they move? Their account is still lagging behind in the numerous goals that they need to get in. But now Infi has been spotted. Infi, there's nowhere to go. If you push even further, there's an entirety of Revenant Esports waiting to welcome you in open arms to your knockout.
Well, yes, exactly. Now that Revenant Esports have got 173 for them, to Kamini Esports only having 22 points in their hand. Knockouts coming straight hand back to their team. A KO once again from DesiDY. The moves once again working. Blizzard is that Pokemon where you are going to face damage.
Oh no,
even
Infi.
if it's an Azumarill. Infi on the lower end.
He uses his Unite to survive, but can he do a lot more? He uses Slash, now he's using the other moves to run away from them, but there's a chase on Nova. He was unable to connect anything. His Slash did not work out, and he had to finally give up his life. Now it looks like Lucario will also be out. Crowley coming in, but Crowley gets hit with the Pikachu, who uses the Unite. The Thunder Shock coming through, but still a Petnam dance coming in for Mime. He's making sure these guys pay a price, but finally gets isolated and crunched between 2 players, and Absol takes advantage of it. But what is Revenant doing? This, I would say, distraction. They're trying to quickly take out this Regirock, but it feels like it'll be snatched away from Kamini Esports, and yes, it was. But what does Crowley do? Along with his teammates Azumarill, they take down that Absol who was being annoying. But what is this? This is just a distraction as the previous Reggie as well. They take the top Reggie Aliki, and there's nothing that CHEMIN could do.
Well, yes, exactly. It's looking like CHEMIN has nothing in their hand, and Lucifer, already that we are seeing that 173 points are there on the board for, Revenant Esports, and here you go.
A technical
173.
glitch.
A technical glitch. Apologies for that. But then again, look at DesiDY. Now a KO from Revenant Esports, and it's looking not, it's just we're always seeing that. Eldegoss and a KO for Slowbro. Mew trying to actually batch out, but what can you do? Another Unite, and on the other side, Azumarill is busy on one of the goalposts of CHEMIN. Whole lot is available on top lane. A Slowbro was trying to come, and with that mobility, just goes to the top lane.
Oh,
Azumarill
quick KO on Strix! Oh, instant death for Strix. Before he could do anything, he thought he can sneakily come up, put that goal in the top goal zone. But there was a tall grass hiding player, baited him, took his life without him doing anything, sent back to his home, which is the base for now. But Revenant, this is what I talked about, the tactical play methodology that they have. CHEMIN are unable to read, unable to do anything. And now with just 30 seconds to go here, Mridul, I'm fearing for CHEMIN. The only fight that they have to win right now is Rayquaza. Get that Rayquaza at any cost. If they have to give up their teammates' lives, they have to still find the Rayquaza. And a shock coming through to deny Zishal of anything, but they know his position doesn't matter. There is also the supporters coming through, which will help him. He'll to full health.
Well, yes, exactly. And now a full health required. Kamini Esports still trying to make a comeback. More 5 seconds remaining. For the Lord Rayquaza is going to be here at the 2-minute marker. Kamini Esports, the only thing that they require right now with all the full HPs that they have, get the Rayquaza for yourself.
They're going on a head-on fight. They're fighting with Rayquaza as well as Revenant. And this is going to be a close battle. Absol has his Unite. It's all about the timing of who uses their Unite. Rayquaza is super low. And it is Revenant who get it. It's a done deal. CHEMIN have nothing to do. Followed by KO happening. There is a sneaky player who's getting the goals. But it doesn't matter. You see the number of goals, AOS energies that Revenant will have as soon as the bottom and the top goal zones will be destroyed. 100 followed by another 100 followed by another 100. Numerous hundreds come through and we are eventually going to see a big 600, maybe a 700 as well. They're trying to deny them from getting the goals in. A Rayquaza shield has been bursted right now. Crowley still has his, but I feel like Revenant need to start backing off. There's still 1 minute into the game. But what? Wizard is like, doesn't matter, we'll not go back. Gets a 2 KO streak, pushes their team to get even more goals and they reach to 800. Strix, he's trying to survive. He's putting down Thunder, buying space between themselves, but a big chase coming through. He's using the Rayquaza wind, but for how long? Another Thunder hits, but Nova is on the chase. Strix might be able to get 3 in, but that's all. Oh wait, no! They don't even let him get those 3 AOS energies in. That's the amount of aggression that Revenant packed. Damn!
3-0, and what a beautiful way to actually get to that 3-0. The last 30 seconds of the final stretch, the Unite moves always coming into play from the side of Kamini ESPORTS. They have it, so they'll use it for sure. The Pikachu is going to come back from the base. 2 KO streaks from Azumarill, and Azumarill with the mobility, Nova has not fought a lot. Actually, he might have fought a lot, but he's just running, getting those points and just running to the bases. He wants to actually secure the goals on the main goal post, on the spawn goal post. And before he even does so, Revenant has been made the winners. It was a surrender, a straight surrender, and a 3-0 from the side of Revenant ESPORTS. Man, oh man.
They could do nothing, Mridul, nothing.
Actually nothing, yeah.
Even if they tried, there was nothing. And they
8:37.
let the time run out, but still nothing. And look at this. It looks like everybody is exchanging hands from Revenants and in terms of the players who's getting the MVP. Here it is Zishal, has 8 assists, only 2 KOs.
Yeah.
Blizzard didn't go bonkers, but we did see him get streaks 2 times. Once a 2 KO streak, another time a 3 KO streak. And both of them were close to CHEMIN's goal zones itself. Oh my god. And the playstyle that Revenant has, complementing one another's moves. A Spirit Shackle comes through, and then you saw even in the last to immediately help out that Spirit Shackle, find a KO. There was the Aqua Tile coming in from the Azumarill. That brilliant play coming in. And again, I want to give huge credits to Crowley on that Espeon. He used his Unite moves at the right time at all times, which found their team advantages as well as KOs and Rayquaza.
Exactly, the Rayquaza coming into the play because of Crowley. Crowley with that Gradient, he did have a choice. The Gradient was not banned. He could have picked up the same Pokemon, but he focused on Espeon. It was some other guy actually playing Espeon, but this time it was Crowley. Focusing himself on Espeon. He knew he had to take some other role because it was already predicted. It could have been a chance that Kamini ESPORTS had something for Gradient, and he knew it. Even if it wouldn't have been picked up, Gradient wouldn't have been there. Zesol becomes a player of the game. Definitely a great choice, and a great choice to be the MVP. 150 out of those 800 plus points.
Insane game coming in from Revenant. Methodical, surgical strike. They were so clean.
Correct.
I feel like we can call them the doctors right now here in Pokemon Unite. They're so good, clean, and get the job done. And always the mission is successful. Their Operation Theater is in their favor. What a play coming in from Revenant. But right now, it's time for us to take a quick breather, because after what Revenant have done, oh my god, my mind needs a little bit of a short break. But it is going to be Raider coming in, joining with Mridul. So for today at least, I'll be bidding a goodbye for you guys. So have a great evening. Don't go anywhere. It's still a break. There's till the third best of 5. See you after the short break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back again with Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Joining me as my co-caster is going to be Raider. Yes, Sam has left, but no, Raider is back, and you're all set for some fast-paced games. Raider, today is a day where at last we are witnessing some fast-paced games because you know how it has been throughout the first 2 days. We have always been waiting for the teams, but now the teams have all warmed up. The first game, the first match was a best of five where it
Hmm.
went till the best of five, but the second one actually looked like it was a best of three. It was finishing so fast, and it was a clean sweep victory for the side of Revenant Esports. They performed amazingly well against Kamini Esports, and it was a
Yeah.
3-0 clean sweep, where in the last game it was 800 plus points for them.
Well, definitely. With this kind of performance, Revenant is for sure going to jump quite a bit in the group standings as well because you have to have set amount of, let's say, average goals so that you can be on top. That's what SATUL did yesterday against Enigma. Even though they lost the particular match against Enigma, they were still on top in the group standing just because
Mhm.
they had the higher amount of, let's say, average goals. So definitely that is something I believe Revenant is working out quite smoothly, and having a 3-0, having this kind of victorious gameplay in their particular favor, that's absolutely rooting for Team Revenant, that they are the one which may actually give a strong competition to teams like Godsley and SATL, or whichever team which is going to move forward, like FS Esports even. Apart from that, if we talk about the next match, it's going to be TRUERIPPERS versus ORGLESS 5. Well, definitely it was about to start from 9 p.m., but eventually I believe the battle between Revenant and Cayman took a little bit more longer. And now I guess anytime soon the match will start between TRUERIPPERS and ORGLESS 5. Remember, guys, it's a BO5. We have already seen ORGLESS 5 performing today, and they lost it by 3-2. And you can already see SATL after a beautiful victory. They are actually on top, on second position, I believe, in the standings to be precise of Group A. But now moving up ahead, to Rippers, how far they can go, Ogles, how much they can catch up to it. That's going to be something very important to watch out.
Definitely after 50 minutes of brainstorming that Oculus 5 has already had today, and a pressure of at least 2 hours they had, right? They fought from like 6 p.m. till the very timer of 8:30 or like 8:45. So again, the pressure that Oculus 5 has right now, they have already fought for such a long time, and now that they have a pressure of actually performing in their group, 2 matches in a single day. But then again, it's team, it's esports, you always know that you have a lot of chances. Well, this is the round robin format we're talking about in the India Open 2022 national playoffs. Today is the day number 3. We already saw how Group A and Group B standings looked like. Let's take a look over to the lineups of these two teams, that is True Rippers and Ogles 5. On the side of True Rippers, you have Daksh, Devesh, Ego, Kyo, and Seth. Ogres 5, you have Evil Genius 1, Goku, Mikey, Prod, and Vanquisher. Raider,
Mhm.
right now you need to explain me how Ogles 5 will be performing, because again, I've seen how two Rippers have performed, but then I have not seen Ogles 5 performing up until the day number 3. So again, it's going to be a big surprise for me. But how is Ogles 5 going to choose those Pokemons?
Well, see, Oreo 5 is one of those teams which loves to actually see that what opponent is doing, and according to that, they love to choose their Pokemon. So first match,
Mhm.
well, definitely is going to be a little bit more shaky, and that's what I predicted in the match between SATL versus Orgles 5. But what happened? Orgles 5 was able to capsize on it because SATL on the other corner is also one of those teams which loves to see what enemy is about to do, and then
Yeah.
according to that, they plan in the next upcoming matches. And definitely, if they lose one, another match is an aggression for SATL. But now we are talking about Orgles 5 and True Rippers. So yes, obviously we have seen the gameplays coming from True Rippers. They have proven themselves, but they are not that great in the standings at this moment. And if I talk about
Mhm.
August 5, they've already lost the first match that they played. It was a maiden voyage until then. But apart from that, if I talk about one loss, now this would be the one match where they might actually come back with a great victory and eventually
Hmm.
prove themselves a little bit stronger. But the thing is that even when they were able to beat down SATL in some rounds, they were not able to actually secure a lot of goals, or the buffer
Correct.
was not there. So that is
Yeah.
something I'm actually worried about, and that's why my prediction for now is going to be that there is going to be a real struggle for Oculus 5 to win this one.
Well, actually, a great, decision by your side, and actually a great, pinpointed that you made that Orgles 5, the matches that they won again, SCTL, that was not with much a difference. So much of a difference was not there. You know where Orgles 5 actually lagged. Well, now talking about the ban phase, it is going to come in no time, a 10-second timer left. And as we, are going to jump towards the pick phase, we'll have the bans from both the teams, True Rippers and Orgles 5 banning their Pokemon's True Rippers. It's a ban for Tyranitar, while Orgles 5 looks for a ban of Mew. So True Rippers will not be allowed to pick actually a Mew Pokemon, whereas Tyranitar. So ORGLESS 5, yes, they did pick up, Tyranitar two times where I witnessed Raider. They were actually performing good with it. So True Rippers, a great homework.
Well, let's see how far they can actually go with this. Daksh gets the Snorlax. Dodrio is there for by Genius's corner. That's amazing.
Oh,
Prod is
Glacier.
coming up in Mive. But apart from that, I believe Kyo might be actually shifting with quite a few Pokemons. Let's see which Pokemon is going to be the one which is decide the
Mm.
fate, which will decide the fate for this particular team. Apart from that, Saf is coming up with the Eldegoss and Ninetales comes in for the Kyo. That's absolutely
Yo, okay.
amazing. But apart from that, let's see what Itachi and Goku are now going to predict and eventually pick for their fate as well. Definitely, it is going to decide quite a bit that how the impact will be there. I guess Itachi trying to find the right Pokemon for himself. Goku on the other corner, still waiting for the predictions.
Well, again, an Alola and Ninetales is going to be there, but the side of Kyo, when you talk about LD Gauss, is going to be picked up by Seth. Daksh goes in for Snorlax. So again, on the other side, ORGLESS 5 is going for some same Pokemons as I have, even if I was not there casting those matches, I have witnessed the kind of lineup. Yes, a Mr. Mime is going to be there, a Sizer is going to be there, a Dodrio pickup. So again, they, really need to be aware of the Reggie steals and the Rayquaza steals. Anytime Dodrio need not be present around those Regis and the Rayquaza, because if Dodrio is there, True Rippers, beware. ORGLESS 5 is here for a victory.
Well, if I talk about Itachi at this moment, having that Espion might actually give him a boost. But apart from that, if I talk about Vanquisher, he's looking forward to get that Mamoswine in the work. So moving up ahead, it's going to be quite crucial to see that how this game goes on. On the other corner, if we talk about Ego, this guy goes with the slow bro.
Yes, exactly. Now a preparation, phase goes on, and Mamoswine. Every time Raider, when I have seen a Mamoswine, before becoming actually being evoluted to a Mamoswine,
Right.
it's always a choice. It's always a choice when the pillow swine is going to become the mammoth swine. You can actually make it early by doing some farming, like a lot of farming, or either you can choose it, pillow swine to become mammoth swine later. But then, some switches happening, and how a sizer, has been switched. Mammoth swine going above, and some great picks being used out by the side of ORGLESS 5. Let's see if those picks lands right for them, because again, True Rippers is that team where they know actually how to make a comeback. Any strategy you have against True Rippers, they know, a breakthrough for that. And the breakthroughs are really important when you talk about Pokemon Unite.
Well, for now, if I talk about the pick of Aegis Slash is something very amazing to see because True Ripper had not actually used that kind of Pokemon, and eventually from the start of this Pokemon Unite Battle India Open 2022,
Edge
we
Slash.
have not actually seen this particular Pokemon. So AG Slash coming up in the lobby, that's absolutely interesting to see how this all-rounder is going to work for us, and eventually how its evolution, how its Unite move is going to prove its worth in the lobby.
Well, yes, exactly. And now, when you talk about how Eldegoss has been as important as a Pokemon like Tyranitar, Eldegoss being used in the meta a lot. It's that Pokemon when it's at Gossifleur, you don't know when Eldegoss is actually going to come. And it's easy of farming when at level 4 you'll already have the Eldegoss, the abilities will be there, and that would be the stage where Eldegoss is going to, land fruit for you. A great supporter Pokemon is really important because, the attacking skill is also good by this Pokemon. A support with the attacker is always needed, and when you talk about, how it goes on and goes off with its powers, it's really an important Pokemon. When it has Leaf Tornado and Cotton Spore, it's important. But how actually Leaf Tornado and Cotton Spore is used, that's going to be a bigger question here.
Well, definitely having a great Pokemon is not going to cut the deal. You have to know the meta, you have to know how it's going to be used, and what is the kind of, let's say, synergy that you have to maintain with what kind of supporter that attacker should move on. Because we all know attacker is actually quite good in terms of their attacking power, but when it comes to the endurance, they are a little bit more squishy. They can easily be taken down by a great, let's say, all rounder coming up. So, definitely, these are the few things which these guys have to maneuver, and the controllers, or should I say, the players which are playing here for the glory, which are playing for the prize pool, which are playing for the bragging rights of winning this championship, they have to actually get together and eventually synergize their performance, and maybe they will win it.
Still waiting for the match to begin. August 5 going against, both the teams actually, going to start in a short while. But before that, as we discussed, how August 5 have their picks ready, True Rippers have their picks ready. It's just, a slight wait before we actually start with the match. Raider to actually discuss how the previous match went. It was a 3-0, a clean sweep, where that Both the teams actually looked out for something else, but it worked out actually in a different way. The way it was you know a complete and a complete sheer and domination, what I talk about from the side of team Revenant Esports, it looked so bad for CHEMIN. CHEMIN yesterday also had some losses. They had to make a good comeback against Team Revenant, but then Revenant was never actually, allowing that. This time, when you have ORGLESS 5, they have already lost against SATUL. They have lost with a 3-2. The confidence is up for them, but then a loss is a loss. And when you have to come back against a different team, what sort of mindset this team has is going to be a question mark here. Again, the mindset also needs to be positive and actually strategic, because when we know strategies come into play and they actually right well, you will always have the victory.
Well, definitely. I guess synergizing and eventually having a great strategy all together throughout the match will actually work out quite well. But you have to check out that how enemy is going to procrastinate and maybe differ from your particular strategy. Because once you actually look for the defensive position, there might be the enemy who is also looking for the defensive position. Nobody is going to move forward. So you have to move forward maybe if you want to actually maintain that lead. But the initial 5 minutes are something which is going to be very crucial to watch out. And after that, obviously, whenever the Rayquaza comes after the in the last 2 minutes, well, that is the moment where the game can change. That is the final stretch where easily the game can change. And I guess SATL did that very beautifully in the last particular in the first BO5 for the day particularly, where they were standing tall in front of Team Oculus 5, where they had the Rayquaza. Whenever they had the Rayquaza, they had the advantage. They were the one which was scoring quite a few goals, but they were dominating from the start, and that's what True Rippers have to do. Because if True Rippers are able to dominate from the start, they are able to score some good goals and eventually get the KOs and break the momentum of Team Oculus 5, then I don't think so Oculus 5 will have that kind of justification to prove themselves eventually and maybe bring back their glory quite stronger, because the Pokemons that they're choosing, it's pretty similar to what they were choosing in the first battle.
Well, definitely, as I already mentioned it, whenever there was a big phase, Oculus 5 choosing the same kind of Pokemons for themselves. So they are quite predictable, and you need to be non-predictable. And when you actually talk about how it has been in game number one for Oculus 5, actually they need to make a comeback. But before that, before we begin with the match number 3 for today, we'll be going for a short break, and we'll be right back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, back after a short break, we are here with Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Yes, it was a break. Well, we actually didn't need it, but because of some, technical issues, as it is always there in these remote events. But then again, we are back again with these teams. Both of the teams actually ready. This is ORGLESS 5 and True Rippers going against each other. To talk about this best of five, we haven't actually begun with that, but the picks are going to be same, the bans are going to be same. It's just that the lobby is rehosted and we are back into the game, going strong. Let's see who is actually going to win it.
Well, definitely. Winning it is not going to be an easy task for both Ogles 5 and True Rippers at this moment. Ogles 5 already played one match for the day, and they have pretty much learned that how they can actually become the victors. But at this moment, let's talk about the band phase once again coming up. I believe the band Pokemon should be pretty much similar, Dodrio and Tyranitar, I believe. Apart from that, let's see what happens. In just 20 seconds, we'll get to know which are the two Pokemons which are getting banned for True Rippers and Ogles 5 respectively. Apart from that, the battle arena once again remains the same. The Sky Ruins draft pick is coming up for guys, and after this ban phase comes in, we will get the pick phase. We'll see if there is any changes in the Pokemons that they're going to choose. But before that, the Pokemons which are banned are Tyranitar and Mew.
The Tyranitar and the Mew. August 5 actually denying Team True Rippers to choose the Mew, and True Rippers denying August 5 to choose the Tyranitar. Now, a Snorlax from Daksh, a Dodrio coming from the side of, a Genius, and on the other side, a Mamoswine at the top. We were seeing a Mamoswine with Vanquisher till the very end, but then a decision was made, a decision still came up, and that was a decision that was so good. A Mamoswine going up, KO going once again for the Ninetales. Yes, it is going to be a Ninetales choice, and Eldegoss with the side of Saf, Itachi going for an Espion, Goku going for Mr. Mime, Vanquisher. Last time he had a choice. I thought it was Delphox, but I don't know if it was a Delphox or not. Ego and Devesh are still blank with the choices.
Well, definitely looking forward to see what the Pokemons that they are going to choose. Apart from that, Vanquisher, we are also waiting. I believe that could be Serena coming from Ego's corner. Or is it some kind of changes coming up? We'll have to look into that. Devesh, if I talk about that guy, it's pretty much blank for them. But I believe once again, I guess there is some small issues, guys. With the match will be registered, I believe.
Well, yes, again, I think the match is still going to be a rehost once again. Some technical issues are landing right here between True Rippers and Team Ogles 5. So, on the pick phase, it's all good. It's all looking good. But then, yes, it was a sizer for Vanquisher. We are still going for a preparation, and let's see what happens on the rehost side.
Well, definitely, we have to look into that. But apart from that, if we talk about the journey coming from this particular fight, is going to be a crucial one. This is the last match for the day, but the playoffs are kicking it off quite amazing. And the carnage and the, I guess, aggression which is coming up back and forth is absolutely on point. Be it Team S12, or if we talk about Revenant, a complete swipe coming from their particular corner. Teams like Kamini ESPORTS, which tried their level best to stand tall, but were unable to do so. I believe in the upcoming journey, they might be actually learning quite a few things from this particular matchup that we saw today, and maybe bounce back quite harder. Apart from that, if we talk about Revenant, the way they are leading it off, it's absolutely amazing. But then again, they are creating a target on themselves.
Again, when you are going to see these picks and these bans once again coming straight to our hearts, straight to our minds, and straight to the screens, it's hard to actually wait for the game to come up because we are really excited. We already have those picks coming up from both the sides. Actually, what is going to be the play is still a question, big question mark. Waiting for actually, to get the game rehosted and actually to be set with all the things. Raider, again,
Mhm.
Orgles 5, as they lost against SATUL. The two matches they won, as we discussed, one was a match where they had only a 4-point lead, and another was the match where they had a 12-point lead. And if I'm not wrong, the matches that they won, they had the Tyranitar. True Rippers actually has worked on that thought that Tyranitar is that Pokemon which has actually worked out for Orgles 5, so definitely they won't be allowing it.
Actually, it was, I believe, Team Soul which was using the Tyranitar back and forth, and eventually they were gaining the momentum in their particular fights. I believe the Pokemon which was messing around was Dodrio, the speeds coming from Ogles 5. So, definitely, I think True Ripper, if they have seen that particular matchup, they should ban it. Or maybe True Ripper knew already about the Dodrio situation and they know how to counter Dodrio and Pokemons like that or any speedsters which are going to be there, because Dodrio is a Pokemon which can easily sweep out or steal your Regis or Rayquazas. And apart from that, if we talk about the goaling momentum, that's also going to be quite crucial to see that how a speedster can easily run up to the goal and maybe just score it as fast as it can. And apart from that, if we talk about the supporters and the other Pokemons, August 5 is pretty much decent in that.
August 5 actually going pretty much decent with those strategies and actually working out with it. But then when you talk about how it has been throughout these 3 days and how actually teams have gone through, these matches, you talk about the chances being given to the teams. Yes, it is a round robin format where once again you're not going to be actually eliminated. This is a time where only the top 8 is going to be selected, top 4 from each and every group. So group A and group B actually are going to be at a bigger question here. Who is going to be the one actually getting it? And when you talk about it, Raider, what actual results are going to work out for each and every team still comes as a question mark, right? Well, talk about August 5 and True Rippers. August 5 and True Rippers, both the teams are ready, but we still have these questions in our minds. August
Well, I
5
guess, yeah.
actually going for the same lineup. Will it work out?
It could work out because against them, it's not SATL for now, and they've already tasted a loss. So definitely, they might be coming quite stronger with some new strategies, or even if they are coming back with the older strategies, they might be coming back with the greatest energy. And brainstorming would have been done, and eventually some new changes would be there. So definitely, quite a few things can happen at this moment. Even when the actually match goes on, that could be quite critical to see. Whenever the match gets started, we might see what happens in the first match. But still, predicting even after the first match, predicting anything about that particular whole BO5 is something which can be risky for us, because we don't know what will happen in the next upcoming battles as well. Because first match could be one of those matches where both True Rippers and Orgles 5 are going to be like, let's see what opponent does. And after that, in the second, third, and fourth match, they might be coming back even stronger and maybe turning that tides in their favor, or it could go to the 5 matches altogether. So many predictions are there, many speculations are there to be precise, but these variables, well, they are going to get answered as soon as the match gets started.
Well, the predictions and these variables always are coming to our minds as the doubts and the doubts needs to be solved, because the doubts are still unanswered. When the lobby has been rehosted twice and we're still waiting for the game to come live, Raider, the question mark becomes actually big. The question remains, but the question mark actually remains big. We saw the same lineup, the same choices, the same actually bans. Mew being denied by the side of Orgles 5. What do they have in mind? Because, we have seen True Rippers actually playing Mew, but not much of a times. And now that the game is going to be started in no time, well, at last, I hope and I believe, touchwood, actually, I'm touching my table right now. Touchwood, we actually start with this game at the third time.
Definitely, it's going to be quite interesting to see that how the game gets started, how the inauguration of this particular fight, this BO5 is going to get started. How I believe, to be precise, Team Oculus 5 is going to deal with teams like Tomb Trooper, which have actually fairly got the gist of this particular tournament. They have played their fair share. They have won, I guess, 1 or 2 matches and eventually lost also. So definitely, I guess these are a few things which might easily create that kind of ruckus in the minds of True Reapers players. And if I talk about specifically players like Devesh and Daksh, they have been seen doing the unthinkable thing. So definitely, I guess it's going to be a one hell of a competition between these two giants.
Well, yes, again, impossible needs to be possible, right? And right now, impossible becoming possible is actually what they need to do, because right now Ogle is 5. It's not impossible, and it's quite possible, and a lot of chances are there that Ogle 5 might be winning it again, might be winning it against True Rippers. But True Rippers know what they're doing whenever they're going for a choice, whenever they're going for it. Banning Tyranitar was a decision that, True Rippers had made, and they're not, making a choice for August 5 to actually choose Tyranitar. Right now, Tyranitar is banned, but Dodrio is going to come up. We saw that Dodrio is there on the lineup, and with that, we start with the game. We are already live with this very game, with the Dodrio is right now in a short form, not actually, still not evolved, and yeah, we go in the match.
Well, the evolutions, the leveling up, well, everything will be actually coming up soon enough. But before that, they have to farm and get as many goals as possible right now. Look at that goal. Finally goes and does the 4. The unthinkable at this point has to be done. And ORGLESS 5 comes up with another beautiful goal, and now it's 10 for team ORGLESS 5. TRUERIPPERS looking at a little bit more on the shaky corner, but the Sizer is once again trying to farm out, maybe farm a little bit more. On the other corner, if we talk about Daksh, the Snorlax wants to go ahead and goal. Apart from that, he's once again trying to be a little bit more poetic. The swing up, that's Prod to be precise, is also trying to move forward and eventually gain the momentum. Cardio manages to take one down. That's quite crucial at this point.
Actually, they're having a Snorlax that is going to be a bigger counter for Dodrio. Snorlax is that Pokemon which is always going to counter Dodrio. Dodrio has that endurance still, but cannot actually match up the endurance of Snorlax. 20 points already on the board for ORGLESS 5, and the bombardness of, farming those Pokemons and evaluating as soon as possible is going to be the most important thing right now.
Definitely, it's crucial to actually get as many as AR synergy as possible, and apart from that, and just having the AR synergy is not going to cut the deal. You have to go ahead and eventually put it down in the enemy's goal zone. Apart from that, if we talk about the Ninetales, well, look at that particular Pokemon is also trying to be quite chaotic. Espeon on the other corner is also trying to find its own way. Itachi, 23 AR synergy in the favor. Let's see how far they can farm and eventually gain the points in the favor. 6 is the right level that our Dodrio is looking sharp. Genius from ORGLESS 5 is trying to be chaotic. Let's see what happens. TRUERIPPER, will they be able to give that comeback? Or is it going to be Daksh who is going to wipe him out? Unstoppable. Well, I believe Genius, to be precise. He is the Sweetster right now, but we all know Sweetster is fast, but their endurance is not there. And if we're talking about the tanks, or should I say the defenders, that's Snorlax. Sweenup already gets taken down by Snorlax.
Yes, exactly. And right now, moving forward, and look at that. ORGLESS 5, 50 points right now. And the vulnerability that ORGLESS 5 always, is gaining on their Espeon and their Dodrio, that's actually working for them. But then look at TRUERIPPERS coming back and the points getting added. Serena going back to the base, but the Gardevoir is going to come in no time. Still not in the evolved stage, still looking at the Kirlia, if not wrong.
Well, definitely we have to see how far they can actually go at this point, because TRUERIPPER having that kind of jump in the points is absolutely amazing. 99 is what they are scoring, and if we talk about ORGLESS 5, only 50. Swinub on the other corner is trying to work. Okay, I guess that's now below Swine if I'm not wrong. But finally, finding the Registeel at the bottom lane, can they actually go ahead and devour him? On the upper corner, on the top lane, I can already see that we have also got the Reggie, but let's see who is going to farm it out and eventually get it in their favor. On the other corner, the KO comes in. That's Ninetales managing to take out the Piloswine.
Yes, exactly. The Piloswine goes down, and again, the chances Raider, they have to actually get the Piloswine to the Mamoswine as soon as possible. Also going down. TRUERIPPERS now taking a lead. In the start, it was a good start for ORGLESS 5 in the very first 2 minutes, the first stretch you talk about. But then in the second stretch from 8 till the 6-minute mark, TRUERIPPERS have actually taken the lead. Still 15 seconds remaining for, to actually touch that 6-minute marker. Whereas TRUERIPPERS is also looking strong. They are, looking real aggressive on the bottom lane. Whereas Sizer is going for a top lane push alone, but he has the Reggie in front of him.
Well, definitely they have got the aggression, but how far they can actually go with the aggression if the synergy is not there, that's something which can be quite crucial. But yes, of course, the synergy is coming up. When they try to focus, they are actually focusing on the corner. If we talk about EG Genius, look at that. Dodrio is constantly trying his ability to steal, but I believe that's Gardevoir getting the Reggie.
Yes, exactly. And right now, moving forward, we can see that 135 points are here for the side of TRUERIPPERS. ORGLESS 5 right now, looking in a serious bad situation where one of the goalposts of TRUERIPPERS is looking in a bad state, where ORGLESS 5 is already rushing. But no, look at that. The aggression has been made. And on the bottom side, the goalpost for ORGLESS 5 has been destroyed. Yes, Devesh knows that the Piloswine is coming in, but no, the Reggie. The favor should be for TRUERIPPERS.
Well, right now trying to conquer the Regieleki. Let's see who is going to get it. Fortunately, if we talk about the goal zones, well, look at that. Daksh is pretty much ready to put down another goal, another set of 23 points in his favor. That's absolutely amazing. Coming very close to 200 points. TRUERIPPERS is looking quite amazing. On the other corner, if we talk about the Regieleki, well, it is getting in the favor of team ORGLESS 5, and now he's trying. The Regieleki is constantly trying his level best to actually devour this particular goal zone. But let's see how far they can actually go. 140. Finally, one more goal zone gets taken down, and that's TRUERIPPERS at a loss.
At last. At last, August 5 actually got one of the goalposts of Team True Rippers. The Regeliki always, comes as a great ally when you know that it was a top lane push. True Rippers could have seen it coming in the previous match when you saw that Revenant Esports actually witnessed that one of the Pokemons was alone at the top lane. There was a single call that please arrive at the top lane. I'm alone. I know there's going to be a push. But this time, the coordination landed short and True Rippers actually are going to lose one of their, goalposts. Right now, on the other side, they still have the positive side is going to be that they have a 58-point lead. But then the timer is ticking and the clock never stops for anyone. The time never stops for anyone, and with that, the Mammoth Point is.
Well, time is just the ticking bomb which is going to denote that how this particular matchup is going to go on. Dodrio on the other corner tries to go for the Unites, but eventually Caesar is going to bag out Serena. And if we talk about Seth, let's see how far this Eldivers is going to go and trying to actually just survive from Vanquisher. That's not going to be a possible deal for him, but yes, of course, he is waiting for the backup for the team. If the backup comes in, it can be a beneficial one, but for now, Eldigos gets damaged quite a bit. Well, another set of 5 points is going to get delivered by Dodrio, and that's why Dodrio is one of those amazing Pokemon which can easily turn the game in their favor. But if we talk about this guy, Daksh, he's just trying to push forward, and meanwhile also getting the punching done in Duster. Apart from that, if we talk about Chaos coming up, that's Serena, and Gardevoir also bags out the mine.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, moving forward, 198 points on the board. ORGLESS 5, yes, they are coming back to the battle, but a chaos streak of True Rippers, a 4 chaos streak. They are going to be a real different side this time. There they go. Well, the unit moves are still not available with any of those Pokemons, but then True Rippers look strong. 216 on the board. They are, aggressing towards the bottom lane, kind of still, staying in the mid lane. Now True Rippers is going to focus on only one thing. The Lord Rayquaza.
Definitely, Rayquaza is going to be there in just a span of 20 plus minutes, 20 plus seconds to be precise. On the other corner, the chaos Rodrigo is going to get is absolutely on point. But let's see how far this Rodrigo is going to go on, because Regieleki is another beautiful Pokemon which is just trying to devour everybody who is coming in front of him. Apart from that, the damages are coming up. Definitely, Espeon could be an advantage for this particular team, but let's see how far they can go. Saiza, meanwhile, tries to just farm and eventually hide in the high tall grasses so that they can actually come back quite stronger. Apart from that, Goku on the other corner with 32 EOS energy in his favor, definitely trying his level best to secure some good points. Meanwhile, the Rayquaza comes in. Let's see. The attack gets started broad with the Mamoswine is just trying his level best to thump around and maybe get the Rayquaza in his favor. But if I talk about the particular team of True Rippers, they are waiting for the moment when Rayquaza is going to be lit as hell. And then what happens? Another attack, another set of ranged attack is going to be there from Team True Rippers. They will be able to seal it out. But at this point, not ORGLESS 5 is going to push. Nobody is trying to push on Rayquaza. Nobody is trying to actually take him down. But everybody is focusing on putting up the goals and meanwhile defending themselves as well.
Exactly, and now some farming being done. The moves need to be available with the Pokemons as soon as possible. Where the Mamoswine is going to take a lot of damage, and there you go. Mamoswine has been stopped. Just stuck at position and a KO. What a great combination of the 19s and Nolax, and Mamoswine has been sent back to the base.
Another set of Unite moves coming up, and there we go. If I talk about Serena, manages to back out the Dodrio. Finally, once again punching back. Let's see how far they can go. Ninetales manages to take down Espeon. That's absolutely amazing. Serena gets out the another streak. And that's going to be, I believe, Saiza getting down from the particular Dodrio on the other corner. The goals are coming up. Look at that. The damage comes in. Definitely trying to get the best to go ahead and goal. Let's see how far they can go. Yeah, the damages are coming up. Plus 62. That's amazing. Ninetale manages to back out another set of, let's see, goals coming up. And on the other corner, put up Eldigos. There we go. Another set of goals from Eldigos' corner. But Kyo, this Gardevoir has to fall by because his HP is not looking that great. On the other corner, if we talk about the amount of EOS energy, that's 50. 20 more seconds to go. Definitely have to defend their goals. Along with that, they have to actually go for the top lane. Look at that. There is nobody on the top lane, and that's absolutely amazing to watch out. Because if we talk about the bottom lane, well, the defense is coming up, and as you all can see, it's not going to be an easy task for this particular team. More, but 68 points. Espeon with an amazing boost coming up. That's absolutely amazing. Plus 30 once again. Dodrio comes up with another set of points. That's quite crucial for the moment. I don't know what is going to happen. True Rippers was way too high in the goal scoring type of scenario, but eventually the ORGLESS 5, the way they came back was absolutely amazing. And finally, it's ORGLESS 5 in the last second. Amazing.
The last second move actually made by the ORGLESS 5. They waited for it till the very 9th minute. and you know how they actually conquer this game. Uh, it looks quite similar that both of the teams have those points, but then Genius with the Dodrio, yes, the way Dodrio should have performed, Genius has performed with it. But the Mammoth Swine not even gaining a single goal pointer for the team. Okay, still a great combination was there with you know. We saw how Ninetale came up with Snorlax. Some or the other combination should have been made with Mammoth Swine.
Well, definitely the impact was quite on point. If I talk about Saf, he did his best to deliver the goals. But when it comes to Vanquisher from the team, particularly known as ORGLESS 5, the way he was able to deliver the goals and Genius as well, the Dodrio, that's what I was talking about in the caster deck. That Dodrio is one of those amazing Pokemons that not just stealing the Regiseals and eventually getting the knockers at the swift moment. I believe Dodrio is an asset which you can use at the last seconds and get a speed goaling spree.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, focusing towards ORGLESS 5, they have 373 on the board. For themselves, they look amazing, and it was a straight incline for ORGLESS 5. After 161, they waited till the very last minute and it went straight into their hands. Look at Vanquisher. The amount of recovery this Pokemon has made, Sizer was as important as Dodrio. Look at that. Damage dealt is more than Dodrio. Damage taken is more than Dodrio. Recovery is more than Dodrio. So, actually, the only thing Dodrio landed well was actually to gain those points. Dodrio is a stealer. You don't have more of damage dealing, you don't have more of damage taken, you always have the stealing because of this Pokemon. Look at Seth doing wonderful work with the Eldegoss. The recovery is, at par of what we actually, could have witnessed. And the wish with the Ninetales performed brilliantly, but in the end, choked out. And ORGLESS 5 actually got the first game.
Vanquisher from ORGLESS 5 is going to get the MVP title. The most vital player of this particular match is going to be this guy, particularly. Goals are 86, 5 knockouts coming from his corner, 4 assists. And if I talk about the damage, that's 63,668. That's absolutely an amazing scorecard coming from this particular guy's corner. But definitely moving on, we'll be checking on that how the particular performances are going to go on. Because honestly speaking, if I talk about Team TRUERIPPERS in the last few seconds, they were choking. Otherwise, there was a possibility where they would have easily grabs this match in their favor if they were not choking. If Snorlax would have been there at the right time period, I don't know what he was waiting for to actually
Correct.
check out that if there is actually somebody pushing in the top lane, but there was nobody pushing in the top lane, and that's what I guess is a brilliant strategy coming from Team August 5. They went on bonkers in the bottom lane. Everybody was in the bottom lane. All the 5 Pokemons were pushing in the bottom lane, and out of the blue, it was Dodrio which came in as a speedster and bags out quite a few amazing goals for the team.
But then, taking a look over these highlights, TRUERIPPERS actually looked amazing, throughout. Like, till the very 8th minute, they were at the lead. But then, in the end, ORGLESS 5 actually took it in their hands when they were at 161, if I'm not wrong. Yes, at 161, they graph went for a straight incline of 70 degrees, right? Okay, and you saw how ORGLESS 5 actually gained those points. They were massive with the destruction that they caused in the end. Yes, this is a timer where around after 1 minute the Rayquaza was going to arrive. KO streaks were happening from TRUERIPPERS. It was sheer in domination and it looked like it is a clean sweep victory for TRUERIPPERS. But no. ORGLESS 5 had something in their mind.
Well, definitely. ORGLESS 5 was waiting for the right moment, and eventually, at the last seconds, the way they were delivering the goals was absolutely amazing. Everybody was pushing on the bottom lane, and that's how they were able to conquer it. Because if we talk about Team TRUERIPPERS, they were still, I guess, procrastinating this particular fight that it might actually go in the top lane and it might actually not come to the bottom lane. But look at that. This Dodrio, to be precise, was absolutely invincible throughout the battle. Yes, of course, he was getting killed quite a few times by Serena, by Sizer as well. But definitely, if I talk about the picks that he was able to pick out was absolutely amazing. He was able to sweep out quite a few knockouts as well. Look at that. In the kill feed, you can already see it was Rodri who bags out the Sharina.
Exactly, and Rao moving forward, we see how ORGLESS 5 actually took it in the end. Dodrio, the stealer, actually adding 60 points for the team. That made the
Indeed,
difference. That
yeah.
made the difference. GG's.
Well, definitely quite a good game coming from this particular team. But moving up ahead, Oculus 5, can they maintain their consistency? Could this be a 3-0 performance? We have to look into it because Oculus 5, well, they need to get this match in their favor. Because if I talk about True Rippers, they've already won one or two particular matches into their favor. But Oculus 5, they started off against SATL and they lost it. Now it's against Team True Rippers, which faced off Team SATL in the first day of national playoffs and proved their worth, but they lost it to be precise. But moving up ahead, let's see what happens. To Ripper from the start till the end were very strong. But in the last few seconds, they were like, we have a lead of close to 150 points. Nobody is going to beat us, and that's where they were wrong.
Yeah, exactly. This very moment where ORGLESS 5 have actually got the first game, True Rippers were looking wonderful. But then, in the end, one single mistake, and ORGLESS 5 is just, waiting for it. ORGLESS 5 knows that throughout the game it's going to be difficult for them to actually maintain the whole consistency of those points. But then a single mistake comes from the side of an opponent team. ORGLESS 5 just jumps on it and actually gets the whole game for themselves, actually.
Definitely, I guess jumping on the right time, and eventually on the right opportunity is something Oculus 5 is very keen on doing. But the thing is, once again, I'm going to coin is not a lot of buffer was there in terms of the goal. And that's what Oculus 5 has to work on. Against SHL, same thing happened. They were winning quite a few rounds, but eventually the lead was not that optimum. 30, 40, even 100 point is not going to cut the deal because when it comes to the leaderboard, when it comes to the scorecard, there you have to have a buffer of close to, let's say, 100 or 200 or even 300 points is going to be absolutely amazing. Look at Revenant right now. In the past few matches with Revenant played against CHEMIN ESPORTS, they had a beautiful amount of goals, close to 500 goals in every single match. And eventually in the last one, they had above or should I say more than 800 goals in their favor. So that's something I guess Oculus 5 have to adapt. They are fighting, they are getting the KOs, but when it comes to the goal scoring, they are lacking behind.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, if we talk about these teams, if we talk about their plays, it's looking wonderful for them, right, Raider? But moving forward, as we see that ORGLESS 5 have already got the first game, the momentum is good. Not actually good, but they took the pace in the very end. So, yeah, it might continue in the next game, but then the strategies are going to be different. The bans are going to be different. For sure, they know that the ban is going to be Dodrio. OMG, Tyranitar, they're not going to pick it to Rippers. You know that the Dodrio is not required from ORGLESS side.
Well, definitely, we have to check into that. We have to look into that. What is going to be the Pokemons who are going to be banned, and apart from that, what are the choices of these particular guys who are going to perform 10 Pokemons 5 versus 5? It's going to be a definitely amazing face-off coming up. But after having a beautiful victory, I don't think so. Oculus 5 should choke down. But the only thing which will be able to choke them down is going to be their lack of having goals in their favor. They never go for the Rayquaza. They were just trying to be a sneaky one. If I guess True Rippers is going to attack on Rayquaza at the last second, they might actually come back and eventually gain the momentum and maybe get the Rayquaza in the favor. Apart from that, they are never the one which initiates the fight with Rayquaza.
Exactly, and right now, Rayquaza not becoming the focus for most of the teams, and they're still reaching around, 300 plus points, 400 plus points. That's a great thing, right? When you don't even have the Rayquaza in your halves and covering up all the goalposts, well, then you talk about the game number two. It's live in front of us. The ban phase is here, where more 20 seconds of thought process going, the brainstorming against coming from both the teams. True Rippers against Team ORGLESS 5, and let's see what happens on the match of these two teams. The matchup, game number two of the match two.
Well, it's a very important fight to be honest, but let's see how this fight is going to go down. August 5, which Pokemon are they going to choose? That's going to be Mime, and from True Rippers is going to be Snorlax. That's amazing. Now comes the pick phase. Now comes one of those amazing phases where we're going to see how the team which is on the blue corner, that's Team August 5, how they're going to perform. The one which is already leading in the charts of this particular PO5. Prod actually gets the Tyranitar, and Daksh with the Eldegoss. Mew is there for Devish.
Well. Right now, focusing on these bans, a Mr. Mime getting banned from the side of ORGLESS 5 and True Rippers banning Snorlax. So, Raider, for sure, I am focusing on only one thing, that both these teams are not actually working on the previous games. They are on some more good end strategies where like right now, ORGLESS 5, they're picking up Tyranitar. Yes, True Rippers did not ban Tyranitar this time, and ORGLESS 5. We have the opportunity. Why should not we go for it?
I mean, definitely they have to have the opportunity. Apart from that, Ogles 5 once again gets the Dodrio. Mamoswine is there for the Itachi. Amazing. Slowbro for Seth. And I believe that's going to be Gardevoir for Kyo. It is actually going to be quite impressive to see how Gardevoir is going to become an asset, because in the last one, there was Gardevoir for Team True Ripper, but eventually that impact coming from Gardevoir was not there. Although Gardevoir can be a great asset for the team, but eventually, if you know how to use it, if you know the meta, then only it's usable and eventually it's able to dish out that kind of damage. On the other corner, Vanquisher goes out for this arena. Blissey comes in for Goku, hoping so that the changes are not going to come in. Vanquisher, yes, of course, is going to choose this arena. But if we talk about Ego, could it be Sizer or some other Pokemon?
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, focusing on these lineups that both of the teams have. Look at the choices being made. Itachi goes in with Mamoswine, Dodrio from Genius, Clefable is not there. Okay, so Blissey getting chosen by Goku, Vanquisher going in with Serena. On this side, you have a Gardevoir, you have a Sizer, an Eldegoss, a Mew, and Slowbro. Some choices to be made, some differences to be made, and yes, they would still be actually making the final preparations. Switch over the Pokemons. Actually, landed right. Itachi goes in for a Dodrio.
Well, indeed, Itachi is going to choose that amazing Pokemon, which was able to help them a lot in the previous battle as well. So moving up ahead, I hope so that in this particular matchup as well, Ogles 5 is going to back this out, and maybe we are going to see a clean sweep just like Revenant. And it would be quite amazing to see a comeback coming up. But True Ripper, the way they are starting it off, the way they are struggling in it in front of a team which is already not having that kind of buffer in their favor. All in I guess 10 minutes, the only focus of True Rippers and Ogre's Wife as well is that we have to go for the goals. They're not focusing on the boss Pokemons that much. They're not focusing on the KOs as well. They're just trying to be defensive and meanwhile just score a little bit more goals and along with the farmings that they are trying to do. And yes, of course, one thing which is actually pretty much a major focus for these teams is to evolve as fast as they can and gain as many as ES energy that is possible for now.
Well, teams like Revenant, TRUERIPPERS, and how even SATUL has focused on those boss Pokemons, Regis are, required much more than you actually think, right, Raider? Because when you go for these matches, those are the phases where you're actually just fighting and actually just scoring the goals. But then when you're not focusing on Regis, where is that defense? Where is that, one more ally being added to your team? So again, a focus needs to be made, the farming needs to be done. Yes, Vanquisher is still waiting to evolve. Right at this time, Vanquisher cannot do anything. The evolve needs to be there. Well then, before that, a first goal. And now that's why.
Goals are coming up. Definitely, Oilers 5 is once again starting to maintain their pressure and eventually momentarily try to escape as well from the attacks coming up. Sobro is there on the other corner. Tizer also trying to be quite chaotic. Let's see how far they can go. Vanquisher on the other corner is trying his level best to dominate the perspective. Meanwhile, farming is also going to be quite important. Look at that. Daksh tries his level best. Daksh is a tank. Daksh is a defender. So definitely he can easily go for that. But let's see how far they can go.
Yes, exactly. And even before that, as we are moving forward, right, we can see how brilliantly this team is going for it. And right now, TRUERIPPERS, ORGLESS 5 have a lead over them. 8-0, a great start, and that is what they actually need. Already going in with some great power. Most of the Pokemons will be coming up with their whole set, but then it's still a Chansey and it needs to be a Blissey soon. On the other side, you know how Serena, we are still waiting for the Serena. Serena should be here no time soon, and I hope it comes to the game as soon as possible. For now, we are still, at the lower stage where we are at Steenie, and Steenie becomes Serena soon. 13 to the 25, TRUERIPPERS now picking up the pace, and I think it's going towards a 1-1.
Definitely going to be a risky battle for now. KO comes in from the corners of Mew. And apart from that, if I talk about Mew has taken down to the size. Apart from that, if I talk about Dodrio, Piloswine is also there. Go. This guy particularly is going to be quite crucial for the team. Apart from that, if I talk about Vanquisher, they are just trying their best to go ahead and eventually maintain the consistency. And apart from that, push around the team which is trying to push forward. Meanwhile, Ego comes up with the Sizer attack.
Yes, exactly. Now a Sizer attack coming in from the sides, and Itachi, look at that. The Dodrio is just running through the grounds, and The Dodrio knows what it has to do. It's just like the Azumarill, always and always cheeky, always running around the whole map. And it's important to actually have these Pokemons. When it's a speedster, it should be, just so mobile that the scoring needs to be done, and the scoring needs to be done a lot for the side of TRUERIPPERS. But then again, ORGLESS 5 will pick up the pace soon. Dodrio goes down. Caught alone, just sent back to the base.
Let's see how far they can go on the bottom lane. As you all can see, already the team True Rippers is just trying to go out for the Regis on the top lane. It's going to be Serena and Scyther trying to fight back. Vanquisher just trying to defend the goal. Apart from that, meanwhile, farming is also going to be quite important. But I guess that's Skyway which bags out the Regi.
Exactly, and with that 25 points here, look at that. On the other side, Raider, we see Safe and Mew. Right now, Devesh is also focusing on one of those things, that how exactly would the Pokemon be actually working for him, because look at that. It's been already 4 minutes. It's not, quite going in a good way for the for each of these sides. And right now, as we move towards Team TRUERIPPERS, LD goes. The job is still being done. The Unite move is still needed, but we have to wait for it. We have to wait for it. So bottom lane is busy with those fights, as TRUERIPPERS is now looking up for an HP lead.
Oh, another score being done. Vanquisher once again comes up with a plus 30 points. That's absolutely amazing. Oh, Vanquisher, another fight. That's amazing. Vanquisher, even if she gets taken down, she gets KO'd. At this point, she has done her job for the moment. Momentarily, Serena once again comes up with a beautiful plus 5. If we're talking about Genius, the Tyranitar is here. Let's see how far they can go with this particular person. On the other corner, the Mew is just trying to go guns blazing and trying his level best to devour the enemy. Meanwhile, Genius comes up with 36 KOs energy. He can easily go and do the goals, but Goku is the one, the pillar strike, once again coming up.
Well, yes, exactly, and how fast these teams are going up with their, progression that they have made up until now. On the bottom side, they were there fighting for the bottom lane, and now they're at the top lane. ORGLESS 5, they know when the Regis are important for them. TRUERIPPERS already picking up one Regirock. Now, Regieleki needs to be on the side of ORGLESS 5, because if it's not there, ORGLESS 5, the lead that they have, will go into it.
Well, definitely. If the lead is actually gone down, so that pressure that they've maintained is not going to work out for Team ORGLESS 5. But the KOs are coming up. Look at that. If I talk about Team TRUERIPPERS, Mew manages to take one down. I believe that was Dodrio. On the other corner, let's see how far they can go. Another takedown. Okay, that's Isaac coming up for Tyranitar.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, looking over the throws to, both the sides have a KO streak coming up from the side of Scyther. And, this position looks good for them. More points being added. The goalposts have been left open for ORGLESS 5 to conquer, and they would be doing and going through with it.
Well, definitely. They're just trying their best to conquer this goal post and eventually devour it down. 156 points coming from ORGLESS 5, but look at the goals that this particular team is trying to go for. 125 from the corner. Just like that, they've vanquished the lead that there was. But eventually, still there is a lead, but not that much for now. Regice on the other corner is getting countered by the Vanquisher. But the Pokemon, how far they can actually go. Well, finally, Serena gets this particular advantage in his favor, but finally, let's see how far they can go. Devesh, if I talk about this Mew, definitely gets damaged by the Serena. If the KO comes in, that can be a very brutal one.
Yes, exactly. And right now, moving forward with ORGLESS 5 and Team TRUERIPPERS, 156 on the board for them. Right now, they look great with the Mamoswine that they have. Mamoswine coming up to the evolved stage. Yes, it was needed, and very well. A KO coming up from the side of TRUERIPPERS. So again, a sheer and combination. Whereas if you know how good they're looking up with their positions, how good they're looking up with what they have tackled with. A KO comes from the side of ORGLESS 5. Another KO from the side of ORGLESS 5. And the streak goes on from the Scyther side. Scyther is not going back to the base. In the grounds, would be fighting till the very last.
Amazing battle is here right now. Mew with the solar beam once again tries to be at his peak. On the other corner, if we talk about the Ego, the Scyther, he is absolutely on point. The way he's gaining the points is absolutely mesmerizing. Now he has to go for the goals, but let's see how far they can actually go. On the other corner, the Blissey comes in on the bottom lane, trying to actually defend the goal zones. And Dodrio is as well there. So definitely it can be an advantageous moment. Dodrio once again tries to hide in the tall grasses. Maybe be a sneaky one. Apart from that, look at that. Yes, of course, this goal can be done. Itachi goes in, Itachi goes in, Itachi goes in. The goal is done. One goal is done. Second goal was also done, I believe, if I'm not wrong. Apart from that, yes, the attacks are coming up. As we all know, if we're talking about Genius, the talent are still waiting for the right opportunity.
Yes, exactly. And right now, moving forward, how well they're looking with it. Look at that. August 5 already at 174 points. Reggie has already been spotted. Ego goes for it. And Sizer on this side. Yes, Sizer needs an ally because, again, a solo guy, how much takes could he pick up, right?
Definitely, those damages are not going to be that mesmerizing for them. The slow bro manages to take another beautiful set of goal for them, but the KO comes in, and again, it's Team TRUERIPPERS which is going to have that kind of advantage. But apart from that, they have to focus on one more thing, that the Rayquaza, the boss Pokemon, is here right now. But Ego, he decides that he's going to put up the goal, and this could be a beautiful enchantment from this particular corner. But let's see how this whole situation goes on. Is it going to be a possible task coming up? We have to look into that. Apart from that, in the center region, in the area, in the mid lane, another battle is coming up. Look at that. The United moves are coming up, and look at this particular perspective. Mamoswine backs out. Gardavia. Giorgio backs out. Eldegos. And apart from that, still the KOs are coming up. It's Serena for Slowbro.
Yes, exactly. And look at that. 174 points here. And look at that. A 1 minute and 20 second timers is here. The Rayquaza the Lord is here. And Team ORGLESS 5 is also focusing on that. Because TRUERIPPERS have already got that pick, they know how much of importance Rayquaza holds. Amazing. And ORGLESS 5 is going for it. They're running for it. They know the goalpost is empty. No Pokemon there. The Sizer will come in no time. But before that, it's late. Already points are added. On the other side, Mamoswine was also adding those points. It's done. ORGLESS 5 has won this position.
Oh, wait for a second, because if I talk about TRUERIPPERS, they're also trying their level best to keep the tussle down. Let's see how far they can go. If I talk about Dodgio, they're just trying to keep. Of course, it's looking quite amazing for Team ORGLESS 5. It's looking like they're going to pack out the second, and the score will be 2-0. But if I talk about the comeback coming up, let's see how far they can actually stretch this out. Fraud, meanwhile, actually fish out the damages. But look at that. The Dodgio, the Tyranitar. Finally, it's ORGLESS 5 with a huge buffer of close to 400 plus points in their favor. This is what we wanted to see coming from Team ORGLESS 5. But if we talk about TRUERIPPERS, they're just trying to narrow the gap.
Exactly, and right now moving forward, a 642 on the board for them. 10 seconds left. Already a big lead. All the 100 pointers, goals secured, goals covered. You know, TRUERIPPERS, any of those tries coming up won't be actually coming up for them. And it's a victory. 2-0 from ORGLESS 5. Raider, now what do you have in your mind?
Well, I just think that the consistency should remain like this one, and eventually the third one will also go in the hands of ORGLESS 5. But if TRUERIPPER catches up to the game of ORGLESS 5, this could be a troublesome situation for them, because there is a possibility that 2-0, and after that, what happens? A 3-2 comes in. That can be quite chaotic to watch out. But before that, Vanquisher did an amazing job. Goku becomes the player of the match with 140 goals scored by him. But if we talk about Genius, he's the guy, the Tyranitar, with 168 goals coming from his own corner.
Exactly, and right now moving forward, a 642 points on the board, whereas Vanquisher only 54 points that they have. 144. Goku, look at them. All the sides looking so well. They clashed only once after, like, we touched 8 minutes. It was like, looking like that. But then it just went so high for ORGLESS 5. They got the Rayquaza and there was no looking back.
A beautiful performance coming from this particular time. ORGLESS 5 had a beautiful number in their favor. And after getting the Rayquaza, that jump was phenomenal. Otherwise, if we talk about Team TRUERIPPERS, they were actually having a tussle. TRUERIPPERS and ORGLESS 5 were pretty much on the same page, and they had a buffer of close to 5 or 6 points at that moment. But when they got the Rayquaza, things changed quite well. But before that, if we talk about the whole amount of, let's say, recovery done by Saf, it's absolutely amazing. 62,000 plus, easy right amount of point. But if we talk about the aggression, I believe Genius was the one which was on point with 71,000, and Devesh on the other corner with the Mew with 81,000 damage.
Yes, exactly. Right now, moving forward, here he goes. ORGLESS 5 with 642 points, 283 for TRUERIPPERS. Look at that. It was Blissey all the time, doing its work. You know how much importance ORGLESS 5 as a team holded. But right now, moving forward, we also need to take a look on how it actually worked out for them. Yes, ORGLESS 5 Goku becomes the MVP and Mamoswine actually deserved it. Even if the damage for the Tyranitar was more, but throughout these positions, 140 out of the 600 points that they have.
Definitely a beautiful performance coming from this particular guy's corner. Goku, once and for all, is trying to end everything in his favor. But let's see how
Yeah.
far they can actually go precisely. If I talk about the attacking formation, that was on
Mm-hmm,
point. If I talk
mm-hmm.
about the aggression, that was on point. But now moving up ahead, we are waiting for the next particular battle, which may actually end the day for today.
Yes, exactly. The last game before, actually this is the match number 3 and Raider looks like it's quite an early night for us today because it's
Maybe.
only 10:23. Maybe, but you don't know True Rippers what they have. I won't say it, I won't jinx it. It can happen. We have already seen it previously or in the match number 3. Yesterday we saw in the match number 3 how it was a comeback and then from 2-0 we went till 3-2.
Definitely going to be a crucial fight coming from this particular team. If they are able to bag out, True Rippers is going to come back. And eventually, if we talk about ORGLESS 5, the way they are already dominating is absolutely amazing. And with this kind of head start, after getting the Rayquaza in their favor, after having close to 600 plus points in their favor, this shows that
Mm.
yes, they are capable of giving a strong comeback. But the thing is, how far they can actually go, how far they can reach out with this kind of performance. Because if I'm not wrong, True Rippers is one of those amazing teams which is having a victory in this playoff. So they have shown that they have got the talent, but is it possible? Is it enough to put down to ORGLESS 5 is the bigger question.
Again, analyzing all the stuffs, I am going to see how the lineups have landed for them. But then we are going to see how this match went. Before we even start with the game number 3, even focusing on what their strategies are going to be, the highlights are going to be important, Trader, because in the highlights, what we see how True Rippers have went in with their strategy. It was a slow-paced game. Till the very 6 minute, it was low. It was as low as it could have been. And then after that, there was no looking back for ORGLESS 5 as soon as they got the Rayquaza.
Well, an important aspect of this particular fight was to maintain the consistency, and that's what ORGLESS 5 did from the start till the end. They were getting a little bit more close to the victory because if we talk about the lead, ORGLESS 5 definitely had the lead for the first 5 or 6 minutes. But after that, what happened in the last few 3 or 4 minutes, True Rippers was able to come back a little bit more stronger. The KOs were coming up from the corner. Even Slowbro was able to take down quite a few Pokemon. If we talk about Serena, tried her level best to give the comeback, but Sizer, this particular Pokemon from Team True Ripper, that's precisely Ego. He was quite strong. So definitely would have to see what Ego does in the next one.
Yes, exactly. And how True Rippers, were leading at 185. If and only if they could have got that Rayquaza. But then they had Tyranitar. Tyranitar was not here. Tyranitar with the steal. A victory coming up for Team ORGLESS 5. Yes, because of that, after that, how Mamoswine and even, the Blissey executing it, that was a wonderful move.
Well, indeed, a beautiful performance. Let's see how far they can actually go with this kind of consistency. Moving up ahead, if we talk about the right amount of Pokemons, let's say the right choice of Pokemons is something which is going to be quite important, and that's what Team ORGLESS 5 have worked on. And they're not messing around with some new Pokemons and they're trying to just evolve and stuff like that. They're just trying to go with the same strategy that they were trying to go with Team SQL. Although it didn't work out in front of them, but right now it is working out because they had the Rayquaza. And honestly speaking, if the Rayquaza would have not been in the favor of Team ORGLESS 5, this would have been the match where they might actually lose it and there would have been a 1-1 situation. So definitely having that was something which was like a blessing in disguise for ORGLESS 5. But moving up ahead, we have got the round number 3. The ban phase comes in. It's a 2-0 for now. ORGLESS 5 definitely have a beautiful lead in their favor. This could be the last match, but before that, the ban phase. Let's see which are the two Pokemons going to get banned. For ORGLESS 5, which Pokemon is that? And for True Rippers, who is the one who's going to get banned? Let's see what happens, guys. Eventually, Tanatar coming from Team True Rippers, and it's Mew for ORGLESS 5.
Yes, exactly. And right now, taking a look over to this very game where we now arrive at the pick phase. Two Rippers, straightforward, nothing to look around, nothing to look back. They straightforward ban the Tyranitar, the Pokemon which actually stole the game from them. Yes, as soon as they got the Rayquaza, they ran for it, they got the game. ORGLESS 5 bans Mew. They know how True Rippers is massive and actually, a game changing team when they get the Mew. Snorlax for safe. Goku chooses, Mr. Mime right now. Vanquisher goes in for Dodrio, but then in the end, when you talk about final preparations, some Pokemon switches are going to be there.
Quite a crucial game coming up. This could be the last match, or this could be the initiation of a new beginning for Team True Rippers. So let's see how far they can go. Hoopa comes in. That's interesting. That's a new Pokemon that we are looking forward to see. Yes, of course, in the zonal finals are I guess in the playoffs day number one. I saw Hoopa getting used, but finally True Rippers once again coming up with a beautiful Hoopa. This could be a game changer situation for Team True Rippers. But when it comes to Prod and Itachi, let's see what are the two Pokemons they're going to choose. Okay, it's going to be amazing to see that they are shifting up.
Exactly, and now, as you talk about the shiftings, I was already ready for that. That is going to happen. Divish! Oh! Well, I think I did see it coming, but then when already you saw that, ORGLESS 5 is having a lead against you, you know, a lead is there at this very given moment. How a player out of Pokemon can actually build that, and a Sylveon coming into the play. So again, the choices are way too different, way too amazing, and it's the time that we see a rehost.
Okay. That is a possibility. Let's see what happens in the next match. Particularly, I'm looking forward to see that how the game might actually go on. Definitely, there is actually strong amount of competition going to come in, and I think there is a rehosting situation coming up. But I saw Talon Flame coming up from the teams of from the corner of True Ripper, so that was something amazing to watch out.
Well, yes, exactly. And a Sylveon getting chosen, and on the other hand, a Talon Flame. Mm, some good choices here. And right now, I'm just thinking, why were they actually going for a Talon Flame? And on the other side, I also saw one another Pokemon, Hoopa.
Hmm.
Hoopa getting chosen from the side of True Rippers. These differences getting made, and these are the only and only, when you try these operations and actually, these choices are made, you are playing bluffs. A bluff of Hoopa, and on the other side, a bluff of Sylveon. Well, then again, Sylveon is accepted. But then, when we are so late into the meta, Hoopa getting into the choice, what do they have in their mind?
Well, definitely, I guess there is a sense of comeback that they want to actually go with. There is an urge that we want to come back for True Rippers to be precise. If True Rippers is unable to come back, definitely is going to be a very bad situation for them because it would be a 3-0, just like what Kamini faced in front of Revenant Esports. But I guess that's going to be wonderful for Team Orgulous 5 having that kind of booster for them. Yes, definitely, it's the last match for the day, but new days and new initiations should be important. But for that, you have to have the, I guess, motivation, and that's what Orgulous 5 is trying to work for.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, Raider need to also look out for both of these teams, how they have built up with their strategies. We saw in game number two, it could have been a victory for Two Rippers, and they know if they're not going to banter and at this time, that's going to be a blunder. Well, previously, it can be some other team, taking that risk, and actually, the other team not taking that Pokemon is a choice. But then, after those risks, even if the still Pokemon is still taken, you know how much of a blunder the team has done. Not banning Tyranitar in the game number two actually resulted bad for them. The Rayquaza was stolen, and that's a big thing I'm pointing right now, because if Tyranitar would not have been there, a steal would not have been made, a theft could not have been there, and it should have been a victory for True Rippers. But then things went the other way. It went the way for the side of ORGLESS 5. Now that they have a 2-0, all they need to is focus on their lineup, the strategy that they have made, execute it, and end it with a 3-0. Because if they are giving True Rippers a slight chance, then they're coming with a big banger.
Definitely, we have to look into it that how far they can actually go with this kind of banger performance. And the expectations for now is that yes, of course, this could be a round where the comeback could be there, but definitely that was the expectation in the last one as well. So Oilers 5 with this kind of consistency, the way they are giving back to the lobby, I believe there is a situation where they are easily going to close the deal for the day. But we don't want to jinx it. We don't want to actually do any kind of, let's say, speculation for now. Let's see how far they can actually go. And hoping for team velocity, to be precise, I guess their velocity, their momentum to be precise for Oilers 5 could bounce back.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, how teams, both the sides looks like, and moving forward, Team ORGLESS 5, and at this time, Team True Rippers. ORGLESS 5 also know how well they have went with their coordination. The coordination has been strong. What they actually lacked against Team SCQL was focusing on the early part of the game. Well, they have focused it very right against Team TRUERIPPERS. Yes, the teams are different, the Pokemon choices are different, but then ORGLESS 5 going for the perfect strategies and actually taking it to 2-0. Before we begin with the game number 3 of the match 3, we go for a short break. We'll be right back with the rehosted lobby. Well, ladies and gentlemen, back after a short break, we are here in Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Joining me as my co-caster, obviously, is going to be Raider. Raider, we saw a 2-0 from August 5 up until now. And now, I hope we are waiting for a 3-0, but then again, True Rippers, can they make a comeback?
Well, definitely you have to look into that. There is a possibility that they can come back, and choosing the right Pokemons and exploiting them till the best, and eventually having the right meta is going to be the call out for True Rippers. But if we talk about ORGLESS 5, in the last one, I believe their victory was like something which was dependent on the Rayquaza. And if they were unable to get the Rayquaza, I believe that could be the round which would have been in the favor of Team True Ripper. And after having the Rayquaza, the lead was absolutely on point. And even though Team True Ripper tried their level best to conquer it, they were unable to do so. Meanwhile, if I talk about the third round, it can be quite crucial to see which Pokemons are banned, and apart from that, which are the ones which are being chosen by Team ORGLESS 5 and True Rippers as well. And before the rehosting, if I'm not wrong, there were some minute changes. Like we had Sylveon, we had Talonflame coming up, we had Hoopa coming up. So definitely quite a few amazing Pokemons were coming up. But that room has been rehosted, so we have to look into it. That is it going to be a same uh, Pokemons getting chosen and same Pokemons getting banned as well?
I hope accordingly, some the Pokemons should be coming same, because you know how well the choices were made. As Tyranitar was banned because of the game number 2, and then actually Orgles 5 and True Rippers working upon their strategies. Hoopa getting chosen, Sylveon coming into the play, and I think Raider, you said Talonflame was also there. So big choices and big differences coming up, and those are the Pokemons coming up from the old metas, and how they coming to act in this meta is going to be a bigger question also. That even if they're going to act accordingly what the teams have planned, so is it going to land right?
Well, see, their job is to actually have the right Pokemon, and apart from that, have the right meta. But the thing is that enemy can actually change the tide quite a bit, because in the last match, what we saw that Team True Rippers was trying to go aggressive. They were able to get the knockouts, but then again, when it comes to the Rayquaza, they were able to dish out a hell lot of damage. But at the last moment, somewhere from the backside, I believe that was Sanitar who scooped out the Rayquaza in the favor of Team Orgles 5. So this is the thing which can actually happen. So even if you have a by the book type of rule, you even if you have a by the book type of strategy that you are going to do
Yeah.
this in this time of period, you are going to score this much goals. In this time of period, you are going to get the Regia Leaky, and you are going to get the Regiais and things like that. But the thing is that the main problem, the main meta is that what about the enemy? How he is going to push forward is the thing which can easily turn and which can easily defect a lot of strategies.
Well, yes, exactly. And in a short while, we'll be switching to the highlights of game number 2, also analyzing how game number 2 and game number 1 were. Right, Raider?
Well, definitely, we'll be looking into the highlights so that we can just get the brief of how the first two matches went out, and the third round. It's absolutely interesting to watch out that how the third round is going to go on. But the thing is that the curiosity is coming up quite a bit. One rehosting and one short break, everything is here right now. But the only thing that we are missing is the match.
Yes, exactly. And right now, it's the game that we are waiting for. A decision, and a really, a really harsh decision for True Rippers, where they have already chosen their Pokemons. They know what actually they're going for. And right now, all we wait for is actually for the game to start. When is the game going to start? Because right now, Raider, the question marks are there. All the sides are having those question marks. This is the last match of the day, and a game number 3, where it's a decision for True Rippers, a decider game. Even before the decider, because it's a decider for Team Orgles 5 that they're going 3-0 or not. But then, before that, True Rippers, for them, it should be 3 games straight, or they're losing.
Definitely. For True Rippers, the next three matches are going to be quite crucial. Even if they are able to turn the tides in the third round, what if Oculus 5 comes back with a stronger kind of, let's say, dominance in the fourth one? Then it will be it. The performance will be done. And
Actually, not
eventually the
even the
Oculus 5
fourth
is,
one.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Not even the fourth one. Actually, even if they come back in the fifth one, right? It should be 3 straight games for True Rippers. Right now, what strategies they pick, what mental state they pick, what physical state that they pick, it should go on for the last 3 games and continuous, because right now they're at 2-0. And right now, we are going to see the highlights. We'll be right back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you just saw the highlights of the game number 1 and the game number 2 of this ORGLESS 5 versus True Rippers matchup. How well they have played against each other. Until now, the day has also been good. The match number 1 between Team SC12 and ORGLESS 5, it was a 3-2 victory for SC12. And then the second game of the day, Revenant ESPORTS against Team CHEMIN, they got a 3-0 victory over CHEMIN. CHEMIN, some losing streaks going for them. I hope so they come back soon, because exactly this is a game where right now on each and every day you are seeing a round robin format. And in this round robin format, we see that for this very last game of the day, the last match of the day, the game number 3 of this side, we are having some bans here. Tarantar from the side of True Rippers, whereas ORGLESS 5 goes for a Mew ban.
Well, apart from that, I guess the Pokemons are getting chosen as well. Can see if we talk about Seth specifically, he's going to go for the Eldegoss from True Rippers. Daksha is going to go for the Snorlax. Meanwhile, we also have got Serena and Gardevoir at the other corner. If we talk about August 5,
Sorry.
we have got Mime. A Vanquisher is actually going to go for the Sizer. Ninetales is there from Itachi's corner. Prod is having the Slowbro. Dodrio is coming up for Genius.
Exactly, and right now, moving forward, we see a Ninetales from Itachi, so definitely a great move. But then the Pokemons have changed. You know, Hoopa and Talonflame, those choices that were made by True Rippers and ORGLESS 5, right? The choices have been left behind, sticking to what actually they're good with. And you know, I'm just good, looking good with one thing, that a Gardevoir and that Serena combo. It has worked a lot for the teams for a comeback. But then, accordingly, whosoever is going for that, I also have to take a look. The teams that are actually going for it, what exactly do they have in mind right now? Because when you talk about True Rippers, they going for that combo. ORGLESS 5 definitely know that they have, you know, a Mr. Mime and a Slowbro combo. So a defender and a supporter, good roles, but then a Sizer and with the Dodrio. Sizer definitely creates a lot of, lot of steadiness and actually, some good stability between the team. But then Dodrio, he never listens as a Pokemon. Dodrio as a Pokemon, and even, when as a character, he needs to play in the arena. He just goes in and goes in and goes in, just bashing around, moving around with the speedster, with the endurance this Pokemon has, just goes with the mobility.
Well, for a change, we have got Cramoran coming up in the lobby. That's absolutely amazing. From Team True Rippers, there is a change. Cramoran, another beautiful attacker. That's absolutely important to see that how far this guy can actually go. On the other corner, Ninetales trying to just farm, trying to get the XP so that they can level up. If I talk about the Cramoran, well, look at that. The damages first are coming up. Devesh is trying his level best. But the goals are coming up. From Mime, there is a goal.
Exactly, before, Ninetales actually evolves at the stage of, Vulpix, it still, needs to wait for that. And Sizer, before actually becoming the Sizer, Scyther already up for the work of scoring the goals. ORGLESS 5 is actually looking towards a 3-0 clean sweep.
Well, let's see how far they can go, because True Rippers, if we talk about them in this particular matchup, they are not lacking that behind. But now, Dodrio, along with that particular goal, is actually looking quite strong. 26. Okay, that's interesting. Sizer also comes up with a goal. ORGLESS 5 looking a little bit more strong at this point. True Ripper being shaky. A lead of 12 points is there from the corner. Apart from that, yes, of course, they're trying to be a little bit more sneaky. They're trying to secure some points. Gardevoir managed to back out Dodrio. Definitely at this point, they have to get as many KOs as possible so that they can eventually just push back the team which is trying to push forward.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, taking a look over to that, in the very first 2 minutes, the first stretch of the game, as we begin with the game Raider, we see how both the teams are focusing towards the goalpost. They are looking towards early farming, towards those evolutions, and actually moving forward with it. But then the Scyther is here, my lord! The Scyther is no more, and Sizer is already up for the battle. Moving forward, a KO streak also came up of 2 KOs back to back. But then, on the side, we talk about True Rippers. True Rippers on the bottom lane, looking in a bad state here. Actually, the goals need to be secured as soon as possible, and the farming is still being done. Where is the Reggie? The Reggie should be here in no time. And then after the Reggie is here, you know how ORGLESS 5 is going to focus over it.
Well, let's see how ORGLESS 5 is going to work on that, because ORGLESS 5 is one of those amazing teams which never basically focuses on these things, they are able to create that defensive kind of perspective. Apart from that, if we talk about Vanquisher, getting damage is going to be the thing which is actually facing for now. If we talk about the Gardevoir coming up, the Serena coming up from the back end, yes, of course, the damages are coming up. Ego as a Pokemon is absolutely on point, and in terms of the damages that it actually dishes out, 41, True Ripper is looking quite sharp. 3 points of lead is there from True Ripper's corner. ORGLESS 5 having 2-0 in the favor. Best of 5 is looking a little bit more in their favor, to be precise. Apart from that, if we talk about TRUERIPPERS, let's see how far they can go. The damages are coming up. Both of them are trying to just be chaotic. Zyther and along with that, Slowbro constantly trying to wreak havoc on the team.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, moving forward with True Rippers and ORGLESS 5. Look at that. ORGLESS 5 right now, yes, they're 3 points behind, but then they know what strategies that they have. Top lane and bottom lane, both the sides, they know that the Regis are going to be here. Focus on the Regis and actually get the victory. ORGLESS 5 just running with a 4-stack on that Regirock. And OMG, Regirock is so important for both teams. Look at that. That's a clash for Reggie, not actually a clash between the Pokemon.
Well, that's what Dodrio is actually important for, the speed shot. Every time it actually comes in, it's able to actually scoop out a lot of points in his favor, and that's what he did in this particular match. He managed to take down 9 kills. That's absolutely amazing. A lot of Pokemons are getting down at this point. If we talk about the Gardevoir, manages to back out other Sizer, that's important, and this is how they're going to push forward. TRUERIPPERS looking to a very sharp start.
Definitely a sharp start for the side of TRUERIPPERS. You know, they're still actually waiting for it, and wait for it, they got it. They got the Regirock. ORGLESS 5, you know, that was just a single tap and a goal, you know, right? When you have that Regirock, you have a great special attack ability. You just go in and, you know, get it for yourself. But then before that, 68 points only. It was just a single goal. You know, you still haven't got that whole goal post for you. And on the other side, a Cramoran goes in for that KO. TRUERIPPERS. Not an end right now because 3 KOs back to back, 3 Pokemons are on the base, and 30 points added by the side of TRUERIPPERS.
Well, TRUERIPPERS looking forward to dish out, and eventually the goal zone has been taken down. The bottom lane is looking a bit more shaky for the team known as ORGLESS 5, but let's see how far ORGLESS 5 can go. Is it going to be a possibility where they are once again going to steal out the Rayquaza and the Regielekis and the Registeel size, whatever comes in, so that they can eventually dish out more and more damage? But Ninetales gets evolved on the opponent to talk about the Sizer. Let's see how far he can go. Meanwhile, farming as many Pokemons as possible is very important for this guy.
You know, exactly, the, you know, evolution has already been made, but then again, the moves need to be back as soon as possible. The Reggie is up on the top lane. Definitely a Reggie is needed. TRUERIPPERS is already in the need. They know that Saf right now is going to be a great, important Pokemon. Eldegoss right now at the upfront, important one, and actually, you know, working as an important one. But then Mr. Mime goes down. TRUERIPPERS is doing everything right. If ORGLESS 5 actually gets this side for themselves, but no, before that, they are going to face a lot. And Gardevoir is still not to the stage. We're still waiting for a Gardevoir to come. It's right now at the middle stage of Curlia, and I hope so the Gardevoir is in the game as soon as possible, because we already see a Serena KO streak of 2. ORGLESS 5 will gain some points, but then TRUERIPPERS up for a big lead. They're going for it. Two Pokemon going for 30 points each. Goes added, and now TRUERIPPERS at 2-1.
Well, the comeback is for real at this point. TRUERIPPERS is looking quite strong. They have got the lead of, let's say, close to 140 points. That's absolutely mesmerizing. Moving apart, let's see how far they can go. On the upper corner, they have got the Regieleki as well in their favor. Right now, trying to push on that particular corner. Let's see how Itachi, Goku, both of them are trying to push forward. And yes, there is a possibility that they are going to go for the counters. And yes, of course, the counters are coming up. They are trying to destroy the Regielekis. Meanwhile, 3 minutes 30 seconds more to go. After that, the game will actually go down to Rayquaza. So let's see how the fights are actually going to go on. And another knockout comes in. That's Ninetales once again dishing damage to the Serena.
Exactly, and with that, as you see, 201 points on the chart, 42 TRUERIPPERS and 73 for ORGLESS 5. Look at that, 3 minutes remaining. All the scores getting added, all the goal points coming into their play. The only thing that ORGLESS 5 will be depending on this time would be that Rayquaza. But before that, I think so, this is the very moment, the last 1 minute before the Rayquaza arrives. The goal post needs to be safe, no more goals. And actually, Sizer is already busy farming those Pokemons. He knows what he needs to be ready for. Snorlax bashing around with Slowbro, just pushing around with them and actually playing around with the August fight this time. True Rippers, the lineup has worked out for them.
Definitely, it's looking quite strong right now. The type of Pokemon that they've chosen is working out for them quite a bit. If we talk about Dodrio, well, he's trying to be quite sneaky. Look at that, he's trying to just wait around and eventually go ahead for the goals. Let's see how far they can actually go on the other corner. While Slowbro manages to bag out another amount of goals,
Oh!
and with that, Dodrio is also coming up with some beautiful goals. And the goal zones to be precise, are getting obstructed. But for Team True Rippers, still the lead is there. Still there is a ray of hope that they're going to bounce back. On the other corner, Genius manages to dish out a little bit more damage on Aldegos, but the Rayquaza in just 6 or 7 seconds, it's going to be here anytime soon. And after that, the Rayquaza is going to be the main concern for this particular team. If Team True Rippers is able to bag out the Rayquaza as well, that could be it for Team ORGLESS Esports. But if ORGLESS 5 manages to get this particular Rayquaza in the favor, that is going to be a blessing in disguise for them.
Actually, Dodrio was going for the goal post where Cramorant was present, but then Cramorant guarded it well. Dodrio had to go back, as the speedster. It has got the speed, but then how much of damage you can do? August 5, Ninetales, not the speed, but actually the damage this Pokemon has is going to be the most important thing, and endurance is also important. Again, 234 and 132, they are still 102 points behind Team True Rippers. Right now, Rayquaza is one of the most important Pokemon at this moment and on the bottom lane, where True Rippers are keeping Team August 5 busy. They know, and there comes Dodrio with the dash out damage and goes back to the base. Sarina, surrender to it.
Well, Serena finally gets taken down by the Sizer, and meanwhile, if we talk about Slowbro, once again gets taken down. Nobody's focusing on the Rayquaza for now, and 1 minute is more. 1 more minute is there to be precise. But on the other corner, look at the attacks coming from this particular team. True Rippers is trying to go bonkers on this particular Rayquaza. Let's see what happens eventually. If the stealing is
True
going to be
Rippers
there,
is going for it.
is it a possibility? We have to actually check on that. But there we go. Eldegos finally is going to bag it out. And with this, definitely there is going to be True Rippers once again bouncing back in this particular arena. And there is a probable comeback coming from the corner. And this is what we wanted to see. And that's what we are going to get.
Yes, exactly. This is what we wanted to see from the side of True Rippers, where they have made a comeback in this game. 100 points from Eldigos, 100 points for Snorlax, and other Pokemon are still running for it, but August 5, nothing to do. The Sizer and Ninetales were not available when Rayquaza was at the lowest of its HP. There was nothing, there was no damage from these important Pokemon. And in the end, when Rayquaza has left the grounds, has left the arena, all you need to do is actually just go back and, wait for your bases, defend your bases. But True Rippers have made a comeback. Coming up in the game number 3, took a lot of time for this game. Look at Daksh, Kyo, Saf. All of these players played wonderfully in the game number 3. Well, again, a comeback, but then 3 games back to back, or either it's still a victory for ORGLESS 5.
Well, definitely. In the next one, if ORGLESS 5 is able to come back, that could be it for True Rippers. But if True Rippers are going to bounce back in the next one as well, there could be a tie-like situation coming up where finally the fifth round to be precise, is going to dish out the winners of this particular BO5 for us. But right now, Rod becomes the MVP for the team. The defeated one to be precise for ORGLESS 5. On the other corner, Seth, the Eldigos, with 175 goals, is going to be the one with the merits in its favor and becoming the player of the match.
Well, yes, exactly. Right now, focusing more on both of them, ORGLESS 5 and Team True Rippers. Yes, exactly. What went wrong for ORGLESS 5? The time where after 4 minutes it was just a slight lead. True Rippers were at a lead from ORGLESS 5, then they came down. ORGLESS 5 were at a lead at the 4 minute mark. After that, they gradually grew up, and then they got the Rayquaza. There was no seeing back. ORGLESS 5 loses against Team True Rippers. Seth is going to be the MVP. Yes, Daksh have got 2 more points, but look at Seth. 84,000 of HP recovered. Definitely 41,000 HP of damage dealt. Actually, is one of the, damage givers for the team. Devesh playing really great with the Cramorant. What more you expect from Serena and actually Gardevoir performing brilliantly and accurate to what they were required from. And Seth becomes the MVP with 175 goals secured, 3 knockouts, 12 assists. Well, this says it all. Even if the damage is not much more, but 175 goals added, 2 more than Snorlax, but 12 assists. Nothing left to say. Yes, that 12 assists would actually add to his MVP points, and that's how he's the player of the game. For the game number 3 of match 3, day 3 of the national playoffs. So, again, the 3-3-3s and the streak of threes goes on. And well, in the third game, they have got a victory. So, again, Raider, the 3 number actually came lucky for Team True Rippers, but then again, for the day 3 can match number 4, or actually I should say the game number 4, can they win it? Question mark.
Well, definitely that question mark is going to get answered soon enough if we don't get the rehosting and stuff like that. We'll witness very soon at how the next match can actually turn up quite good for us. So definitely looking forward to see that how the next match is going to be there, how the clashes are going to get averted. And apart from that, if I talk about the aggression coming from True Rippers, well, it was absolutely on point. From the start till the end, they were the one dominating. And August 5, all they had to in answer was the defensive position. And to be honest, that defense was not working. Slowbro, they had that particular Pokemon. It was a tank, it was a defender, but not worked out till the charm.
Well, yes, exactly. And when you talk about all these sides and all these positions, the strategies actually worked out for the side of True Rippers. ORGLESS 5, yes, till the very 4-minute mark, they looked accurate with their strategy, but then as soon as True Rippers pick up the pace, they picked up the pace and they worked out. They just went in with it. And actually, after going for it, it worked out for them. So, yeah, a win win situation for the side of Team True Rippers, where now they have made a comeback in the game number 3, but we are still waiting for the game number 4 and game number 5.
Well, definitely, we have to witness what happens in the game number 4. This could be the end. Well, that's what we were talking about, the third one, but eventually True Rippers was not keen on that and they gave a very strong comeback. So, definitely, there is a possibility that once again we are going to get that kind of comeback coming from Team True Ripper. And it will be a difficult one, but for sure, True Ripper is capable of doing that kind of amazing stuff. So, looking forward to see what happens and how the match goes on.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, Raider, what we are looking at this moment right now is going to be a greater focus for us, where Team Two Rippers are looking amazing. They're looking great with their strategy. They're looking great with the work they have been doing up until now. But Raider, wait for it. When Team August 5 have got this loss, are they going to be silent? No, they are not going to be silent. They have a strategy made and they know that even if they have given a single thing, Two Rippers is going to come bombarding on them. So they need to be ready for the bombardment. They have lost one match today, and again, they cannot repeat the mistake in the second match for the day that they have been provided with.
Definitely, if they do so, that could be it. And eventually, the comeback coming from True Rippers can be mesmerizing. And eventually, that pressure that they felt against Team Massachusetts could be coming up from Team True Rippers as well. Definitely, True Ripper is trying to prove their worth at this point. But the thing is that every single match comes with its own pressure. And eventually, apart from the pressure, the right amount of Pokemon, the right meta that you have to learn, the right synergy that has to work out for that particular matchup. And eventually, the bad gameplay of the enemy also depends a lot.
Well, yes, exactly. The bad side and the wrong movements and everything coming wrong from the other side also plays a lot more in the game. Well, again, when you talk about the arena, when you talk about these Pokemons coming into the arena, once again landing right, how Regis have been important for the other teams. Now, not working for the side of this match, True Rippers and August 5. I personally, how the game has went up until now, haven't seen much use of the Regis, but leaving the Regis around, leaving the Regis back, we have the ban phase for the game number 4. Match number 3 it is for the day. Game number 4. The pick screen is here.
Well, the ban phase is about to be here. Let's see which are the two Pokemons who are going to get banned and which are the which are the rest Pokemons which are going to get chosen. Well, we have to check out that in the pick phase. But before that, let's talk about the bans coming up. It could be Snorlax. Yes, of course, it is Snorlax, and the Tyranitar is going to get banned. On the other corner, the pick phase comes in. Let's see which are the two Pokemons going to get chosen. Vanquisher, first of all, is going to choose the Pokemon. Let's see which will be that particular Pokemon getting favored by Vanquisher. August 5 comes in. Vanquisher with the Mime is going to move forward. On the other corner, if we talk about Daksh and Saf, waiting for their Pokemons to come up as well. But remember, guys, the battle arena is going to be Thea Skyreens, which is absolutely amazing to take a part in. Tortrio finally comes in from Saf's corner. Let's see, is it going to be get confirmed? Or Serena, if we talk about Serena, Daksh is actually going to choose that as well. So definitely, okay, at the last moment, it's Eldegos.
Yes, exactly. At the very last moment, you have LD Gauss coming up from the side of Daksh. So again, Daksh now not focusing on attacking or an all-rounder Pokemon, but yes, he's going for some other strategy. Again, yes, and LD Gauss picked up. LD Gauss, a great choice when you know the recovery needs to be there. The team requires your help. And LD Gauss definitely is that choice with being the supporter. Let's see how he goes for it.
Definitely have to look into it. Apart from that, EU comes up with the Nine Tails, and Mamospan is going to be there for Kyo. Now, Prod and Itachi, we are waiting for their selections to be precise. So let's see what are those selections coming from these two guys. Definitely, it's going to be quite important because this is the match where they might be the one who is going to be the victors from this BO5. Well, on the other corner, we talk about Prod. I believe the Blissey is going to be there. Apart from that, Itachi, we are still waiting for his selection. Well, Blissey and Cardiva has been selected.
Oh, yeah, right. And some more choices being made from both of these sides. ORGLESS 5 and Team True Rippers. Look at Devesh. Goes in for an Azumarill. Preparation phase right now. Some Pokemons can be swapped. Some choices can be made. Already switches coming up. Ego for Azumarill. Kyo for Dodrio. Daksh for Mamoswine. Oh, you knew it. Daksh won't be going for it for sure. Swap has been made and Seth is going for Eldigos, but the Pokemons are going to be the same. The final preparations time is over, and here you have the lineup ready for the game. We're already going in.
Definitely, we are going in. We are going to look forward to see that how the game is going to go on, and eventually what will be the impact of this particular uh, choosing and Tyranitar getting banned, Trollocs getting banned. Definitely, two amazing Pokemons are out of the equation for now. But the ones which are in the equation with the ones which are actually in the battle, let's see how far
Yeah.
they can go with this kind of persistency. Is it going to be possible for ORGLESS 5 to once again show what they did in the first two rounds and maybe just win this particular BO5 in the favor, or is it going to be Team True Ripper once again giving the comeback and we are going to wind up to the fifth round as well?
Again, yes, as you talk about that, Raider, I have one thing in my mind, and that's going to be only and only one thing. That how in the earth you think that a Snorlax would have been important for a ban? Because right now, Raider, True Rippers definitely wanted that Snorlax, and ORGLESS 5 just stood on it. A Snorlax ban, and you know that Snorlax was going to be an important Pokemon for the team. Well, again, Snorlax is not there. Okay, no issues. We are going to go for our choices. Well, then again, going with the choices that these teams went with, we are going to see how they're actually looking for it. Right now, this is the game number 4 that we are going to see. Well. The Pillar's coin is still not here, and we are waiting for the Mammoth coin. Are you waiting for a trader?
Well, definitely, we are waiting for everything possible at this point. Azumal gets connected, is able to actually take one down. Apart from that, if we talk about the scores, well, definitely looking strong for True Rippers. Once again, True Rippers is trying to dish out the damage that we were looking forward to that. But Azumaral, this selection is going to be quite crucial to watch out. Definitely with this kind of selection, Azumaral coming back in the lobby, I guess there is a chance where True Rippers is once again make it out with this round in the table.
Yes, exactly. And right now, moving forward, look how wonderfully they're going to perform with how well they're actually going to look with it. Again, as you see, 19 points on the board, 14 True Rippers. Okay, only and only 6 points for ORGLESS 5. Yes, it's going to be a choice that both the sides have to make. True Rippers already taking the charge. Again, Raider, it looks well, and they're all set with their lineup.
Definitely, they are set. They are here to actually conquer at this point. If we talk about True Ripper, they are looking quite strong. ORGLESS 5 gets another goal. And if we talk about the hassle that team True Rippers is trying to make, is absolutely on point. Look at that. They are constantly trying their level best to devour the enemy which is coming in the close quarters. If we talk about Ego, the Azumaral once again tries to connect. I believe the KO is going to be there for sure if the cover from Chansey is not there.
Exactly, and right now moving forward with it and actually, seeing how well they have, went large with it. 95 points are already there for True Rippers. It's just the start of the game, Raider, and you're seeing it. ORGLESS 5 on the other side are only on 15, and True Rippers, a single-sided domination in front of Chansey. It's a goal.
Well, the carnage, the consistency of this particular team is absolutely on top. 100 points for the Kamini, and rightly said, the dominance that they are actually trying to focus is absolutely amazing. Let's see how far they can go. How many points they can actually dish out is another thing that we want to actually notice for now. But yeah, they are doing it quite beautifully. Only the corner, look at the flashes that are getting developed. A lot of Pokemon are getting KO'd at the same moment. Eventually, the damages as well coming up. We are waiting. From August 5, I believe everybody is waiting for the Pokemon to get evolved.
Well, yes, exactly. And right now, moving forward, 100 points for Team TRUERIPPERS. On the other side, ORGLESS 5 with only and only 15 points that they have. Yes, some chaos are coming up from the side of TRUERIPPERS. And Pillosoin is here. At last, Swinub goes back. Level 5 has been achieved. But ORGLESS 5, what are they cooking up for? What are they waiting for? Yes, they were waiting for the Regis. And again, they're going to conquer it. But Azumarill is already up here for the attacks. Well, again, they might be conquering that very Reggie. But again, can a single Reggie help him out? Oh, it would be a help. Again, all these Pokemons, if they're able to secure their goals, it should be a clean sweep for them.
A crucial match coming up. Let's see how far they can go. At this moment, ORGLESS 5 is still not having any kind of advantage. If we talk about TRUERIPPERS, they're constantly trying to bang out and eventually get as many as points in the favor as possible. Look at that. The matches are still coming up. The chaos are coming up, but finally they are going to goal it out. And this is how ORGLESS 5 is going to move on once again with a beautiful kind of dominance, kind of consistency coming up. 104 points coming from the corner, but Serena. And if we talk about the Dodrio as well, +2 from the corner. KOs are still coming up. ORGLESS 5 still close but not close enough.
Well then, if you think that ORGLESS 5 went for, one Reggie, the other one is by the side of TRUERIPPERS. And TRUERIPPERS know that if they're here, and in front of 3 Pokemons of ORGLESS 5, TRUERIPPERS, Azumarill actually secures the goal. So again, this is the importance of Reggie. Do you have one tap, you have the goal.
Definitely quite an important aspect of this fight coming up. Let's see how far they can go. For now, ORGLESS 5 is not looking that strong as they were looking in the first 2 rounds. It's looking like basically TRUERIPPERS is completely going to rip them apart and maybe bring back once again the equalizer in this particular game. Let's see what happens eventually. The choice of Pokemons is something I'm actually doubting for Team ORGLESS 5. Every time they're choosing one of those Pokemons which are trying to be defensive, not the aggressive one. So definitely, I guess the aggression is something which has to work out for them. Otherwise, things might not go in the favor. But Mew constantly trying his level best to go with Solar Beams and eventually put down a lot of damages.
Well, exactly, and right now moving forward with it, we see 178 points for their side, and still nothing has been decided because right, 178 points, and at any given moment, ORGLESS 5 would be coming back. But then 201 on the board, and TRUERIPPERS is making that difference long for ORGLESS 5 to actually cover up. They are 97 points away from TRUERIPPERS, and ORGLESS 5 roaming around the bottom lane. They have the Registeel in front of them. Can a single Registeel actually help them out where the Dodrio already added 6 more points?
A tough fight to be precise at this moment. 219 points coming from TRUERIPPERS. They are definitely looking quite strong at this moment. ORGLESS 5, whatever they are trying to go with is not working for them. But on the corner, the Registeel comes in the favor of Mew. That's from Team ORGLESS 5.
Well, exactly, and right now 227 on the board for Team TRUERIPPERS. Well, then again, a KO comes from the side of ORGLESS 5 at last. Mew has come back to the battle, but then Seth comes in at the right time. There was Eldegoss, and Serena could back off. Yes, a great use, and back at the base.
Once again trying to deliver the outcome. ORGLESS 5 104. TRUERIPPERS with 227 points. Having the Dodrio is absolutely an advantage for this particular team. But I don't know what I guess this particular team ORGLESS 5 is trying to do, because they have to be pretty much focused. They have to be pretty much ready. Now their only bet could be possibly the Rayquaza. And if Rayquaza is in their favor, they might be able to bounce back on the other corner. The Cardi gets connected quite a bit. Genius is not looking that great. Definitely the damage is coming up on the other corner. Dodrio manages to dish out the damage to Mew. Mew gets taken down. But once again, damages are surreal. Look at that. They're trying to go ahead and recover the goal zones. But let's see how far they can go.
Well, then again, Mr. Mime has nothing to actually, add to the battle right now. All they need to do is, as fast as possible, They should be, bashing around with True Rippers right now because the Rayquaza is going to be here. The Reggie has been added for them. ORGLESS 5 has actually added 2 Reggies for them and they're still behind. I don't know what is actually going with them. Another Reggie to be added for Team. Oh, Mamoswine steals it from ORGLESS 5 and now the tables have turned.
Once again, looking more confident at this point. If I talk about team known as Ultra 5, they are constantly going on the defensive modes. And if I talk about the Ninetales, they can actually go to the lower zones and lower, I guess, half of this particular fight and eventually go for the particular area where they can easily go out. But let's see what happens. 16 seconds more to go. After that, the Rayquaza comes in. Rod on the other corner is going to go on the mid lane so that this particular place he will be able to get used at the fullest advantage.
Exactly, they're already waiting for the Lord Rayquaza to come. The main important Pokemon Rayquaza has appeared and Mr. Mime has already started, the work. The work has already been started. On the other side, Mamoswine, just the way Mamoswine denied a single goal point to Team ORGLESS 5, this is going to be a way the Mamoswine has to deny all the Pokemon from actually defeating Rayquaza. Mamoswine also stored, but here comes the Unite move. And Busy takes down the trio.
Well, now the Pokemons are falling for Team TRUERIPPERS, and this could be the moment where they can easily bounce back. And look at that, they're strongly trying their level best to actually get the Rayquaza in the favor. But let's see how far they can actually go at this point. If we talk about the aggression, definitely the fights are going to be important. On the other corner, Busy.
It's coming for them. It's coming for them, Raider. It's coming for them. They're going for the chaos. Most of the important Pokemons. Look at that. Well, the Pokemon already has 20 seconds remaining to be back into the game. And Rayquaza, back with the HP. If Rayquaza could have been conquered, they should not have been sent back. Yes, Mr. Mime is at the work and Serena is at the work. But no, a Rayquaza steal would already go bad for them. It should be a work. It should be coming into the hands of the team. But no, it went for Azumarill. Triple has stolen it from the side of Team ORGLESS 5 and they have lost it. As soon as they got it, for themselves, ORGLESS 5 just putting up all the points. Azumarill, Ego, you have done it for your team. You deserve all that for your team. Lovely.
A brilliant performance indeed coming from Team TRUERIPPERS. That's for sure that they're going to win this one as well. I guess ORGLESS 5 in the starting 2 rounds, they were absolutely on point in the way they were conquering the particular fights. But right now, the way I guess this particular team gave the comeback was absolutely strong. And with this, once again, TRUERIPPERS back to back got the second victory. Now it all comes down to a final round. So in the 5th round, we'll get to know what will happen.
Well, yes, again, and when you talk about Team TRUERIPPERS getting a victory in the game number 4, now 2 games back to back, and we are again, it's like a 0-0, right? We begin with a 0-0. One game is the decider. It's either TRUERIPPERS or it's either Team ORGLESS 5. Look at that, Dogs with 178. You know what? Dodrio has 226. Ego has 190. But why is Dax the MVP? 82 MVP points. The assists, the important positions Mamoswine was present at, and actually stealing that one Reggie created the difference. ORGLESS 5 actually lost the momentum. And then, when ORGLESS 5 got back the momentum, Azumarill came in. So again, if it would have been an Azumarill or an Mamoswine, even if Dodrio has the highest number of points, highest number of goal points, I think definitely it could have been Azumarill or Mamoswine. Well, yes, just 4 MVP points behind. It's Mamoswine getting the MVP, and I think it was a great move and a great competition that TRUERIPPERS have gave to the team. Daksh, well played. LT Cause, the best Pokemon you can ever have right now, settled up in the meta for Team TRUERIPPERS and actually for most of the teams right now. Daksh becomes the MVP for this game with 178 goals, 3 knockouts, 4 assists, a total of 45,185 damage, 82 MVP points. On the other side, you talk about LD Goss, starting from Gossifleur and then becoming an LD Gloss. LD Goss actually got the victory for the team. Because, even if there are less MVP points, there are less goal points, LD Goss just stood out. And Mam was showing one reason: assisting, saving the ball, saving your goal score, saving your goal pointer deck, and then also focusing on the Reggies. Well, guys, we're going for a short ad break as we'll be right back with the game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Pokemon Unite India Open 2022 and we start with the game number 5. Again, Raider, we expected it to be game number 3 or game number 4. We should have been done with it, but then again, always landing, the game's always landing bad on our expectations. You don't go with it. It's already 11:30 on the clock. I think we are looking over to the midnight today, but then before that, nothing to say, nothing to be left around actually, because right now all we have is the ban phase. Wait for the 20 seconds. This is Thea Sky Ruins. The draft pick is in front of us. Again, it's True Rippers against Team ORGLESS 5. Day 3 of the national playoffs, where the first two matches were amazing, and now we are seeing the last match going till the very game 5. So we started with the best of 5, ending with all the 5 games, and we're ending with the best of 5, ending with all the 5 games done.
Finally, it clicks to ORGLESS 5 that Dodrio is a very risky Pokemon and that's why they are banning it. That's absolutely amazing. On the other corner, Daksh gets the Snorlax. So if I talk about Goku, this guy is going to get the Mr. Mime. Itachi comes up with the Gardevoir of his own. That's absolutely amazing. On the other corner, Eldricos comes in for Saf. Well, it's not confirmed yet, but I believe, yes, of course, that's going to be the Pokemon. Serena could be the one that Devesh is going to go for, definitely. Snorlax, well, I believe this could be the match once again. True Ripper is easily going to win it because they are able to use the Pokemon's potential at its peak. And on the other corner, if we talk about team Oculus 5, Genius is going to use the Mew. Prod actually comes up with the Sizer of his own. So definitely let's see what happens. On the other corner, if we talk about Q and Ego, what are the two Pokemons which will bless us with their presence in the fifth round of this BO5? You have to look into it. Ego, Kyo, both of them are actually waiting for the right moment to strike on. So we'll have to look into it. Vanquisher on the other corner is also waiting for his turn. Residue, is it possible? We'll look into it. We'll along with that, if I talk about, we have got the Ninetales coming from the corner. Vanquisher, the last guy who has to select the Pokemon, and then we'll move into the preparation phase. Then there might be actually some swaps coming up. But before that, let's see in just 10 seconds, we'll witness what Vanquisher is trying to cook and which is the Pokemon Vanquisher is going to go with.
Yes, exactly. Actually, right now, waiting for the pick of Vanquisher, but then need not focusing on the pick phase, because right now, after that, you have the preparation phase, right? The preparation phase is going to give the all decisions. Daksh, yes, he's going for the Snorlax. Devesh going for the Ninetales. Seth, obviously, why would he drop that? Tyranitar banned by Team True Rippers, while Dodrio is banned for True Rippers. So yes, Oculus 5 looks focused that they don't want the Dodrio anyhow.
Well, definitely looking forward to see what will happen, how the approach is going to be there, and eventually will this approach help them to win this particular matchup? Because this is the last one. It's either do or die type of situation. Both of the teams have secured 2 rounds in their favor. They started off with the domination coming from Team Oglis 5, although which we could not actually coin it as a domination. There was a very close quarter competition coming up between those two teams particularly. But when it came to the third and fourth round, Pro Rippers completely turned the table apart and having the Rayquaza in their favor, stealing the Rayquaza as well with the Azumarill in the fourth round. Everything worked in their favor, particularly. They had a huge jump, and that's how I believe Two Rippers could be the one of those teams which is easily going to move up to the another beautiful region. But apart from that, I believe the game will start anytime soon. And with the game getting started, I guess we'll witness finally in the next 10 minutes, upcoming 10 minutes, that who is going to be the one who is going to win this particular BO5 in their favor.
Well, yes, exactly, and that's how you move with it, right, Raider? Because right now, how the Pokemon Unite India Open has unfolded in the national playoffs, the days have been amazing, the games have been amazing, and the last game for the day. Whosoever wins this game actually wins the match, and actually, it's a chance for Ogless 5. If they lose this one, 2 losses in a day. Again, definitely a lot on the mental pressure and a lot at stake. We begin with the game number 5 of match 3.
Well, the match has been started. People are trying to farm as far they can actually do. On the other corner, Ego comes down a goal. So Ripper again starting it off. On the other corner, Vanquisher does the same. 5 points from his corner. Finally, it's 9. Another farming could be done. Let's see how far they can go. On the other corner, yeah, there we go. I believe that's 14 points coming from Team Oculus 5. Interesting enough. And meanwhile, if we talk about Ego, once again tries to farm and finally the Serena just takes its farm.
Well, Raider. Moving forward with all the strategies right now, Team August 5. Yes, in the very first minute, they have taken the lead. And right now, if we talk about Snow, yes, a decision has been made because now the Dodri is not here. Well, obviously, Daksh was not the Dodri, but again, some lineup changes have been made. A Ninetales added to the lineup of True Rippers, definitely a good move. And then on the other side, you see the Swin up. So again, we are going to see the Mammoth Swine coming up. Orgless 5 is not going to make that mistake of not having the Mammoth Swine. Again, a Sizer, a Mew, and a Mr. Mime. So some, psychicness coming to the side of this very team and a Serena. Yet not a Serena, but then again, we are still at the evolution stage. 19 points on the board, and yes, we are still going with power.
Well, Swinub on the other corner gets attacked quite a bit, but let's see how far they can go. TRUERIPPERS is looking quite shaky, but then again, they are strong. They're strong enough to have back-to-back two victories in their favor, and that's what Team August 5 did in the first two rounds. But after that, there is a KO coming up. Serena gets taken down. That's August 5 giving and reciprocating the attacks. On the other corner, Eldegoss managed to bag out Mime. That's quite interesting to watch out. On the other corner, the goals, is it possible? Well, of course, Eldegoss on the other corner bags out 14 points. Quite interesting. Yes, of course, they are actually having quite a few blows from the corner, but let's see how far they can actually go. Another plus 30 points. That means TRUERIPPER is once again taking up the lead, and if it happens, if the lead goes out, let's say 100 points plus, if there is a lead of 100 plus points, then I would be for sure saying that if if Oculus 5 gets the Rayquaza, there might be a comeback coming up. Otherwise, this would be a done deal to be precise for TRUERIPPER.
Well, yes, exactly. Also talking about the Raider, what you actually said that a done deal could be made if the Rayquaza comes into the hands of Orgless 5. But no, you know how TRUERIPPERS is always there with those teams. They don't have the Azumarill, they don't have the Dodrio. Again, the Dodrio was banned. Decidueye needs to be the more focused one because right now, these Pokemons will obviously, make the difference. But LD Gauss. We talk about this Pokemon, the importance is going to be a lot. Well, Vanquisher, if you talk about the Sizer, going with some great plays from Orgless 5. And yes, with that, Serena needs to fall back. Serena needs to come back to the base. On the other side, Orgless 5 looks quite promising with the bottom lane position.
Well, definitely for now, I believe the KOs are coming up. Ninetales manages to bag on Mime once again. Mime in this particular match is not working at its full peak. So let's see how far they can actually go with this kind of performance. On the other corner, for talk about TRUERIPPERS, 55 points coming from the corner. Let's see how far they can go. 19 is the amount of points August 5 is having. Let's see how far they can actually reach out to this particular momentum. Well, the Regice gets taken down, and the advantage of this Regice is going to go in the hands of TRUERIPPERS. The knockouts are coming up. The damage is actually getting just quite a bit. Let's see how far August 5 will be able to capsize on this particular situation. Mew on the other corner is also receiving a lot of damage. Let's see how the attacking situation of this particular Pokemon also gets covered. Ninetales finally is about to reach out to its peak and maybe, let's say, evolve a bit. On the other corner, another beautiful goal coming from TRUERIPPER. 103 points coming from the corner. They are pretty much leading the charts in their favor, but August are slowly but slowly trying to levels to catch up on the game.
Well, yes, exactly, and also focusing on the game right now. 113 points for Team TRUERIPPERS at this given moment. And the points are being added back to back. So TRUERIPPERS, taking that momentum, taking that lead from the start, right now are also looking up for the farming. Regis being focused by TRUERIPPERS, that's a plus pointer for them, right? That's a +1 for them being added. But on the other side, if you talk about Orgless 5, they're also looking good with the farming that they're doing with TRQ. TRUERIPPERS Q with the Decidueye. Yes, still needs to be back to the battle with full pace. And the Regis at the fast most importance. Well, the Ninetale goes down, and on the other side, the Reggie taken by Orgless 5. So Orgless 5, a great chance to actually secure those points on the goal post.
Definitely quite important to see how the aspect is going to work out for this particular team at this moment. If we talk about TRUERIPPERS, they're looking quite strong, quite confident. Residue is working its charm. 36 is the Ace Energy, but Kyo has to go for the Wild Berry, otherwise his survivor is going to get implicated. The Unite moves are coming up. If we talk about the Galarian, backs out another KO. Helioswine on the corner backs out the Ninetales as well. That's absolutely amazing. August 5 is definitely trying to bounce back. But it's in the do or die type of situation coming up. Snorlax on the other corner backs out 32 points for the team TRUERIPPERS ESPORTS, and finally TRUERIPPERS is once again maintaining their kind of firm grasp on this particular arena. But August 5 comes up and bounces back once again with a beautiful comeback, and that's how the game will be coming up.
Well, exactly, because that's how the game will be coming up for them. But right now, looking at the pace that ORGLESS 5 took out after getting that Reggie was actually more important for them. Look at that. True Rippers beginning up with 166 on their side and only a 36-point lead. So definitely ORGLESS 5 has focused more on actually, waiting for True Rippers and then getting it. But ORGLESS 5 getting another Reggie in their hand. Yes, they're focused. They need to beat the Mammoth Swine, and all they'll have, oh no, True Rippers. Actually, now the Mammoth Swine fraud. Need to play it well. Again, the Reggie and the Eldegoss goes down from the side. Carnivore doing the wonder for the.
Definitely, at this point, I guess the aggression is something which is going to work out for Team TRUERIPPERS.
Oh, yeah!
Predict that all this fight could be bouncing back quite strongly as well. So definitely that the bouncing situation is coming up. In this particular matchup, ORGLESS 5, the way they have chosen the Pokemons, and same goes for TRUERIPPERS. Well, for TRUERIPPERS, the aggression is not working out. But the Mamoswine gets taken down with a beautiful Decidueye attack. It was quite important because Mamoswine, another beautiful Pokemon which can easily turn the tides in their favor. On the other corner, shots are once again taken down. TRUERIPPERS is looking forward to take down the Rayquaza as well. If they are able to do so, Rayquaza with that advantage, just like the last match, will be absolutely enormous for that particular team. So that definitely is something they are actually trying to go for. 181 points coming from ORGLESS 5. TRUERIPPERS 206. If I talk about Daksh, he's empty-handed for now. He can't actually implicate a goal. But then again, he's trying his level best to defend it. Prod on the other corner, 11 level. Mamoswine is coming up. He's farming the Eos Energy. He's trying to be ready for the next attack. Trying to be ready for the next, let's say, terrain of the attacks coming up. But then Mamoswine scores plus 10.
Well, yes, exactly. And now moving forward into the last stretch of the day. Last stretch of this game. 15 more seconds. Yes, they are focusing more on farming. 10 more seconds. ORGLESS 5 is already present in the mid lane. So yes, they have it focused. They know what they actually need to do right now at the given time. But then you talk about the bases, they are far away. Rayquaza has appeared. The goalposts are much far. You know, as soon as you conquer, there are going to be Pokemon waiting for you. But then here you go. Unite moves back to back. All the moves available right now. And it's looking like a hunting ground for the Mamoswine, just bashing around with all the Pokemon Prod Seas. And once again, Ego, the Serena, would confuse with the Psycho ability Serena has got. But then again, a KO on Mamoswine. Mamoswine needs to return back, and a 10-second pause, a 10-second, cooldown comes up at the spawn. Whereas TRUERIPPERS have already taken the lead. No focus till the last minute on the Rayquaza.
Well, let's see who is going to focus on Rayquaza, who is going to take it apart. If the Rayquaza gets in the favor of either of the teams, it will be a huge advantage to be precise. But TRUERIPPERS, they are trying to gatekeep as much as they can. On the other corner, board, if they are trying to be aggressive, there will be absolutely amazing outcomes coming from the particular corner. But God tries to be chaotic, but gets taken down by Decidueye with that knock coming up. That's a unite move of that particular Pokemon. But on the other corner, Rayquaza, well, the focus is getting shifted quite a bit.
Yeah, the focus getting shifted back to back, and the Rayquaza once again, restoring HP is going to be pretty bad for the either of the sides. Well, again, yes, there are some Pokemons like, Serena or the other Pokemons, the goals. TRUERIPPERS taken the lead, but no, Mamoswine jumps back to the goalpost at the perfect moment, and also some increase being done. Increases are done. Yes, they got the goalpost, and with that, 304 on the board. Seconds left. A lead. It's not a comeback. It is a comeback.
Let's see what happens, guys. Eventually, the time is running out. Let's see how far they can actually go with this kind of consistency. The time's up, and we don't know who is going to be the winner. It was a very close competition coming up, but it's TRUERIPPERS. That's what we predicted. That's what is actually happening. Because the thing is, the only thing which is messing around is going to be the situation where Team ORGLESS 5 is unable to conquer, unable to retaliate, because TRUERIPPERS, well, they were going aggressive. What a Team ORGLESS 5 was trying to do is just escaping from the attacks.
Well, then again, missing out on the teams, what I actually meant was the time is up, and it's not a comeback for ORGLESS 5. They have lost it all straightforward in all the 3 games that they have played. But then for TRUERIPPERS, it is a massive comeback for their side. A 304 to 211. Yes, ORGLESS 5 did come up with some great strategies. They were accurate. Both the teams actually did not get their Equaza, but then, yes, a good lead coming up from the side of TRUERIPPERS, and then the move of getting 54 points. Eldigos throughout the game won't score, won't have the goal points, but then when it's about the last, last moments, last goal post, you know that the Eldigos is going to make a bigger move. And look at that. When they got that Reggie, right? That Reggie key around the pointer of, 226, I think that was the game changer, because after the Reggie, one of the goal posts, they had the opportunity, they had the advantage after getting that Reggie as an ally. They had it clear in their mind.
Well, definitely quite a few shortcomings were there from Team ORGLESS 5, and the one thing which was quite important was they were unable to counter the team which was trying to push on them, and that is the only thing which actually failed them quite a few times. They had the
Yeah,
Reggie Leaky in the favor, they got the Reggie Ice, Reggie Steel as well. Quite a few times they were taking the KOs as well, but they were unable
correct.
to perform in terms of the goals. But now, if we talk about Seth specifically, with that kind of recovery, with that kind of persistency, this guy was absolutely on point. When it comes to, I believe, Team ORGLESS 5 Genius, which is hailing from Team ORGLESS 5, did a decent job of actually attacking quite a bit. On the other corner, it was Devesh who did the same type of number with 69,000 in his favor. And Ego also did the same kind of persistence with 66,000. Kyo is the one who is having the highest amount of damage with 74,000, which is absolutely amazing. But Saf is the guy who is going to become the MVP. The reason behind it is that the goals are on point, the knockouts are on point, 9 assists from his corner. Apart from that, 25,000 damages as well there. And the MVP rating is going to be 85.
Well, yes, with that 107 goals for the team, yes, not much of goals added to this very game, but then again, it's a 100-point lead victory, right, Raider? On the other side, you have a 25,000 of damage. What works out for Saf, once again, it is as simple as ducks, right? More of assists, you have more of valuable points, more of most valuable player points, and then with that, you have the victorious player. What you have, Raider, is going to be the person Saf as the player of the game, and a victory for TRUERIPPERS. After being at 2-0, they were at nil. That's 0. They came back as heroes. 3 games back to back. They just stood wonderful. They just stood amazing at their position. Raider, a great victory. What do you have to say?
Well, it was pretty much clear because the only reason I was talking about Oculus 5 is that against SHL, same thing happened. They were unable to conquer the defense. They were able to be defensive, but eventually that defense was also not working. And when you are only defensive, you don't know how to attack. And that's what the weak point is actually all about. But group A standings are coming up in front of our screens, and it's FSC Sports on top with 0 losses, and average goal is going to be 461. When it comes to Team SHL, 3 matches played, 2 wins, and 1 loss. And 1 loss was against Enigma Gaming, if I'm not wrong, and 408 average goals coming up. Enigma Gaming on the other corner plays 2 matches, wins one, loses another one, and the victory was against SHUL with 378 points. They're moving up ahead. TRUERIPPERS is the fourth team in this Group A standing. But moving up ahead, if I talk about the Group B standings, let's talk about that as well. I believe Godsane is going to be the team which is for sure going to be on top because they had an absolute rampage altogether.
Well, TRUERIPPERS had 2 wins. After this win also needs to be updated to the point standings. But on the other side, on the Group B, you see God's Reign. Like, they are at the god. Yeah, they are the gods of the Group B, right? They have 830 average goals, 0 losses. Well, we have talked about that, but we also need to talk about Revenant Esports, how well their victory was coordinated. Definitely, they don't have the amount of average goals equalized to Goddrain, but they're amazing at their position. They have got a beautiful victory today. Marcos Gaming with 372 average goals, 1 loss that they had, but 2 victories. Hyderabad Hydras, one win, 1 loss. Nothing to lose there at the 4th spot, but then to lose is Zahir team, Ryzen Esports, and Kemen Esports. Again, they need to start thinking about their positions. They need to start thinking about what they have in mind from the day 4. And yes, we see the Group A standings. After some corrections, we have TRUERIPPERS with 2 wins. Enigma Gaming with 1 win, 1 loss. 6 Upper Moon at the 5th spot with 1 win and 1 loss. Pride Official with 2 losses. And ORGLESS 5 also losing the 2 matches that they played today. Guys, what you have right now in your mind, we saw already how both of these side played. both the groups are playing. But again, Reader, are we ready for the again, Raider? Are we ready for the day number 4? Because right now, how both of these teams played was wonderful. A great comeback by True Ripper and a great end to the day number 3.
Well, we still have to see how the day number 4 will actually come up, and eventually in the day number 4, is it going to be possible to see God's Rain performing in front of us? And if God's Rain is going to come in, definitely I believe the competition will take up a notch and we will see some rampage coming up.
Yeah.
And in that same group, it's Revenant Esports also coming up. So definitely there also the competition is there.
Well, yes, exactly. Revenant Esports showed some great amount of, competition that they had in their mind. Some great games today. 3-0 today, and that too was a sheer and domination against Team Kamini Esports. But again, God's Reign. I am really wanting to see God's Reign playing online, playing live on the stream. Well, for now, I think we should say bye-bye, Raider. Are you ready to say a bye with me? Again, we are going to end, and as we are going to say a bye-bye, guys, make sure you are going to join for the day 4. Signing off, this is Mridul with the Raider.